Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about the hot sauce thing. Tell me about how was the hot sauce administered?
Either slathered on bread or administered directly orally.
Okay. And you would do those things, correct?
Under my mother's orders, yes.
Under your mother's orders. By the way, one of the that pizza, remember that you testified that pizza, you gave him that pizza, that mini pizza or whatever, and right, and pulled it back once he responded?
Yes.
Do you know that we were hearing a text where your mother told him to try it, and if he ate it, give him 2 of them? Do you remember that part of the text?
No.
And she never, she didn't, according to your text, one of the text between the 2 of you, as I recall it, she says, give him a pizza roll, see if he'll eat it, and if he does, you give him 2. You don't remember anything like that?
No.
Your recollection is if he tries it, snatch it back and don't give it?
Yes.
Was she in the room at that time?
No, she was at work.
She was at work. Dude, why not give him the pizza roll? Why snatch it back?
I believe that he's being very truthful. In my opinion, I think he's being very truthful. It'll be interesting to see if they actually show that text. So yeah, crazy.
I was doing as I was told.
Okay, good. All right.
Hey Mona, yes, this is the 15-year-old that had to have the ice cube baths and stuff. So crazy.
And you mentioned today that you fed Tim
They're coming in.
a good meal.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it? It's not in the police reports, right?
No.
And it's not in the interview that you did, right? There's no mention of it in your interview with Detective Piesky. Is that correct?
Is there?
Yeah, I'm sure. There's no mention of it, correct? If you don't remember, that's fine.
I don't remember.
Okay. There was no mention of it at the preliminary examination when you're under oath, correct?
I don't believe I was asked.
Okay, good. But you certainly didn't mention it, correct?
No.
But you took that, there was an opportunity to sneak him some food, and you snuck him some food according to testimony today, right?
Yes.
All right. You work at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
Do they make food at Applebee's?
Yes. Unfortunately, I can only get 1 free meal, and I don't always remember my credit card because I don't have it on me.
Okay, this is 6 months. Right?
Yeah.
And you're concerned about your brother, right?
Sympathy slid in and out.
Okay. But you worked at Applebee's, right?
Yes.
And unlike this meal that you're telling us about now, you never took anything from Applebee's and snuck it home to your brother, did you?
No.
And you're on a bike coming from Applebee's to your home in Norton Shores?
Yes.
You have to pass a Walgreens or a convenience store, a gas station or something, correct?
At 1 a.m, everything would be closed.
Gas stations wouldn't be closed, right?
The only one that I went by was the one at Meyer, and it was.
And you could stop. You went by the gas station at Meyer?
And it was closed.
Was the Meyer itself closed too?
I don't know. I never checked.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour store, correct?
I don't know.
Did you ever go into any place before work or after work to buy your brother a candy bar to bring him home and help him out?
No.
Oh, I don't like this guy. He's trying
You
to
kept saying
him.
during the text, you kept saying, young man, that you were under the impression that what Timothy was going through was an act. Do you remember that?
Because I was convinced by my mother.
Okay. You thought it was an act, correct?
Yes.
You thought he was faking it, correct?
Yes.
The seizures, you thought that was an act?
Yes.
The shaking, you thought that was an act?
Yes.
Oh goodness, he had seizures. Oh my goodness. I have just recently saw pictures of this young boy, and he was so cute. My goodness.
I wasn't there when some of that occurred.
The trembling, that was an act?
I
Did he cry when you had him crouched like that? When you had him do that back thing against the wall, did he cry?
not cry. He complained.
Did he cry when you had him stand up for hours against the wall? Did he cry?
No, not
Okay.
that I remember of.
You don't remember any crying, any complaining, do you?
No,
Okay. When you cuff him, did he cry?
no,
When did you said he would close? Well, it's been said. You haven't said. He would close the loop on those cuffs and make them tighter on his own wrists. Is that your recollection?
yes,
You didn't do that, right?
no.
Did he cry when that happened?
He complained about it, and that was how I knew.
Okay. There were numbers of monitors in that house, right? Video
Yes.
monitors.
Yes,
But they weren't all for Timothy. Is that correct?
there was one that was in G's room
Okay.
because, according to Shonda, he had a tendency to remove all of his clothes and wander around in his room like that.
But that's when he was 2, right? He's older than that at this point, isn't he?
That was what I was told. It was what
Okay.
I believed.
But there's monitors in the entire house, correct?
Yes.
And what were you told was the purpose of the monitors?
Other than the one in G's room,
Mm-hmm.
she hadn't told the purpose. I just knew that she was monitoring Timothy.
Okay. Let's switch up a little bit, talk about something else. Tell me about your mom a little bit. What do you know about her? How far has she gone in school?
She's graduated from law school, second in her class.
Were you impressed by that?
Yeah.
She's worked. Did you know she was the judge's clerk?
That's what it was called.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah,
Both
I was
here
trying to figure out what the name was.
That's fine. Both here and in Nuevo.
Yeah.
Okay. And was she doing other things professionally? Was she studying or anything at say during May to July or February to July 2022? Was she studying or writing books or?
No.
Okay.
There were
All right.
times when she'd do law school service dog's eyes for her YouTube channel.
Okay. You know she was tutoring other law students?
No.
Okay. During that time, Adam Ferguson?
Vander Ark.
Vander Ark, I'm sorry. Vander Ark, I should have figured that out, right? Adam Vander Ark, her husband, had a stroke, is that correct?
In January, yes.
Was he working prior to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Daniel.
And you're also aware, so he's not working once he has a stroke, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So who's providing for the family as far as you know?
Me and her.
Apparently,
You
maybe.
and her.
I wonder what it is.
So you're working.
I'll try and see if I can
Yes,
find
sir.
it.
Okay. And so the two of you are providing for that household, correct?
Yes.
In the house. How old are you now?
21.
And you were 19 back then? Sort of close, somewhere around there?
Somewhere around there,
Okay,
yes.
cool. All right. So she's providing the household with your assistance.
Yes.
She has 2 children younger than you to provide
Yes.
for. Yes.
Yes.
She's homeschooling G as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you get 2 kids at home being homeschooled,
Yes.
correct? She has her own issues, correct?
I don't know.
In terms of not being able to sleep, that sort of thing. Insomnia, did you know about that?
No.
She didn't share that with you?
No.
There was a lot.
She was she's hypoglycemic.
Okay. All right. So there's a lot going on with her at this point in her life, isn't there?
Yes.
And you're not just babysitting, she's relying upon you to watch the kids. Is that correct? When she's at work, you watch the kids. When you're at work, she watches the kid. Correct?
I suppose you could think of it like that.
Even with the video monitor, she depends upon you to watch the 2 younger ones. Correct?
Yes.
And in that circumstance, she would come to rely on, not everything can be seen on a camera, correct?
Yes.
So she would rely on information that you provide for her in addition to whatever she can see on the camera. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she would be also at work, right?
Yes.
Working for a judge, right?
Yes.
So presumably kind of busy, right?
Yes.
Assume? Okay. Did you ever bring work home that you
Not
know of?
Not that I remember of, no.
Okay.
She did tell me some of what went on in court at times.
Okay. And there were pets.
Yes.
Okay. These are big dogs, right?
Yes.
What type of dogs were they?
When how do I put this? By the time all of this transpired, we only had Sharma and Piper, but Piper was living with my step grandparents.
Yeah, but these are what, the Great Danes or Greyhounds?
Great Dane and Sharma or Piper was in Newfoundland.
Okay. All right. Okay. We saw. Oh, I'll strike that. That's not relevant. Okay. Let's go back to the interview with Detective Pieskey, if we would. Do you remember telling Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional?
Somewhat.
You remember that?
Yes.
That's true, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
That's true, isn't it? It wasn't intentional, was it?
Not on my part.
No. No. You're putting this young man in the shower, right? Correct? And you gave him 3 showers, right? That you can remember? 3 baths?
Yes.
Okay. So you know what his body looked like at that time, correct?
Yes.
And this happened, well, the one was what, 3 weeks before he passed away? The one in June with that picture that you took where he was standing there and you took a picture of him with his shirt off and then pulled up his pant legs? That happened about, what, a month before he died?
Give or take.
Okay. And you told Detective Pieskey we weren't neglecting him, and even if we were, it wasn't intentional. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You told Detective Pieskey that she, meaning your mother, didn't want this. We loved him so much. Correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You mentioned one time he refused to eat.
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you say it though?
Yes.
Okay. So you lied. Detective Pieskey, do you remember the point in that interview? It was about 3/4 through. And Detective Pieskey starts to explain to you, this isn't love. Do you remember him saying, this isn't love? This is,
I remember. Yes.
use words like disgusting and, okay, that sort of thing. Remember that?
Yes.
Why does he have to tell you that? Did you not know that?
You shouldn't have had to.
No, you shouldn't have had to. But before he died, when your brother passed away, did you expect that? Or were you surprised?
I was surprised, shocked,
Okay.
horrified.
How about your mom when she was in that room? We had that on video a little bit. Do you remember how she responded to that?
Let's see, trying to cover it up.
Do you remember her crying?
Crying? No.
If it's on the video, would that be accurate though? If there's video of her crying, would you deny that's what she's doing?
No.
But you just didn't see it, right? Do you remember how frantic she was? She called you down there to come quick. She was frantic at the time. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You told the Detective Pieskey that your brother Tim would force himself to throw up. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You remember telling Detective Pieskey, if I could take his place right now, if I could give him his life back, I'd do it. I'd do it in a dadgum heartbeat. Do you remember saying that?
I stand by it.
Yes, sir. You never intended your brother to die, did you?
No,
And you came to the conclusion that your mother intended it after, right? Not while he was alive.
yes,
You thought your mother was a good mom, didn't you? You told Detective Peisky that, didn't you?
yes. As
And
well
you-
as the fact that I haven't got it diagnosed and I don't know how to explain it.
That's fine. Do the
But
best you
I'd say it's something similar to Stockholm Syndrome.
can. Okay.
I have a desire to find a role model that's, due to my own low self-esteem, I would do anything to make proud of me.
That's interesting. Wow. Could be true. Could be true, very true. Wow, I'm surprised that he said that. Interesting.
And that's not an excuse, I know, but I feel like I'm glad that I was at least able to realize it so I can correct it.
While he was alive, in one of the texts, your mother asked you, should we be worried? Should we be worried about him? Is he okay? And you say no. Do you remember that?
No,
That he's okay?
no, I
In the
don't.
text it says, the text were to say so, do you have any problem with, you've seen the text, you helped write them, correct?
Yes,
So if it's in the text and we saw in the text, as far as you know, nothing's been changed in those texts, correct?
yes.
So if we can point out.
Hey Kara, how are you? Good to see you. And Amy, you said, I wonder if someone is doing this monster a favor with the defense attorney. I don't know. I don't know. He's trying to save his own butt. Yeah, you think he's, I don't know. I don't know. I get like, twisted vibes with this guy just because like at one point I feel something and then at another point I'm like, I don't know. So his testimony's been pretty interesting for sure. So. And hello everybody, welcome in, welcome in.
Not in the text where you say that, you're not disagreeing with that, correct?
No.
Do you remember the time when you asked her, we should be feeding him, he's too thin? And she says, give him a little something, and then you just keep going on after that, back to the old routine? You remember that? You remember
If it's
after
in
you,
the text, it's likely true.
you sit on that text with his shirt off and his pants leg pulled up. And you say, Mom, you need to feed this guy, something to that effect, right?
Yes,
She says, okay, give him
Right?
something. She gives, I forget. what it was.
Fred,
Okay.
just
That's
Fred.
a good analogy.
And then after that, did anything change?
No,
Okay.
because I was too afraid to put my foot
You're
down.
too afraid? A minute ago, you just want her to be followed.
There's
Now you're
various
afraid?
reasons, and I'm not trying to excuse my own actions.
Well, yes, you are. I disagree. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes,
What happens when you have your cell phone and you press 911?
you're connected to the
There you
cops.
go. Did you know that when you were 19?
Yes,
Did you know what child protective services were when you're 19?
more or less.
The one thing when we
Okay, he's trying to like make this guy feel bad about not calling 911. What about the child's mother? Your client that did not call 911. Okay? Oh my goodness. I don't like this lawyer. I said it before. I'll say it again. I don't like him. He can go home. Well, he can't, but wow. I don't like this lawyer at all. Don't like him.
we just listened to almost an hour and a half of tapes of transcripts from your text messages. You did say no to her when she asked you to put hot sauce on his penis.
Yes,
But you didn't, okay. You weren't scared? You weren't scared to refuse her?
not at that point.
And I don't recall, I sat here and I listened, I don't recall any other point where where you told her no to anything she asked you to do? You remember any other point where you text, where we can show it in the text, or I told her, no, I'm not gonna do that, Mom?
No.
From the standing in the corner, to the hands on the head, to the hot sauce, to the shackles. Did you put, was his leg shackled? We found this metal shackle, the chain, leg shackle. Were you familiar with those?
A little bit.
Did you put those on him?
When I was directed to.
When you were directed to? How many times were you directed to?
Quite a few.
Would you be surprised to know that there is no text where you even discuss the leg shackles, much less putting them on him? Would you be surprised by that?
Very.
Do you remember, let's see. Did you remember saying, oh, wait a minute. Do you remember telling the detective that you were concerned?
Yes.
Okay. Is there, as you sit there right now, do you love Timothy?
I suppose I didn't love him enough.
No.
It's why I'm trying to bring justice for him.
Just a moment.
But can I say that I loved him during the time before his death?
Yes. Did you love him before his death?
With all the ways I acted, I cannot.
Okay. Let
Unfortunately.
me ask you this.
Wow, oh my goodness. See, this is the parts where I get a little feel for this guy, right? Because he obviously has a very, very clear understanding of what has happened and what he did and what he was a part of. And, but then on the other hand, I really do believe that he was forced to do everything. I think he was extremely scared of his mom. Okay. I believe that she probably, threatened him with the same treatment that he was forced to do to his younger brother. This is crazy. This is very sad, you guys. This is very sad. Yeah, I suspect he's on the spectrum as well. Yes, I do believe so. But that was very powerful testimony right there. Him saying, with the way that I treated him, I believe, that I did not love him. Oh, crazy. Wow.
When did you start feeling this way? While he was alive, or after you found out that the way he was being treated killed him?
After.
So while the time he was alive, did you think you were killing him?
No.
You told Detective Paiske that we didn't want this. We loved him so much.
That was what I thought, but it's not true.
Hey, Aunt, how are you, honey?
If you knew Timothy was in trouble, say the house was on fire, hypothetically, would you help him?
Yeah,
Yes.
she did. She did.
So is it fair to say that the reason you didn't help him is because you didn't know he was in trouble?
No.
You knew he was in trouble. Now, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about then.
That's a good question.
When you were living through this. You just said you didn't know you were killing him.
Where's Grandma?
But did you know you were killing him or not?
No.
So how could you save somebody you didn't know was in trouble?
You can't.
Okay.
This is actually really truly heartbreaking testimony from this guy. It kind of really is. I don't discount like what he did, but I really do believe that he was, he was like so forced to do this, right? abusive mom. He was probably scared. He was probably scared, so scared of her. That's in my opinion, anyways. Yeah. So crazy. My goodness. Okay, this one is almost done, and we will visit what is next. So thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it.
One moment, please, young man. You mentioned you think it was 18 minutes, about 18 minutes before you called the police when you found Timothy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did you think it was 18 minutes? Somebody tell you that? I mean, I'm just saying, usually people say, they say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, but 18 is kind of specific and kind of exact. What made you think it was 18 minutes?
What I was told.
Okay. That's all we're asking for is the truth. Okay. That's all we're asking you. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, there is that. My goodness, that was powerful testimony. That was very interesting. He was. I believe I agree with everybody that is saying that he is on the spectrum. Absolutely, absolutely. I think he was I was think he was terrified of his mom. I think he did what he was told. He at one point there, where he had said that like he didn't want focus on him. Sort of is what he was saying. Oh my God. Is it me, or does that judge look like he can barely see over the big old ass guy? Oh my goodness. My mic is cutting in and out. Damn. Okay. Give me a second. It's probably because I have a Bluetooth speaker on. I think this is the mute. Okay, is that better? Is that better? Can you guys hear me better? When I'm listening and everything, I have my Bluetooth my Bluetooth speaker on so that I can hear it better because my computer has like really just shitty sound. So, okay, I will make sure that I mute that when I come on to talk. Okay, so I am just checking out that's just a show. Okay, I think the only thing that is left, I'm pretty sure that we're pretty much caught up. So the next one is going to be, I mean, they're on a break right now, I think, or let me see if I can rewind this. Okay, just give me a second, you guys. I'm just trying to, like, her TV is just such a pain in the ass. It really is. Okay, I think this is probably what's next. Because the mom is testifying. Oh, hang on. I think they're back. Okay. Okay, hang on a second. I'm trying to rewind and it's not really letting me. I guess you can't rewind live. Ugh. Okay, and so that we'll have to just go to the videos. I hope I get them in order. Okay. Sorry about that, you guys. Okay, sorry about it. I'm here. Kara's super sticker. Let me have a look. Oh my goodness. Oh, I do see it now. Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you so much, sweetheart. Let me see if I can. I see it up top now. Let me find it in the chat. There we go. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out with us. Here you go. There's a little twerk for you. Thank you, sweetheart.
Get it on. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it on. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it on. We gon' get it. We gon' get it. We gon' get it on.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. My super sticker little jingle there seems a little too cheery for what we're watching right now, but oh my goodness. The jingle is just, I got to make a sad one. So, thank you, Kara. I really appreciate that. I really do. Okay. So I have next up here, the mom goes up on the stand. So let's see what Mummy has to say. Mummy. Okay. I believe that this will be. Okay, I think they're all in order. So. Okay, here we go, guys. Full screen. All right, is everybody ready for this? My goodness, this is going to be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. You still jam to the twerk. I do too when I'm back here. I'm, I'm jamming too. I'm jamming too. Oh my gosh. You and your son are building a business. That's great. Good luck with that. So much good luck. My goodness, that's awesome. Yeah, see the tiny, the tiny jet up there. I see it. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go. This one is the mom going up and testifying. So let's see what this bitch has to say. Unmute, and here we go, guys.
You can call your first witness.
The defense calls Shonda Vander.
All right, Ms. Vander Ark, if you can come around here.
Wow. Their very first witness? The defense's very first witness is the defendant? What? That's a little interesting. Wow. They don't have nobody else on their defendant list or what? Wow. That's interesting. You don't usually see that. The defendant being the very first. That's crazy. Okay, let's go.
Here, please.
Stand in front of that chair. Raise your right hand, please.
Raise your right hand, please. In this matter now pending, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do this.
All right, and put your hand down, grab a seat. Please state your name for the record.
Objection. She just lied. Objection, Your Honor. Objection to the oath.
She just lied right there. Liar, 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 liar. That's not a good way to start it out. You know, it's not a very good way to start it out. Goodness. Sean, what's her name? I don't even care what her name is. Anyways, okay, let's go.
Record spelling your first name and last name.
Shonda, Shanda, Vander Ark,
There you go,
Vander,
Shonda.
space, capital ARK.
Shonda.
Thank you, Ms. Vander Ark. You're being called to testify in your own cases. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you have to make sure that everyone can understand you, correct?
Yes, sir.
With you, and knowing you as I do, I don't think volume's gonna be a problem with you.
Probably not, sir.
Talking fast, maybe.
Yes, sir. It might.
Okay, so this is, are you nervous?
Yes, sir.
This is stressful?
Yes, sir. Very.
So you're gonna be, questions gonna be thrown at you, fast and furious.
No shit, it's stressful, bitch.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
How do you think your son's life was? Don't you think that was stressful? Are you kidding me? And this is stressful for you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Not at all. Not at all. God. Ugh.
under those circumstances, you may speed up again as I do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may be reminded from time to time to slow down just a little bit. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's make sure everyone understands you. You've been sitting through this trial since the beginning, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were arrested for these offenses alleged back when?
July 7th of 2022.
Okay. So you've been living with this thing for more than, what, 18 months?
17 months. Yes, sir.
17 months. So you know what we're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand the allegations against you?
Yes, sir.
And that it also helps that you have a legal background, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The things they said about how well you did in school and all those things, were those all true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want you sitting there and regaling us, but the things about cum laude and going to law school, all that stuff is true.
It was magna cum laude. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's go back to the very beginning.
Sorry about that.
When did Timothy come to your care?
May of 2021.
Hey, Helen, how are you?
Prior to that, who had physical and
See you,
legal
honey. I hope
custody
you're
of
doing well.
My ex-husband.
Okay. And when he sent, and how did it happen that you ended up with custody then?
My ex reached out to me, stating that Timothy he could no longer handle him, that he was pushing his buttons, and that he needed to send him to live with me.
Okay. And you agreed to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever lived with Timothy during his?
When he was younger, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you agreed to accept him into your home?
Yes, sir.
And who was living in your home at the time?
Myself, my husband, Adam, Paul Ferguson, and then my little man, G.
G. Okay, that's what we've been
Sorry.
calling G, correct?
It's really hard to do. Yes, sir.
Okay, just do the best you can. Okay, so they're all living in your home, and then Timothy joins you, correct?
Yes, sir.
When Timothy's joining you, did your ex-husband ever make any effort to transfer legal custody to you?
We discussed it, but he never did actually sign anything. No, sir.
Okay. And without legal custody, how do you get Timothy into school?
You can't.
And without legal custody, how do you get medical treatment for Timothy?
You can't.
Did your husband at least send I assume he had medical insurance for Timothy. Did he send that?
He did.
Is that true? Is that true down there? Because that's not true in Canada. That's not true in Canada. I'm pretty sure that's not true in Canada. As long as you can, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's true in Canada either, but Anyway, yes, Helen, we are watching this trial of this mother here on here who tortured her 15-year-old son. He was 15 when he died. So she tortured him. She starved him to death. She did things like she had cameras on him. She made him sleep in a closet. She fed him, barely fed him, but when she did, she would feed him things like hot sauce sandwiches and only give him like the crust of things. And she shackled him, handcuffed him, kept him in a closet, did all kinds of things, like holy moly. So yeah, this is her testifying about what happened with her son. So check out my pinned, make sure you guys see my pinned comment, okay? Trigger warning for people. It's a pretty crazy story.
He did not send me, I requested his medical card, his insurance card, and he never sent it to me.
Now, you heard the testimony that Timothy saw the doctor in 2019. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
That was a year before you received him?
2 years before I received it.
2 years before. So the prior 2 years before you received him, as far as you know, based on what you heard here, your ex-husband never took him to the doctor?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
How do you know if he had medical insurance for this young man?
He told me he did.
Okay. But he never sent it to you?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your financial situation once Timothy arrived and your husband had a stroke?
After the stroke, we
Yes.
lost my husband's income. And it was paycheck to pay, not even paycheck to paycheck. Almost everything was paid late. I was struggling. I asked Paul for help with groceries sometimes because we were struggling.
Okay. And Paul was working full-time?
He was working part-time.
He's working at Applebee's? Is
Yes,
that-
sir.
Okay. So he's working part-time, and so what, were you receiving any child support?
No,
So the entire,
You guys can't see Helen? I see her. Well, I see her in StreamYard. Let me check on my phone if I see her. That's weird. Give me just a second, you guys. Okay. Oh, you know what, Helen? You are probably in the on my basically detective channel. So if you come over to my main channel, Forgotten Whispers, everybody will be able to see you. That's what it is. I bet. Are you over in on basically a detective? I added that in. I was like, oh damn, why am I not streaming there too? But yeah, Helen, come on over to our main channel, and then everybody will be able to see you. So yeah, that will fix it, and then everybody will be like, oh hey, it's Helen. So come on over, girl. Okay, let's continue, guys.
entire financial burden was on you.
correct.
Could you have afforded daycare for any of your children?
Absolutely not, no.
And could you have afforded any extra expenses other than the ones that you were providing for?
No,
What type of expenses were you able to provide for this family?
just basic living expenses.
rent,
Yes, sir.
utilities,
And
Yes,
that
sir.
was hilarious.
Food?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That
Hey,
was the next
Helen.
question I had for you. You had monitors and
Welcome.
cameras in your home, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the
There she
impression
is,
from
everybody.
the testimony I heard is that it was for the purpose, the sole purpose of ensuring that Timothy could not get the food. Is that
I was a little misconstrued because I was like, Helen, like she's one of my mods. Like, why aren't they seeing her? What's going on here? But yeah, that's what it was. So I'm glad that it popped into my head. I was like, oh damn, yeah, she's probably on the other channel. So welcome, Helen.
is that accurate?
No.
Why did you have all those monitors and cameras in your home?
When Timothy came to live with us, his stepmother informed me that they've had motion sensors. They weren't as tech savvy as I was. I worked in tech before law school. I worked in tech support for several years. But they had motion sensors because, and she told me that she didn't sleep at night. She only slept when he was at school because he was into everything. And so because my younger child, he used to, when he was about 2, he would take all his clothes off. So we started putting a camera in his room. And then once we moved to the Marshall Road location, it was bi-level. My husband was born with a disability. My husband was wheelchair bound. So we had an extra wheelchair that we kept on the upper level. That's where the master bedroom was. But that way, if little man, if G was down in his bedroom, my husband could talk to him through the camera and have him come up. It was much easier. My husband could crawl down the steps before the stroke, but we didn't want him to have to crawl up and down those steps.
Okay. And again, let's go back to the issue of food. Was food the only reason why you felt you had to monitor Timothy, or were there other issues?
There were plenty of issues, sir.
So, well, first of all, what we've heard some testimony as to Timothy's special needs. What were his special needs?
He was on the autism spectrum, but he was completely verbal and he was grade level in school. He was not behind in school at all. He was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. He was diagnosed as bipolar and sensory processing disorder. I heard Paul mention physical disability. He didn't have any. Now, Timothy, when he first got there, said he had a physical disability, and I asked his stepmom about it to make sure, and she said no, he was not coordinated at all. The first summer that he lived with us, my youngest was playing baseball, and Timothy actually mentioned, because we had planned to put him in public high school, I'm going to try out for the baseball team. And I didn't say anything to him, but I remember thinking, sorry, sweetie, there's no way. You don't have the coordination for that.
All right. And he liked.
What? Who would think that? Oh my God, I'm not that type of parent. I'm like, yeah, okay, let's go, do it. Like, oh my God. Sorry, no. What? Come on. Gosh. So he was in school or not? I noticed that too. Like, what the fuck? She said that he wasn't in school, but he's gonna try out for baseball in school. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, she's definitely. I wouldn't. She's not credible. That's my feeling. That's my vibe.
To take. Well, you tell me. Did he like to take things apart?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Can you give some examples?
He took batteries apart. He took toys apart. My youngest son's toys. If he could get a hold of anything from Paul's room, he would take, like, mostly it was Legos. Paul still had Legos. He at one point messed with our water heater.
What do you mean?
He actually turned the gas off to the water heater. He knocked out the pilot light and then turned the gas off as well at different points.
Okay. Did you have any concerns as to whether or not his predilections, his desire to get into things might be a safety hazard for either him or somebody else in the home?
I was extremely concerned about that. Yes, sir.
So it was your desire was it just your desire to monitor Timothy, or did you also have a younger child in the home that you wanted to monitor?
We had both.
Okay. Was it, well, who did you want to monitor? One or the other, or both?
Both.
Okay. All right. So you set up these video and audio cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And alarms on the doors?
Those didn't get installed until about 3 weeks before he passed away.
Okay. And motion sensors?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He got around the motion sensors multiple times.
were you able to stay home and personally monitor your children?
Okay, she's not testifying like a mom, right? Like she's testifying almost like sorry about the noise. Turn it off. She's almost testifying like she is like one of the investigators or something, right? Very just to the point, no emotion, no nothing. Oh my goodness. Wow. You guys feeling that too? Because I am.
No, I had to work full time.
Okay. How were you able to get Timothy into school?
No, we were not. We tried to enroll him in Norton Shores High School, and Norton Shores told me that my ex, I guess Timothy had damaged a Chromebook in Oklahoma, and because my ex owed money on that, they would not send his records up to us. So we were not able to enroll him. So I found online homeschool curriculum that I had to monitor, but I enrolled him in that.
Let me make sure I understand. Was it your original intention to put Timothy into public schools?
Yes, sir. We started the process. I filled out the paperwork. Because of my work schedule, I couldn't actually take paperwork to Norton Shores. My husband did that. Adam did that. But yes, we did try to get him enrolled.
Okay, and the youngest child, G, was he in public schools?
No, he was homeschooled.
What about Paul? Do you know if he was homeschooled or when he got to you, was he still in school?
No, he had graduated high school.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, you mentioned that you weren't able to stay at home and
I agree, Kara. Just a little
care
bit
for your
off.
children at home, in the
A little
home,
bit off.
as a stay-home parent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what type of? I
Yeah,
assume you're
Chromebook is
out
probably
working.
about
Yes, sir.
around
Okay.
300, 400.
Explain to the jury the work that you
I'm-
did
I
during
really
the period
I
of
have
time
one,
that
but
Timothy
it
arrived
was
in
a
your
gift
home.
for my
I was,
so.
when he first arrived, I was still studying for the bar exam.
Right, sure.
So my husband was working full time. And I was just doing, I trained dogs on the side, everything from basic obedience up through different types of service dogs for other people. And so I had a couple of dog training clients, but mostly I was studying for the bar exam. I also was an intern here in this courthouse.
That
at
pay a
time.
lot of money?
Oh, it was not paid at all, sir.
Okay.
But it was the week of the bar exam.
No, Kara, it was her son. He was 15 years old, and apparently he was about 30 pounds when he was when he died. That's what I heard, anyways. So, yeah. And excuse the talking back. My husband is talking to his dad. So. Yeah, it was her, and her older son is also charged in this because he, I believe, was forced to participate and do all this stuff to the son. So his name was Timothy.
My judge that I worked for here as a law clerk informed me of this position that was open in Nuevo County, and she knew that the judge referred me, and that's when I did the interview, and I started work, I think it was 2 days after I completed the bar exam.
Okay. Was that a paid position?
Yes, it was.
Was it lucrative enough where you didn't have to do any other work?
Well, with my husband's income, it was.
Okay. But your husband's income stopped when he.
Yes, Kara, the gentleman that was just on the stand right before her, that is her son as well. And he was the older brother to Timothy. And yeah, he was, I believe he was really forced into doing this. I think he knew what it was wrong, but I believe he was also terrified of his mom. So he did what he did what he's told. That's in my opinion anyway. So yeah. It's pretty crazy.
When he got sick?
When he had the stroke, yes.
Okay. So at that point, was it enough income to provide for you and your family?
No.
Were you receiving any other outside incomes?
My older brother lives in the home that I still own in Oklahoma,
Right,
and he
Lisa?
paid rent to us.
Fuck, dude,
But it
move
wasn't a
over.
lot. That went towards our house rent.
Child support?
No, my ex, one of the siblings was forgotten yesterday. There's 5 total. We talked about the
I
4
agree,
boys. I also
Sarah.
have a daughter.
Absolutely.
She is now 19, but she stayed down with her dad.
Okay,
So we each had one, so there was no child support. And because of child support on the other 4 kids, I actually was still paying my ex-child support. It was still being deducted from my check.
okay. So you had that's another deduction from your income.
$1,000 a month, yes, sir.
Okay. So, were you also doing tutoring when you went to the judge who was paying you? Were you still tutoring or doing any other outside work?
Not at that, I was doing the dog training.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What time in the morning did you leave to go to work?
I usually left the house about 6:30,
And what time on average were you getting home?
about 6 o'clock.
Okay. So we're talking about 12 hours away from the home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those monitors, the video cameras in your home, you were able to view them while at work?
From my phone, occasionally, yes, sir.
Okay. But you were still working.
Yes, sir. I didn't view them at all until after the stroke. I mean, because my husband was there, or we had arrangements where my husband was off certain days of the week. Paul was off one day, specifically one day a week, so he took care of Gabriel and Timothy. And then the other 2 days that I needed to care for Gabriel when my husband was working, he actually went to my in-laws.
It doesn't really
house
make
down in
sense,
Solid.
right, Lisa?
May I approach the witness for just a moment, John? You may. Let's see. You have 3 children at home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding is you faced other challenges personally in terms of your own personal health.
Yes, sir, I did.
For instance, let's run down the list. You had insomnia.
Severe insomnia caused by attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
Okay. And for those folks who get a great night's sleep every night, don't understand what insomnia does to your ability to function, can you explain to them what impact chronic insomnia has on a person?
It limits your ability to think clearly. Your energy level is greatly reduced. Takes a lot longer to process things. You forget things easier. It was much harder to function with so little sleep.
Little 2.5 tons to go across.
Thank you, Kara. I appreciate you're still listening. I hope you have a great day, and I hope everything works out for you guys. You're the one that's doing the business, right, with your son? Yeah.
Shuttle it back and forth.
Thanks for still listening to us. I appreciate that. Lisa, are you talking about what he whispered to her?
His t-shirt on it was +7. Like, he was enjoying it.
Is that what you're talking about? I don't have my mouse right. I'm in the kitchen making my husband lunch because he's going to be going to work here pretty soon. So, but I can go grab my mouse and we can go back if you wanted to. Yes, it was. Okay, I'll just put you on mute for a second and I'll go grab my mouse. Hang on here. Okay, here we are. Okay, I will try to back up a little bit here and we will try and listen to what he whispered to her. I'm probably going to go back way too far, but okay. Put your earplugs in and try and hear what he says. I'm going to try myself. So here we go.
It was much harder to function with so little sleep.
Okay. And you talked about your other personal disorders. Were you seeking medications for those?
I was for, I have severe attention deficit hyperactivity disorder combined type. I also have sensory processing disorder and OCD.
Did they go back
and then
on that?
after my husband's stroke, as a result of my husband's stroke, because I viewed him. I wasn't in the room when he had the stroke, but I was there right afterwards. And so I developed post-traumatic stress disorder with disassociation from that. The only medication that I was on was for the ADHD.
Hey, Fairy, welcome back.
And you had the service dogs in your presence too.
I had one service dog for me, yes.
Okay.
Did I go far back enough?
What sorts of interventions were available for Timothy's disorders?
When he came to us, he was on medication. They gave us a whole like large gallon-sized Ziploc bag of medications for him. I could not refill them because I could not get him to the doctor. We were going to try to adjust his medication because when he came to live with us, when he took his medicine, he was a zombie. It was just horrific. And when Paul came to live with us, because Paul had only been there a year when Timothy moved up.
Okay, you know what? I will try and bring it up like on another. I can bring it up on my phone and put my earbuds in, and I will try and figure out what he whispered to her. So, because you could hear it pretty well. So, but it happened so fast, I missed it. So I was like, what the fuck did he whisper? So, I'll try to figure out what he said. So,
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And when Paul, he was on the same big bag of medication, and there were serious concerns that they just, instead of handling, especially my ex, he wanted to medicate them, but I never got that option because I couldn't take him to the doctor.
Okay. All right. There's been some allegations, there's been some implications, put it that way, that you tried to keep people from seeing Timothy, that you tried to keep him away from public view, that he didn't go to school, he didn't go to the doctor, etc. That he went outside, he was in the backyard. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
If someone's outside in your backyard, are there trees or fences or other obstacles to keep the neighbors from looking over there and seeing who's out in your yard?
No, there was a clearing before. There was woods at the back of the lot, but there was a clearing, and at least the neighbors on each side, there were pretty sizable windows on the back of their homes. They weren't I think the next door was a 2-level, but the one on one side was just a single level. It may have had a basement, I don't know. But there was big windows and they could see into our backyard easily.
Okay. Was it ever your intention to keep people from seeing Timothy?
No, my mother-in-law saw him. They do rental home inspections, I guess the city of Norton Shores.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if it was late April or early May of 2022, but it was in that neighborhood. And so we'd had the inspection that day, and my mother-in-law happened to stop by that day. And I invited her in. We sat and talked, and Timothy wanted to come say hi. So he came up and said hi to her.
I mean, honestly, this bitch's face says I'm lying all over it. It's crazy. Yeah, she has an answer for everything. I mean, some things you might not remember. Some things you might be just like, whatever. But she's just like on it. Every single thing has, oh my God, such a quick answer. And she's so stoic. It's crazy. Oh my God.
Now you're a Muskegon County transplant, correct? You're
Yes, I'm not from around here.
So, and I assuming that your direct biological family, there's not a lot of them in this county?
There's I don't have, other than my children, I don't have any biological family here.
Okay. How far away are they?
My older brother is in Oklahoma City. And then I have 2 sisters that I have not talked to in over 20 years, and they live in Alabama, where I'm from.
Okay. So how often do those folks, your bio family, stop by and to see how sister's doing?
The last time I saw my older brother was when we went down to North.
Wow, not seen her sisters in 20 years. They must not like her. They must not like her very much, right? Get those sisters on the stand. Exactly. My goodness.
Carolina for my oldest son's wedding in October of 2021, and then my brother and sister-in-law drove over from Oklahoma for the wedding as well. We FaceTimed a lot. We watched football games on FaceTime, but I didn't get to see them after we moved up here.
Okay. Do you have a lot of friends in the area that will come by, will stop by on does it happen to be in the area, that sort of thing? They'll come by and visit your home?
Most of my friends were from work, and they actually, because I worked in Newaygo County, they lived in Newaygo or Oceana County, or even further. I don't know. I'm not from here. I don't know what county is next to Newaygo east. But I know at least one person from work lived in, I think it's Big Rapids.
Yes.
So no, they didn't stop by because they were too far away.
Did you have a lot of time for social interactions at your home?
No, not at all.
And how about Paul? Did he have friends that he'd bring by, or
No, he talked about people at work, but he never asked to bring anybody over.
was he ever given any instructions? You can't have people in this house?
Absolutely not.
And what about
Sorry about
the
that.
youngest child, G?
And
Did
that's
he
very true.
have any
That can-
friends
that can
for
happen too.
sleepovers or anything like
Absolutely.
that?
We didn't have any friends over for no. He played baseball. Because of me not being able to get out, he didn't get out a lot. I mean, I wish I could have gotten him out more. That's why we put him in baseball, so he could get around other kids more. I had been looking into homeschool co-ops, but with my schedule, I just couldn't do that.
Okay. What would you say was more impactful in terms of your, get Timothy out of the house? Was it your desire he not get out of the house, or your work requirements?
It was work requirements and his choice. There was, I want to say it was April. The weather was halfway decent. I guess people here there was kids down the street. There was teenagers playing basketball when I came home from the grocery store one weekend. And I stopped and rolled my window down and said, hey, I've got a 15-year-old at home. Can he come play with y'all? Even though I knew he wasn't coordinated, I thought he would enjoy it. And they said, yeah, sure, absolutely. And he did not want to go play.
Okay. Did he ever request to go play, and you denied him?
No, he never did. Actually, Paul, we had mom and dad, my in-laws, got Timothy a bike for his 15th birthday. And Paul and we were on a cul-de-sac. And Paul had tried to teach him to ride the bike.
How many 15-year-olds do you ask if somebody wants to play with you? You know what I mean? Like, you would say more so hang out. Why would you ask 15-year-olds? There's a bunch down there, whatever. I guess she didn't say that. Well, she said they were teenagers. But I don't know. It's kind of strange. Oh, anyways.
Okay.
I know they had a few sessions. I don't know how many.
Okay. So on those occasions, he'd be outside.
Oh yeah, he was out in front of the house on the cul-de-sac.
All right. Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that have come up in this case. There were leg irons discovered in your home. Were you aware of those?
I was aware that Paul had them. You actually could look on my Amazon. Paul had the option to do payment on the Amazon as well as mine. And Paul had actually ordered those under his account.
Okay. You did not order the leg irons?
I did not, no.
Did you?
I call bullshit. She used his account to order them. Oh my gosh. Paul had them. She's trying to put it. Oh my God. Holy fuck, man.
Did you ever use them?
No, sir. No, I never instructed.
Let's be in specific. Did you ever use them with Timothy?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever notice any
I never instructed. Did you hear that? Did you ever use them? No, I never instructed. That was kind of telling right there. Boy, if I was on a jury, I would be like elbowing the person next to me all the time going, oh, hey, man, did you hear that? You know what I mean? I wouldn't be a good juror. Fuck. I'd get kicked out.
bruising on Timothy's wrists or legs that might be attributable to the use of leg iron?
No, sir. I never saw anything like that.
You heard Paul talk about plastic ties. What was that about?
I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know why we would order. I mean, I saw the ties. I don't remember ordering them. I don't know what happened there.
You're going to say, I don't remember a lot, aren't you?
Of course you don't remember.
Unfortunately, yes, because of the
Are
dissociation.
you kidding me?
Okay. Explain to the jury what that
It was
means.
your house. It was your
Well,
kid.
I guess there's different forms. Somebody told me this. I did not
Bullshit.
find out about the PTSD and the disassociation until about 7 months after my husband's stroke, even though it had been going on since the stroke.
I need to place an objection on the record, and I think we're gonna have to excuse the jury. Okay. The jury?
We'll have to excuse you back to the jury room.
Okay, that's that one. Just give me a second here, and I believe. Okay, I am gonna just actually make sure that I have the next one. So let's go back here. Okay, so the next one should be right here. Okay, you guys, here we go is the next one. Oh, sorry,
It's the front door on the inside.
let me put it all the way back.
You might need to make Timothy stand with his nose, it says of against the front door on the inside. Please tell me that you and the child are outside. Seriously, no response. I am almost there and I'm more than a little upset at the moment.
You're upset because at that point, you don't know whether or not she's gonna come into the house, aren't you?
I was upset because I wasn't getting a response. That drives me crazy. It's a pet peeve. I hate not getting a response by a text message.
Right, so you better have my child standing outside so his grandmother doesn't go inside, and oh, by the way, put my other child up against the front door with his nose against the wall, right?
Because he was in trouble for something. I mean, I don't know what happened before that exchange.
What would he do to get punished to have him make sure he's standing against the wall with his nose against the door?
That was one of the punishments. We'd make him stand against the wall with his nose. And the reason I had it against the door is because I didn't want him getting into anything. That way Paul had a better.
Let me look actually, you guys, to see, because yeah, this is the prosecution. Let me look. They're usually mostly in order, so hang on, give me a second here. Okay, because it's live right now. Hang on, here we go. I'll find it this way. All videos. Okay. No, I believe that that's the next one. Oh, no, that's not the next one. Okay. Okay, I think it's this one here. Okay, here we go. Okay, this should be the next one. Sorry about that, you guys.
And your son Timothy. Well, I'm not going to tell you my understanding because you don't need to know that. The question is, whose idea was it to get hot sauce and to administer it to your son?
The idea was originally Paul's.
Okay. And what was the point of the hot sauce?
Because we had tried multiple other discipline methods and he thought maybe that would get him to stop misbehaving.
Okay.
He suggested it to me and I was so wrung out, I was willing to try just about anything.
All right. Were you aware that this hot sauce was purchased online?
Yes.
Do you know why it was purchased online instead of going to Meijer and picking up a bottle of hot sauce?
Well, I didn't have time to go to the store. I mean, I did the grocery delivery through the Walmart app or through the Meijer app. And I didn't see anything. They just had basic stuff. And from our discussion, we had talked about something. And Timothy could handle this child. When I got pregnant.
I know you're going,
You're gonna.
but hold on a second.
Okay.
I
Sorry.
want to make sure we understand this. This hot sauce has a particular label. I've never seen it at Meijer. Did you see the label? Did you see the hot sauce itself? Did you order it?
I believe I ordered at least one of the bottles. Yes.
Okay. Why did you order this particular hot sauce or these particular hot sauces? What do they have in common?
Because I think it was the same brand, the same one. because it was hotter than what you could usually get, and because Timothy he liked spicy food. He
Okay,
loved spicy food.
all right. How do you know? You like
Oh
it?
my God.
That actually started before he
He loves spicy food. Wow. Oh my God. Holy shit, man. The jury is not going to like this testimony. Not at all. They're going to be like, what? Like, not even 1 ounce of emotion. Oh my goodness, crazy.
before he was ever born. Before I got pregnant with Timothy, I didn't like spicy at all. I mean, nothing, no heat, nothing. When I got pregnant with him, I started craving. My ex liked spicy foods, but I didn't, and I started craving. Like I would outspice my ex. It was amazing.
Okay, what? Okay, let's like keep those. What the fuck?
I still like, not to the extent when I was pregnant, but some of that remained. But Timothy, as early as age 2, he could eat a whole bag of the flaming hot Cheetos without a drink. I mean, just he could down. He loved spicy food. It used to scare the heck out of me.
But you were aware that these spices were hotter than what you needed,
Yes.
Myra.
Yes.
And that it was for disciplinary issues. Is that
Yes.
correct? Did you ever? The testimony was that you did childcare while Paul was at school or at work. Did you ever administer any of the hot sauce yourself?
If I remember, I might have done some on bread a couple of times.
Okay.
But usually by the time I got home, that either we were cooking food, I had to cook, or I had Paul cook something so I could feed everybody. But
So if you like hot sauce so much, then why are they calling it administering hot sauce? You know, that's kind of weird. That's a little bit of a weird wording if they're trying to say that he really liked hot sauce. And oh my goodness. And yeah, so she's definitely putting everything on her other son. Crazy.
I don't recall. I think I did it on bread once or twice maybe, but that was it.
There's a text out there that says you suggested putting hot sauce on his penis. Do you remember hearing that? With the
I
jury?
remember hearing it, yes.
Do you remember saying those things?
I do not know, sir.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Okay, that one's done. Let's go to the next one that they have in line here. Give me just a second. Okay, it should be this one here. The next one does jump to the prosecutor. It might be the ending of the defense and start of the prosecution. So here we go with the next one. Let's keep going.
Putting a dog in a crate, a lot of times that's comforting to them. They like the more enclosed space. So it keeps them contained, keeps them from being destructive, and it teaches them like for how.
I wish they wouldn't split it up into pieces like this, because like I feel like we missed some stuff, but yeah, we're almost caught up here. So we will switch over to hopefully to live when that was live today, and we'll catch up as much as we can. So here we go, you guys.
For house training, it'll teach them not to do anything in their house, basically, where you take them outside and where they do their business.
And one of the ways you make them feel comfortable in their crates, and so it's their house, is they have a blanket or something of comfort in the crates, right?
I don't usually, at least not for house training, because then they could actually do their business on that and shove it to the back of the crate. So I don't usually put anything in there.
But that is a method that some people do
use
employ.
it. Some
for
people
break
use it, yes, but I don't.
We've had there's a lot of text messages. We had a lot of testimony from Paul yesterday and a lot of photographs about Timothy's small room. That was basically like a crate, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was that enclosed, but he asked for a space that he could close the door.
He asked to go into that?
He asked for he asked for somewhere he could, some place he can go in and close the door. And it was actually half.
Now you notice how she's like a little bit more stuttery when she's being questioned by the prosecution. That's for sure. Wow. Yeah. What's wrong, Chandra? What's wrong?
Joking. I was like, that's all I've got, because the other rooms were taken, and there was no way he was sharing with Paul, and I didn't really want him sharing with little man either.
But you didn't set that up as a room for him, did you?
Not originally, no. He was actually out in the lower area for a while.
But you didn't put a bed in there. You didn't put
We
a
did
mattress
originally,
in
yes.
there.
He tore.
Yeah, Sav, this is a trial that just started. Yep. Yes, it is actually live on Court TV right now, but we're just trying to catch up and hear all the little pieces here and there. So, yeah, we're almost there.
He tore it up.
Okay, but there was no mattress, nothing of comfort for there in him the day before he died, was there?
Not that day, no. He had torn it up. I couldn't afford to get another one.
You put a blue tarp in there, didn't you?
That was what was on the mattress previously, yes.
And the tarp was because he would wet himself.
Yes, sir. Because I tried the mattress covers. I tried plastic. I tried some of the rewashable, and he kept tearing them up.
So his place of comfort was a closet with a blue tarp. Is that what you want the jury to believe?
He spent some time there. I wouldn't say that was a place of comfort. I mean,
Spent some time there. Well, let's get into that. He slept in there most nights, didn't he?
after, I don't know, I don't know when exactly. It was, I mean, I know it was after my husband's stroke. I don't know when after that, but once he'd asked for that, yes, he did.
In fact, he rarely even slept on his bed, did he?
He had taken the bed apart and lost some of the bolts. I couldn't.
Wow, she is like really not taking any responsibility at all to be asked to sleep on a tarp. Okay, I'm sure. Hey, Cheese, how are you doing? But yeah, that's crazy. And Lisa, what did you hear about when they did let him out to use the washroom? He was timed. He had 1 minute to go from the room to the bathroom to urinate, and he had 2 minutes to go from the room to the bathroom to take a poop. So yeah, I don't buy what she's trying to sell either. Very Meadows, not at all. So my goodness,
It wasn't safe for him to sleep up there.
So the bed that we see in those pictures, it wasn't even safe to be used?
No.
So it was a complete lie when you told the police officers that you had to pull him off the bed, put him on the ground to do CPR, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a complete lie when you told 911, I need to put you on hold so I can take him off the bed to perform CPR, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I don't even remember.
So in all your days, all your confusion, all your blacking out, tunnel vision, all that, you were able to somehow remember. I ought to tell everybody that Timothy was sleeping.
and yeah, the picture that they have up in the corner, that is their house. Yep, it is. Looks like a pretty big house. Plenty of room for everybody to have a bedroom and a closet. Oh my gosh.
Sleeping on the bed. Remember doing that?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever given hot sauce to the dogs, to train the dogs?
I have put it on a couple of objects to keep them off of objects, yes.
Keeps them away from it, right?
Yes, it does.
Right, because they don't want to eat the hot sauce.
Mhm.
So you never actually grabbed a dog, forced its mouth open, and poured hot sauce down its throat, have you?
No.
Never put hot sauce on a piece of food and then fed it to them, make them eat it, have you?
No, because I don't give my dogs human food. You can't do that with service animals.
No, but you could put it on dog food, didn't you?
I guess I've never even thought about that, honestly.
So it never occurred to you to use hot sauce, enforcing the use of hot sauce on a dog, but it occurred to you to use that as a form of punishment for your 14-year-old child?
It was Paul's idea, but yes, I was at my wit's end at that time.
It was Paul's idea, and you thought, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
It was Paul's idea. Holy shit, this bitch. Oh my God. Wow. That's not doing you any good at all. Holy shit. Wow.
The idea, I think we'll do that. Is that what you're saying?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but I said, like I said, at that point, I was willing to try anything.
We'll get into the text, but there's dozens of texts in here, and this is just a small section of text where you tell Paul, put more hot sauce on the bread. Give him 4 slices of hot sauce. Do you remember those text messages?
Some of them, not very many, but some of them.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't punish a dog with hot sauce, but it's okay to punish a child with it.
Objection, Your Honor, that's.
I'll move on. Would you stick a dog in an ice bath as punishment?
That would never occur to me. But then having big dogs, I don't bathe them at home anyway. I use dry shampoo or I take them somewhere else. I don't have a
I'm
facility.
talking about as a form of, I'm not talking about giving them a bath. I'm talking about using
I don't have
as a
space.
form of punishment, putting a dog in an ice bath.
I don't have space to do that. So I wouldn't think of that because I don't have space with that size dog.
You're saying if you had a large enough tub to punish one of the dogs, you'd put them in an ice bath?
I can't imagine doing that, but
Too much detail. It's a yes or no question. And she's not actually answering it. She's just saying that she doesn't have a bath big enough to do it. Well, it's a yes or no question. That's it. I mean, period. Wow.
You can't imagine doing that. Right?
correct.
You can't imagine punishing an animal by putting him in an ice bath.
Because animals can't think the same way humans can.
So it's okay to do it on a human because they can think, right? They can think better than dogs can, so it's okay to put them in an ice bath. Is that what your testimony is? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it okay to put a human in an ice bath because they can think better than dogs can, but you wouldn't do it to a dog?
Question.
I mean, based on the way you asked.
Fuck, you weren't so. Oh, look at that pause game. You weren't so. When your defense lawyer was like, when your lawyer was asking you questions, you were boom, 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 boom. Now all of a sudden, she has nothing to say anymore. She don't remember. She doesn't know. She's.
Asked that, I guess the answer would have to be yes, but it's just it's not the way I think. So
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you said you wouldn't do it for a dog, but we know you did it as a punishment.
I
for Timothy.
never did personally.
But you told Paul to do it.
Yes, a couple of times.
And it never occurred to you, this is not a good idea. We shouldn't be doing this, right?
No, because it was the amount of ice was almost, it was non-existent.
So it's okay as long as it's not a lot of ice in the ice bath? Is that your testimony?
If it doesn't affect the temperature much.
Starts off as cold anyway, doesn't it?
Not originally.
Oh my God!
I don't know down the road, but originally I did. That's not what I had told him to do. Because the first time that happened was before my husband's stroke. It was Timothy had we noticed there was no hot water, and we were like, "What the heck?" And I went down and I'm looking, and I noticed the pilot light's not on the water. It's a gas water heater. I'm like, "What on earth is going on?"
This ends with Timothy turning off the gas, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
This part of the story. Okay.
And he lied about it for 2 days, but
Let me just make sure I understand that. Is it your testimony that you put ice in an otherwise hot bath to cool it down?
yes,
Why don't you just start with warm water to begin with?
I honestly don't know. But that's what happened the first time.
Because you're lying.
So if you repeatedly refer in
Right.
these text messages
That's
to them
why.
as cold and or ice baths,
Oh.
but that's what it was at the end, wasn't it? Cold baths or ice baths,
At
right?
the end, yes, sir, but not the first time.
Not the first time. You apparently needed ice to cool down a hot.
I have no idea what I was thinking. We'd all had to have cold showers for 2 days, and he'd lied to us about the water heater. I'd had to have the gas company out.
You remember taking the law school exam test? The
LSAT? Yes. Oh, I hated that test.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, I agree with you there. There's a section on there that's about logic and reasoning, right?
Yes, sir.
And I kind of explained it to my friends as it's the, so-and-so can't sit next to so-and-so at a party, and this person can't sit on this side of the table, and this, so you have to map out all those things, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing you scored pretty high on the LSAT, didn't you?
I scored pretty well. I got a scholarship to law school, so.
So for a test that served.
Oh, I guess, Didn't her son say she graduated within the top 2% or something? Like, that's pretty fucking good. Is it not? I think so. And now all of a sudden she's like, oh yeah. Oh God.
Serves your interest for getting into law school. You have no problem using logic and reasoning.
I managed to score on, I hated that test. I know I did not miss a single, there's a logic games section. I think I missed one question on that out of 25. And I think the reading comprehension was also something like that. So I think the lowest score was actually on the logical reasoning.
And yet somewhere before the time your husband had a stroke,
Right? What the?
logic told you that you should use ice
Oh my
in a hot
God.
bath. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then after that, you do acknowledge that it was cold and or ice baths.
Yes, sir.
And that you encouraged Paul to pour water on Timothy, didn't you?
Just the one day.
Just the one day?
Yes, sir.
Which day was that?
The day before he passed away.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you some questions about homeschooling and not ever taking Timothy to a doctor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that the reason you couldn't do that is because you couldn't get your ex-husband to help you out with signing over custody. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The truth is you were, by court order, not allowed to have custody of Timothy, weren't you?
That's correct. But I was offered the option of either taking him or they were going to put him in foster care. And I didn't want my son in foster care. I don't think anybody would.
But there was a court order that said you are not allowed to have custody of Timothy. I'm not talking about a custody agreement. I'm talking about a court order that says you can't have.
So she didn't want her son in foster care, but she wanted him in a fucking torturer's prison. Okay. You're not doing very good there, Shanda. Not doing good. Shanda needs to, she should not have gone on the stand. She should not have gone on the stand. And yes, this is her own child. Yeah. And Paul, who we want to testify before her, is also her son. And like she directed him, forced him, instructed him to do, all these abusive things to Timothy, his younger brother. And yeah. She's not taking not one iota of responsibility for anything, really. It's all Paul's fault, or Timothy wanted it. Crazy.
Have custody of Timothy.
My understanding of the order that you're talking about, it wasn't that I couldn't, it's just that I didn't get custody that time.
Oh, no. Hang on a sec.
Okay, that one's done. Give me a second here and I'll get we'll see about the next one. Okay. Okay, let me. How's everybody doing? Is everybody okay? I hope so. Okay, why isn't it showing me the videos? What the heck's going on here? Okay, here we go. So we did that one. Okay. This would be the next one that they have up. You're doing fine? Okay, good. Good. Must be a reason why she didn't get custody. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Well, she went for the bar. My gosh. Oh, scary stuff. Okay, let's rewind this and here we go. Let's listen to this one.
You might need to make Timothy stand with his nose, it says of against the front door on the inside. Please tell me that you and the child are outside. Seriously, no response. I am almost there and I'm more than a little upset at the moment.
You're upset because at that point, you don't know whether or not she's gonna come into the house, aren't you?
I was upset because I wasn't getting a response. That drives me crazy. It's a pet peeve. I hate not getting a response via text message.
Right, so you better have my child standing outside so his grandmother doesn't go inside, and oh, by the way, put my other child up against the front door with his nose against the wall, right?
Because he was in trouble for something. I mean, I don't know what happened before that exchange.
What would he do to get punished to have him make sure he's standing against the wall with his nose against the door?
That was one of the punishments. We'd make him stand against the wall with his nose. And the reason I had it against the door is because I didn't want him getting into anything. That way Paul had a better ability to monitor him.
4123. Remember, we're not saying your younger son's name.
Yes. When you get home, please make sure G's face is not a mess and he isn't filthy dirty. And then please get socks and shoes on him and his headphone case in his backpack. And maybe his blue headphones as well. Okay. Also, please watch him, but please have Timothy get those 2 pumpkins off the front porch and into the trash can before Grammy gets there. Grammy isn't supposed to get there till 6:15, but she was early last time, so she might do that again. I hope not. Remember to bang loudly on the door 3 times, please. I will let Timothy know to listen from here for you here in the next few minutes. And Grammy may just beat me there again, which doesn't make me happy, but anyway, if she does, do not let her in the house this time. Okay. Work was fun. I accidentally scratched my palm with a knife opening a bag and then cut my elbow from banging my funny bone on a metal carton.
That was Paul's response back to you.
Yeah. That was his.
So that's 3 text exchange all within a couple of weeks of each other where you are absolutely consistent that the boy's grandmother, G's grandmother, not come into the house. Right?
Yes, sir.
To the point where you're tracking her phone while you're driving home from work. Right?
Yes, sir. I did. I only tracked it when I was stopped. I wouldn't do that while I was driving, but
Damn, she did not want that woman in her house. God.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you about the leg irons.
Road Rush, I haven't heard anything about what this child, he took apart toys. She said something about that. He turned off the gas for the hot water heater she had mentioned. But there's not been any, proof of any of it. So yeah, my goodness. Well, I think the grandma was probably, she wasn't allowed in the house. So, but she should have seen this boy and said, what's going on? Like, why is he so little and skinny and looks like he's starving? Because he is starving. Crazy.
Do you recall that?
yes, sir.
And you said that those were Timothy's leg irons, correct? Oh, no, I'm sorry, that they were, your testimony here today was that those were ordered by Paul and Paul would use those on Legos, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, I don't think I testified about I know that they were Paul's purchase. I don't think I actually testified about the Legos. I think that was a conversation with police.
Well, I'll leave the jury to the recollection of that, but I remember you saying Legos and I'm not ashamed to admit the fact that I'm actually a fan of Legos too, so that's why it stuck out in my mind that you just said it earlier today. But to be clear, your testimony is those were Paul's, those were never used on Timothy, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Let's look at that top text message, 5460. These top 2 text messages. Again, the blue is you.
The Wisely transaction is handcuffs and leg cuffs for Timothy from Amazon. Figured it would be okay to get those right away till we can talk about the sensors and stuff. If not, please say so and can cancel the order.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that message?
No, sir, I don't.
Of course, she doesn't
You
remember
do have
that.
some memory problems, don't you?
Yes, sir. That's common with PTSD.
Oh my
Page
God.
5829, if you could read that last text there at the bottom and then continues on to the next page.
He has moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him.
Go ahead and flip the page and read the next one.
I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
I put the cuffs back behind him. That's your text message.
Yes, sir.
So you use handcuffs on Timothy.
I don't remember, honestly.
You don't remember using?
No, sir.
And you said that the transaction, the Wisely transaction, was the leg cuffs
Wow.
and handcuffs
She has
for
amnesia.
Timothy. That
Yeah,
was your text
selective
message.
amnesia.
That's what the message said.
Is that the I don't know as well? You don't remember that one either?
There, between the time of the stroke and Timothy's passing, I don't remember a heck of a lot.
But somehow you can remember when the police ask you about the leg irons and the cuffs, you say those were for Paul for a TikTok video, right?
I think that's what I told
That's
them.
what you told the police.
Yes.
So you don't remember things, but you have the wherewithal to make it look like, no, those don't involve Timothy. Those are Paul. It's pretty self-serving, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
I'll
Boom.
withdraw the last part. You had the wherewithal to say that the cuffs that they found belonged to Paul when your text message indicates they were actually for Timothy, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the zip ties. Remember?
Yes, sir.
You ever use zip ties on Timothy?
To attach the personal sensor.
Okay.
And then I remember hearing about a conversation about them, yes, on text. I don't remember it, but I remember hearing
Hi,
about it. when it was read.
Fireflies.
You remember hearing about a conversation.
How are you
that,
doing?
Did that make you stop and go, oh my goodness,
Thanks
we
for
can't be putting
coming
Timothy
in.
in zip ties?
Yes, I mean, that's what I thought
You're doing
here.
much
Yes.
better.
Sure, okay. Well, then this,
Love you,
if
sis.
you care to read the bottom of 4227, that's Paul's message to you.
This is from earlier. He just won't listen or does something I didn't tell him he could. He just tried claiming his zip cuffs were too tight when I didn't even tighten them to where there's no room for his wrists.
This is your response now.
Yeah, leave them as they are and I will check them when I get home and you can tell him that. And if he lied about that, he gets himself in even more trouble. You want me to keep going?
No, that's fine. Leave them as they are, and I will check them when I get home. You want to revise your earlier answer to the question when you said that you would have said, oh, no, don't use zip cuffs on Timothy?
I don't recall that, sir. I'm sorry.
Don't recall that either.
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, this bitch, she's all of a sudden come stupid. You're doing it. You're on a different floor now. Well, I hope they're taking care of you, Firefly. I hope they're taking care of you. This is insane testimony from her. I don't know why her lawyer even let her go up there. Like, it's crazy. Crazy.
You seem to be having a lot of difficulty when it comes to the text messages that are talking about the things that you either did or want done to Timothy. Is that where the memory issues kick in for you?
It's most of what happened. It's not just text messages. And it doesn't just involve him. The events of the whole 6 months are.
So so all the other text messages that are just about, hey, how's your day going, or get your bike tire fixed, all those types of things, those are all clarity moments, right? So you don't have any issues with.
I don't know if I remember. If you showed me, I don't know if I'd remember them or not, honestly. We sent a lot of text messages.
No, but what I guess that was a clumsy way of asking that question. You're certainly capable of engaging in a conversation with Paul that's not about anything for Timothy, right?
I would assume so. As far as memory goes, my memory of those is not.
Well, we'll just see what your explanation is for this. So this is 5785. This is June 25th.
Right? Like, what's wrong with her memory? Like I said, when she was talking to her lawyer and asking all the questions, she was boom, 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 boom. Remembered everything. Now she don't remember nothing. This is a good prosecutor for sure.
1st of 2022. This is a week or so after that picture, and we'll get to the picture in a minute that you say that you never saw. Go ahead and read your text message to Paul.
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed another 4 without, it says house sauce, but he has to do the hot sauce one first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before you can eat the others.
What time is that sent?
8:05 p.m.
To the second, please.
18.
Okay. What's your next text message?
8:05:47.
30 seconds or so later.
Yes, sir. I was using Siri because I was driving.
Yeah.
You could tell by the issues with the text message.
Sure.
I found enough in change to get Gabriel some chicken nuggets and French fries from Burger King. It's like $3 total. So we will be home as soon as I do that.
You remember sending the hot sauce text?
I don't remember sending either one of these texts, sir.
Don't remember sending either one of those?
No, sir, I don't.
But you can process that Timothy needs to eat some bread with hot sauce on it. But you scrounged up enough change to make sure that G gets some chicken nuggets and fries. Within 30 seconds. Processing that all in your mind. Sending it all out in a text message, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I use Siri.
Let's talk about the photograph. It's People's 36A. Mr. Johnson asked you about it, so if you remembered the text exchange, including the photograph of Timothy, right?
Yes, sir.
And oh, the jury's seen that a couple of times. I don't think they need to see it again right now. Let's go ahead and read the exchange there, starting with the message that Paul sent to you with the photograph.
Timothy tried to sneak food. I yelled at him, and then he became momentarily unresponsive, and then I saw this. He's bone thin, Mama. I think we need to actually feed him.
Okay. And what's your response to that?
I said, Kay, give him bread, please. And then I said, I hear you. Give PB sandwiches and water. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
And go ahead and the next page.
Also, it's no wonder he's hardly capable of standing.
Drive safe, Fairy.
And this one was photographs of his legs, right?
Yeah.
And
then I
yes,
said, I'm in
I'll
court.
bring up in just a few minutes. I keep bouncing.
So is it really your testimony that you never saw that photograph?
I do not recall seeing it.
I'd love to have you.
That was it. I feel like I want to throw up.
You don't recall seeing the photograph, right?
No, sir.
The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean. You literally use the word see in your.
You see the way that she reacted that? Oh, I feel like I want to throw up. Look, like, oh my God, where's the tears? Where is the? Oh God, this woman. Hey, don't fake the funk. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay, let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going.
Your text message about see what you mean. But your testimony today is I didn't look at the photograph. I didn't see the photograph.
Yes, sir. It's a phrase that you use.
It's a phrase that you use. I see what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that usually when you see the things that the people are talking about?
Sometimes.
I'm wondering why your response to your son saying that your other child is bone thin and needs to eat, actually feed him. That's the phrase. Actually feed him, right?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
Right. And your response to that is, "Kay, give him bread, please, or bread with peanut butter." Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not, oh my goodness. It's just, if he's that hungry, yeah, make him some chicken nuggets, make him some pizza, make him some pizza rolls, make him any one of a dozen or so things that were in your freezer or your refrigerator, any of that. But that wasn't your response, was it?
No, sir. Like I said, I was in court. I just was scrambling for an answer.
You were in court, but you were able to send 1, 2, 3.
I was just going to say, thank you very much. You're in court, but you're sitting there fucking texting away. You're not a very good person in court, right? I mean, seriously. And honestly, if somebody called me and said, oh, they're hungry. Well, I wouldn't say give them bread. That's not what would come out of my mouth. I would be like, okay, we'll make them something to eat. There's this. I wouldn't say give them bread. Like, holy fuck. Oh my goodness. And and she testifies, I'm pretty sure, like pretty much all day today on that thing. So I cannot wait to get that. I don't believe that she is a lawyer. She did take the bar though. And she passed the bar. So I guess maybe she was a lawyer. Isn't that what you do to be a lawyer? You take the bar. So I guess she was a lawyer. I know she worked for the courts. But I wasn't really quite sure. But then I'm thinking about it. Oh, she took Elsa. That's not the bar. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. So I was right. You have to take the bar to become a lawyer. Okay. All right. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I know what I'm talking about. Oh my goodness. Okay. Here we go.
Pre-text messages before you said you're in court, right?
Yes, sir.
And the first answer you come up with to feed your child was give him bread.
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time, sir. I just know that I was distracted because I was in the middle of stuff with court.
But not so distracted that you can say, well, the unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
Like, I don't know how, I mean, I don't know what was going on when that was sent. I honestly don't.
Does it really matter what was going
Mr.
on?
Johnson asked you about the hot sauce
That's
that
feed your
you
son bread.
ordered, and we saw the bottles of hot sauce. Those weren't just ordered from Meijer, were they?
No.
You had to special order those, didn't you?
On Amazon, yes, sir.
I think you said the reason that you couldn't just get those from Meijer for your grocery delivery things is because they just didn't have hot sauce, right?
No, they didn't have that type of hot sauce.
That type of hot sauce.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you conclude that that was the type of hot sauce that Timothy, how do I put this, both loved and got to be used as a punishment?
Because the hot sauce that I had and the ones that I could access on the apps,
Thank you,
he loved
Casey.
those hot sauces. So
I didn't realize I had one.
So you had to go out of your way to find one even hotter, one that he didn't like.
Thank you. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that.
And the hot sauce started as Paul's idea?
Anchor, yes, this is in
How
Michigan.
do you come up with the idea to do hot sauce if Timothy likes hot sauce?
well, he said that if he, I guess he'd read something, if I remember correctly. The conversation's not, I mean, it's vague at best, but from what I remember, he'd said something about, he'd read something about something really hot, some new something. He's like, oh, this might be an idea to do it with a sauce that he doesn't like.
So you tested out other hot sauces before you got to that point, and because he didn't react, you figured, let's just keep increasing the heat? Is that it?
No, I mean, I don't remember how many I ordered, but I just went with something that was hotter than what I could get.
So you tried to punish him with a lower hot sauce, but he doesn't respond. So then you increase how hot it is,
I
right?
didn't try with the lower because I already knew he liked the lower hot sauce.
How did it even occur to you to be a punishment to find one even hotter then? How is that even a punishment if he likes hot sauce? He never liked eating the hot sauce, did he?
Huh? Yes, he did. He ate spicy food.
You heard Paul's testimony yesterday.
I did.
And you heard him say that he never wanted to eat those slices of bread with the hot sauce on it, didn't you? You heard that testimony.
That's what I heard him say, yes.
And your response to that in a lot of these text messages was make sure you use even more hot sauce than you did before, right?
If that's what you say the text messages say.
Oh, you just read the one that said he can have 4 and then he can wait 30 minutes and then he can have some without hot sauce on it. You read that one, right?
Yes, sir.
But again, you don't remember sending that text message.
No, sir.
But aliens didn't take a hold of your phone and take over your body or anything like that, did they?
No, sir.
No. Mr. Johnson didn't ask you, so I'll just go ahead and ask you. You used a number of other physical methods of punishing Timothy, didn't you?
Define
Specifically-
number.
Yeah, okay, fine. 2. You made him do wall sits.
One time, and that was Paul's suggestion as well. He said, "Oh, this used to drive me crazy." I guess he said that Paul said that his dad and stepmom had used that as a punishment with him, and so we decided to give it a try. And Timothy could have cared less.
He what? He could not have cared less.
No,
So being made to stand as if there's no support under your legs, he was okay to do that?
I mean,
How long did you have him do it for?
a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember honestly.
And running the stairs.
Yes, sir.
You had him do that a lot, didn't you?
I wouldn't say a lot. It was some.
In fact, there's one text exchange in here where you talk about make sure that he does it a lot, even if it's raining and cold outside, right?
That's what the text says. Yes, sir.
And Paul talks about doing it chasing style at one point where he chases him up and down the stairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And the stairs we're talking about are outside.
Yes, sir.
They're not
out
inside.
back. No, they're out back.
So cold, rainy, yep, go run stairs outside. What did he do? What was the awful crime he had done to warrant doing that?
I don't remember, sir.
direction to page 6011. Bottom text.
I wonder how it would feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touching there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there, is that horrible?
Did you have to ask that question?
Liza, she was torturing her own children. Crazy.
I think so. I don't remember that. I can't even imagine saying that.
But you did,
I know, but I can't even imagine it.
about your child, right? Who at that point was in the middle of an ice bath and it lasted at least 2.5 hours at that point, right?
What, are you asking if I said that?
I'm asking you if you said that when your child was in an ice bath for 2.5 hours at that point in time, because this is 4:25 in the afternoon and you're watching on the camera from work and texting with Paul about what he's supposed to be doing with him in the tub, right?
I mean, if that's what was, I don't remember. If that's what it says, I'm not arguing that. I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just saying, I don't know.
It just popped in your head today. Yeah, I wonder what hot sauce on your private parts would be like. That,
I have no idea where it came from. I have no idea.
Did you ever try that hot sauce?
No, I don't like food as spicy as Timothy.
Mm.
About the hottest I can handle is jalapeno cheddar Cheetos.
I'm with you there. I can't handle hot sauce either. So you never even, but administering it as a punishment multiple times, you thought was okay without even trying it yourself first.
Yes, I have a very weak stomach, and so I didn't want to throw up.
Let's talk about the ice maker for
Wow.
a second. People's
Oh my
31
gosh,
and
you're
People's
gonna
32.
throw up. Oh,
You recognize that as the ice maker?
poor baby.
Yes, sir. It's a countertop ice maker.
Gosh.
You said it makes about 1.5 cups of ice?
Yes,
is that
sir.
right? This is 1.5 cups of ice in your mind?
No, I measured it. I actually used it to, you can get, I don't know if you've ever had a frappe from McDonald's, but Walmart sells a powder mix that you add milk and ice to. It's really good, and it's only like $1 instead of $3 at McDonald's. And so it calls for, for some reason, I want to say it actually calls for more than
Too
a
much
cup and a half,
detail.
but that's all I could get at. But
Too
yes,
much
that's in a
detail.
measuring cup,
Answer
like
the
a sitting up
question.
measuring cup. It's a cup and a half.
Jesus.
That's all it does.
Lying.
And I think your testimony earlier was you didn't know that ice was being used. Is that right?
As far as
In the
what,
cold baths.
not unless it was specified. I mean, there was sometimes where it said cold and sometimes where it said ice. I didn't say I didn't know it was being used.
Yeah.
It was if it was cold, it was supposed to be just cold.
But all you would use would be the ice that you get out of the ice maker. You wouldn't make any more ice and put it away and
No.
store it up so we could have extra for the next day, would you?
Not that I remember ever doing. No.
Page 5823. Read that. Those are all your text messages.
Oh yeah, I know, but I wasn't nice tonight either. Made me feel horrible. But no way was he getting away with that crap. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. And I said, might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more.
You want to change your earlier answer?
No, because we never did it. Not that I mean, you can ask Paul, you can recall him, but I don't remember ever tossing it.
But your suggestion to him was, hey, we need to be ready to make more ice and using the ice baths, right?
That's what the text message said, but we never saved the ice.
So that was your intention, was to have a backup plan if you needed to have more ice, right?
That's what the text says.
And that was June 27th, or yes, June 27th. That was about a week before Timothy died, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's about 2 weeks after you were sent the text message with the picture that you didn't see.
Yes, sir. Do anything in their house, basically, where you take them outside and where they do their business.
And one of the ways you make them feel comfortable in their crates, and so it's their house, is they have
Okay, we've got the next one here. Hang on just 2 seconds. I just got to bring it up. Okay, wait. Hang on. This is the defense again. Oh, court TV drives me crazy. Give me just a second, you guys. I'm just going to mute while I do this. Let's take just a small little break and let me like figure all this out. They should be done for the day. They're done for the day. So let me look and see if I can find that. Here we go. Okay, everybody. I think that was the last video. I can't find any more. I don't know why I can't get today's. So just give me another few minutes and I am going to take a look. We're on law and crime. So just give me a second, you guys. Okay, so this is, I think it's over 13 on your side. 13 on your side. How's the trial? Is that a YouTube channel? Okay, I will go take a look at that. Give me just a second. Okay, hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. We had a power surge. So the house went dark, poof, and then it came back up. But then it takes a minute for the internet to come back on. So, okay, so give me just a second and I will bring up this. I will continue. Hang on. Okay, yes, sorry about that, you guys. I apologize. Okay, so I have thank you so much for the tip about the 13 on your side, because yeah, they have everything. So the video we're going to bring up is actually a 3.5 hour video, but it is I think it is her whole testimony. So we might have to, I'm just going to bring it up and then we might have to like kind of scroll through because we've heard a bunch of this, but we've missed probably a lot because we just watched like small videos of it. So do you guys want to just like watch it from right where it starts? Let me know. Because we jumped back and forth, right? From prosecution to defense, and then there's definitely some stuff that we missed. So and I could just like tap through, tap it forward just a little bit. One of the things is whatever we've already listened to, but I'm pretty sure that there's quite a bit that we missed. So, I mean, we're here. Why not? Okay, so here we are with this one. Give me a second to set myself up here. StreamYard makes our little window so tiny when you split the screen. It's crazy. Okay, let me just search forward a little bit here. Okay, and here she's testifying, so let's have a listen.
I can pass out, I can be doing whatever and just pass out. So
If I'm not mistaken, you actually, I had the opportunity to meet him. Very, very nice.
Oh, sorry, let me turn that music up.
yes, sir, I did.
Gemini.
Gemini, yes.
And Gemini's function.
I don't think we need the music in the background.
He was scent trained to pick up your blood sugar smell. If you've ever been around a diabetic, when their sugar's high enough, they put off this hubba bubba bubblicious smell.
Give me a second.
We, as humans, we can't pick up the low blood sugar smell, but a dog can actually pick up your sugar going up about 20 minutes before we can. And they can pick up the low blood sugar. So he was scent trained. He would let me know when my sugar was about to crash. So I always carried.
Okay, I don't think we heard
and that would keep
this.
my blood sugar up for 2.5 to 3 hours guaranteed.
Okay.
And then he was also trained, if I ignored his alert, and this did happen at work a couple of times, he was trained, he was off leash. He was trained to go and get somebody to bring them to me to make sure I took care of it so I didn't pass out.
It's just remarkable that dogs can do that. It's just
It
an
is.
aside. And was Gemini the first service dog you had on?
No, sir. He was my second,
Okay, and so you had one before Gemini,
did.
and then
one after.
one after, and that was Sharma? Is that
Sharma,
right?
yes, sir. He was another Great Dane.
Another Great Dane, okay.
I like the big dogs.
So you are certainly, you are keenly aware of your health issues and the things that.
I am also absolutely now able to, I'm like speed it up a little bit. So I'm just going to put it on like a 125. And let me know if it's too fast. Okay. And, yes. Oh no, the closed captioning is not available, but, can I do it in my own, like on my own browser? I'm just looking to see if I can do it in my own browser, but I don't see any like option to do that. So, but closed captioning is not available on this video. I apologize for that, you guys. Give me just a second to go into settings just first and see. Oh no, that doesn't do anything. All right then. So I apologize for that. Closed captioning is not available. I apologize. And so yes, let me know if it's too fast. I put it just up just one little tiny bump. So let's go. Let's listen to this.
That you need to do to address your health issues, right?
At times, I don't take great care of myself. I will admit that.
And the fallback to that is you have a dog that will
It
alert
does.
you if your blood sugar gets low.
Yes. Yeah.
So you understand that so you have a backup plan.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So if I forget to eat or my blood sugar gets too low, then my dog is going to alert me to that. So I've got a backup.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Because you
That's all
understand
right,
how
Kimmy.
that
That's
works. You understand
okay.
the medical need to have those things treated.
Yes, sir.
And the need to have your other issues that we talk about get treatment for those issues as well, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Sensory processing disorder involves basically overstimulation, right?
Yes, sir.
And you suffer from a disorder which causes you to become overstimulated with audio and visual stimuli, correct?
That's part of it. Yes, sir. It can be stress related as well.
But as a punishment for your child, you decided that hot sauce, audio alarms, cold, we'll get into this later, but cold, at least cold, if not ice baths, and isolation and sensory deprivation were appropriate means of punishment. Is that your testimony? Those
Yes,
were
sir.
appropriate forms of punishment?
For some of it, yes, sir.
You also train service animals, correct?
I do.
And when you train service animals, is crate training involved at all?
Yes, it is usually.
And explain what crate training is to a
It depends on what you're using it for. Usually it's part of house training to begin with. And when the service animal in training is very young, you don't get to take them with you 24/7. So you don't want to leave them unattended a lot of times. Plus, putting a dog in a crate, a lot of times that's comforting to them. They like the more enclosed space. So it keeps them contained, keeps them from being destructive, and it teaches them, like for house training, it'll teach them not to do anything.
Hey, sis.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
feeling better?
a little bit.
That's
They moved
good.
me off of the fifth floor down to the third floor. This is the rehabilitation floor, so
Right.
they're gonna try. They're gonna try to see what they could do and have me possibly out of here within 2 weeks.
Oh, well, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Still 2 weeks. My goodness, that's quite a quite a time to sit in the hospital.
Yeah, it sucks.
Mhm. Well, I hope they're keeping you comfortable and keeping you,
Yeah,
in good spirits while you're there.
Yeah, they're really nice here. I can't complain.
Well, that's good. That's awesome.
I mean, it was a little bit rough yesterday because they were shorthanded on the floor.
Yeah.
And and it wasn't their fault. It was another person's fault. But I was left on the toilet for an hour and a half to 2 hours before they came in.
What?
It wasn't any of it was the person that was taking the calls' fault. The person wasn't telling them.
Oh my
And I
goodness.
wasn't the only one that got put through that.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so sorry that happened. That's horrible.
Yeah, was not a happy camper, and I was hurting.
No, I don't imagine that you were. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope that doesn't happen again. Jesus Lord, you have to punch him in the nose when you can, I mean, God, my Lord, that's crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, catch me up with this case here, sis.
Okay, so this woman that is up on screen right now is on trial for the Murmer charges of her 15-year-old son. And apparently her and one of her other sons, who is this 15-year-old, his name was Timothy, older brother, Paul, who already testified. We have it if you want to rewind later. They tortured this boy. They starved him. They shackled him with like leg shackles. They had handcuffs, also like zip tie kind of handcuffs. It's been testified that They had surveillance on him in this little closet that they made him sleep in. If he had to go to the bathroom, he would be timed. He had 1 minute to go pee, and he had 2 minutes to go poop. He had to be, then he was put right back into this room. They starved him. They also tortured him with hot sauce. They would make him eat hot sauce sandwiches. We just heard a bit of testimony. We'll probably hear it again because she does talk about it, about how they talked about putting it on his genitals. And he died, of course. He was extremely malnourished. I heard that there hasn't been any testimony about that yet, but I think I read it somewhere, that he weighed about 30 pounds when he had passed away. They would give him ice baths to torture him or to punish him. It's crazy. And
that sounds like what the Normans would do.
Yeah, or that who was that Frankie
Amish.
chick.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, so it's so crazy. And she had, like I said, her older son, the bigger brother to Timothy. He was like her little henchman, I guess you could say. She made him do so many things while she was at work. Paul, the older one, would have to do these things to his younger brother, and it was all under instruction of her, and all that kind of stuff. So it's this is really, really crazy. And so this testimony that we're watching was today. This is a brand new trial that's just started. So we caught up on as much as we could, pretty much all day today. And
wow.
Yeah, I've been here since I think I started at 1:00. So we've been here for a while just watching it. So if anybody wants to, after we're done this, you can go back and take a look at a lot of the testimony. So yeah, but this one is from today. And we are going to start it just sort of at the beginning and just kind of go through, because what we were watching earlier is just videos, just snippets really of the testimony. And we learned quite a bit, and we saw quite a bit of shocking stuff. So, but this should be interesting because we'll hear the little things that maybe we missed when they, cut the videos up and stuff like that. So,
right.
So yeah, this will be pretty interesting. So let's go, you guys. Let's go. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it.
Anything in their house, basically, where you take them outside and where they do their business.
And one of the ways you make them feel comfortable in their crates, and so it's their house, is they have a blanket or something of comfort in the crates, right?
I don't usually, at least not for house training, because then they could actually do their business on that and shove it to the back of the crate. So I don't usually put anything in there.
But that is a method.
So this is when he's like questioning her about. He's kind of setting it up here a little bit to say that, like, oh, you wouldn't treat your dogs that way, but you would treat your son that way. Because apparently they use dog crate also to confine him and punish him. So fucking horrible stuff, man. I don't get it.
There's a lot of text messages. We had a lot of testimony from Paul yesterday and a lot of photographs about Timothy's small room. That was basically like a crate, wasn't it?
I don't believe it was that enclosed, but he asked for a space that he could close the door.
He asked to go into that?
He asked for a space. He asked for somewhere he could, some place he can go in and close the door. And it was actually half joking. I was like, that's all I've got, because the other rooms were taken, and there was no way he was sharing with Paul, and I didn't really want him sharing with little man either.
But you didn't set that up as a room for him, did you?
Not originally, no. He was actually out in the lower area for a while.
But you didn't put a bed in there?
We did originally, yes. He tore it up.
Okay, but there was no mattress, nothing of comfort for there in him the day before he died, was there?
Not that day, no. He torn it up. I couldn't afford to get another one.
You put a blue tarp in there, didn't you?
That was what was on the mattress previously, yes.
And the tarp was because he would wet himself?
Yes, sir. Because I tried the mattress covers. I tried plastic. I tried some of the rewashable, and he kept tearing them up.
So his place of comfort was a closet with a blue tarp. Is that what you want the jury to believe?
He spent some time there. I wouldn't say that was a place of comfort. I mean,
Spent some time there. Well, let's get into that. He slept in there most nights, didn't he?
after, I don't know, I don't know when exactly. It was, I mean, I know it was after my husband's stroke. I don't know when after that, but once he'd asked for that, yes, he did.
In fact, he rarely even slept on his bed, did he?
He had taken the bed apart and lost some of the bolts. It wasn't safe for him to sleep up there.
So the bed that we see in those pictures, it wasn't even safe to be used?
No.
So it was a complete lie when you told the police officers that you had to pull him off the bed, put him on the ground to do CPR, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it was a complete lie when you told 911, I need to put you on hold so I can take him off the bed and perform CPR, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I don't even remember.
So in all your days, all your confusion, all your blacking out, tunnel vision, all that, you were able to somehow remember. I ought to tell everybody that Timothy was sleeping on bed. Remember doing it?
Vaguely, yes, sir.
You ever given hot sauce to the dogs, to train the dogs?
I have put it on a couple of objects to keep them off of objects, yes.
Keeps them away from it, right?
Yes, it does.
Right, because they don't want to eat the hot sauce. And you never actually grabbed a dog, forced its mouth open, and poured hot sauce down its throat, have you?
No.
Never put hot sauce on a piece of food and then fed it to them, make them eat it, have you?
No, because I don't give my dogs human food. You can't do that with service animals.
No, but you could put it on dog food, didn't you?
I guess I've never even thought about that, honestly.
So it never occurred to you to use hot sauce, forcing the use of hot sauce on a dog, but it occurred to you to use that as a form of punishment for your 14-year-old child?
It was Paul's idea, but yes, I was at my wit's end at that time.
It was Paul's idea, and you thought, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I think
Oh God, this
that
testimony just makes
don't
me
remember
so
this.
angry. It was Paul's idea. What the fuck, bitch? It's your house. You're the mother. Don't even bother sitting there trying to say that, Paul overruled you and everybody else in the house. No, 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 no. Did you see that boy on the stand? Because we did. Okay. He is look pretty frail. He was a very skinny guy and he looked very obedient. I believe he told the truth. He even showed a little remorse, and in my eyes anyways, when he testified that when they asked if he loved his little brother, right? He actually really his mind was I think he was basically saying, I think I loved my brother, but the way that I treated him, I obviously didn't love him, Oh my God, this bitch. Ooh, la 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 la. Holy fuck. Okay, let's keep going, guys. I did speed it up again a little bit more, so I'm just please let me know if it's too fast, and I will definitely turn it down. So, thank you guys. I appreciate you being here.
That conversation, but I said, like I said, at that point, I was willing to try anything.
We'll get into the text, but there's dozens of texts in here, and this is just a small section of text where you tell Paul, put more hot sauce on the bread, give him 4 slices of hot sauce. Don't you remember those text messages?
Some of them, not very many, but some of them.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't punch a dog with hot sauce, but it's okay to punch a child with it. I'll move on. Would you stick a dog in an ice bath as punishment?
That would never.
You
occur
get
to me.
them, keep it real.
But then having big dogs, I don't bathe them at home anyway. I use dry shampoo.
Oh, I'm glad you're here.
I'm not talking about giving them a bath. I'm talking about using
I don't have
as a
space.
form of punishment, putting a dog in an ice bath.
I don't have space to do that, so I wouldn't think of that because I don't have space with that size dog.
You're saying if you had a large enough tub to punish one of the dogs, you put him.
He didn't ask if you had
I
enough
mean, I can imagine
space. He
doing that.
asked if you
You can imagine
did
it.
it. Yes or no?
Right?
Yes or no?
Correct.
You can't imagine punishing an animal by putting him in an ice bath.
I would be the worst lawyer, man. I'd be in
Animals
this
can't think the same way humans
face.
So it's okay to do it on a human because they can think, right? They can think better than dogs can. So it's okay to put them in an ice bath. Is that what your testimony is? I don't put words in your mouth.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Is it okay to put a human in an ice bath because they can think better than dogs can, but you wouldn't do it to a dog?
I mean, based on the way you asked that, I guess the answer would have to be yes, but it's just it's not the way I think. So
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you said you.
Keep it real. You go ahead. Just give her. Let that mouth fly. Just misspell your salty words. That's all. You say whatever you want around here. Just go for it. We all know how to misspell those salty words. Come on.
You wouldn't do it for a dog, but we know you did it as a punishment.
I
for Timothy.
never did personally.
But you told Paul to do it.
Yes, a couple times.
And it never occurred to you, this is not a good idea. We shouldn't be doing this, right?
No, because it was the amount of ice was almost. I mean, it was non-existent. So
So it's okay as long as it's not a lot of ice in the ice bath? Is that your testimony?
if it doesn't affect the temperature much,
Starts off as cold anyway, doesn't it?
not originally. I don't know down the road, but originally I did. That's not what I had told him to do. Because the original time, the first time that happened was before my husband's stroke. It was Timothy had. We noticed there was no hot water. And we were like, what the heck? And I went down and I'm looking, and I noticed the pilot light's not on. I'm
Me
watching the gas
too.
light. I'm like, what on earth is going
It
on?
says with Timothy turning off the gas, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's part of the- okay.
And he lied about it for 2 days, but
That's so funny. Honestly, you should see me try and type a text out or a comment or something. Like my fingers twitch, So I I touch different letters and I don't even realize it. And then I look and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. I have to go back and do it again. Like, oh my God, it takes me forever just to write one little text because it pisses me off so much. Oh my gosh. Anyways, just have to throw that out there.
Let me just make sure I understand that. Is it your testimony that you put ice in an otherwise hot bath to cool it down?
yes,
Why don't you just start with warm water to begin with?
I honestly don't know. But that's what happened the first time.
So if you repeatedly refer in these text messages to them as cold and or ice baths, but that's what it was at the end, wasn't it? Cold baths or ice baths,
At
right?
the end, yes, sir, but not the first time.
Not the first time. You apparently needed ice to cool down hot.
I have no idea what I was thinking. We'd all had to have cold showers for 2 days, and he'd lied to us about the water heater. I'd had to have the gas company out.
You remember taking the law school exam test?
The LSAT? Yes. Oh, I hated that test.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, I agree with you there. There's a section on there that's about logic and reasoning, right?
Yes, sir.
And I kind of explained it to my friends as it's the, so-and-so can't sit next to so-and-so at a party, and this person can't sit on this side of the table, and so you have to map out all those things, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing you scored pretty high on the LSAT, didn't you?
I scored pretty well. I mean, I got a scholarship to law school, so.
So for a test that serves your interest for getting into law school, you have no problem using logic and reasoning.
I mean, I managed to score on. I hated that test. I know I did not miss a single. There's a logic games section. I think I missed one question on that out of 25, and I think the reading comprehension was also something like that. So I think the lowest score was actually on the logical reasoning.
And yet somewhere before the time your husband had a stroke, logic told you that you should use ice in a hot bath. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then after that, you do acknowledge that it was cold and or ice baths.
Yes, sir.
And that you encouraged Paul to pour water on Timothy, did you?
Just the one day.
Just the one day?
Yes, sir.
Which day was that?
The day before he passed away.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you some questions about homeschooling and not ever taking Timothy
Wait,
to the doctor.
she only got
Yes, sir.
1 day
You
of
said the reason you
prison?
couldn't do that because you couldn't get your ex-husband to help you out with
Did I
some
hear
of
that
it.
right, sis?
The truth is, you were by court.
What was that, babe?
Did she say that she only got 1 day of prison?
I'm not sure if she said that. It was that. I'm sorry. I was doing something else. I was doing other things in the kitchen here. But I can back it up a little bit for sure.
Yeah, 'cause I was just like, wait a minute. If she did something, wouldn't just keep her 1 day of prison unless, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but she could have bonded out or something like that, right? Maybe that's what she meant.
Maybe.
Okay.
That-
I backed it up.
That's why I'm asking you to back it up a little bit just to rehear that.
Oh, no, that's okay. No worries. I backed it up. Let's listen again.
Before the time your husband had a stroke, logic told you that you should use ice in a hot bath. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then after that, you do acknowledge that it was cold and or ice baths.
Yes, sir.
And that you encouraged Paul to pour water on Timothy, did you?
Just the one day.
Just the one day?
Yes, sir.
Which day was that?
The day before he passed away.
Now, Mr. Johnson asked you some questions about homeschooling and not ever taking Timothy to a doctor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that the reason you couldn't do that is because you couldn't get your ex-husband to help you out with signing over custody. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
The truth is, you were, by court order, not allowed to have custody of Timothy, weren't you?
That's correct. But I was offered the option of either taking him or they were going to put him in foster care, and I didn't want my son in foster care. I don't think anybody would.
But there was a court order that said you are not allowed to have custody of Timothy. I'm not talking about a custody agreement. I'm talking about a court order that says you can't have custody of Timothy.
My understanding of the order that you're talking about, it wasn't that I couldn't. It just that I didn't get custody that time.
Okay, and I must have heard that wrong then.
Mr. Reed, we're going to excuse the jury. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, all right, we're back on the record. We're going to hold an excuse the jury at this time. Thank you.
Question. We covered this, and Ms. Maynard was present when we covered this, and the court was very limited in what it wanted me to ask, and I asked that question, and she tried to explain it away by saying,
Sorry, I was muted. Okay. So here we are. They must have they obviously have a question or something. So here, let's listen.
sir, it was really just a very simple yes or no question. And we covered present when we covered this, and the court was very limited in what it wanted me to ask when I asked that question. And she tried to explain it away by saying that she was then offered a chance to take custody or have the child go into foster care. We know that's not true. And I think that gives me fair game at this point to ask her, isn't it true that you were actually subject to a petition to terminate your parental rights, and the only way that was withdrawn was because you agreed to give up and not have custody of Timothy?
Sir Johnson.
May I ask my client a question? Did you hear the conversation we had about the custody situation and the judge's ruling on that?
Yes, sir.
What did you think that meant? What do you think his ruling on the custody question, whether you could have legal custody of your child meant? What did you think that meant?
Could you rephrase that? Because I didn't interrupt that conversation, but while y'all are having that conversation, I mean, my understanding of the exit order, the order you're talking about, was not the way it's been characterized. And I mean, from what Mr. Roberts just said, that was not my understanding of how that case ended. So.
All right, so, Your Honor, my response is this. I want that conversation because I want the court to have an opportunity to determine for herself if my client understood the instruction. Clearly, she did not. Clearly, the way she processes information is different, and she did not understand that she was not allowed to go into those other details.
She processes
Quite frankly,
information
she sat
different.
right here and she heard Your
Oh my
Honor say,
God.
this is how far we're gonna go. This was clearly a yes or no answer. The rest of that conversation, those responses were not, I would agree with people, were not in keeping with the spirit of the court's order.
Hey, sis, can you pause it 1 second quick?
Keeping. I would suggest, Your Honor.
Hey, if anybody asks this question, or if you need to ask a question, just give me a couple minutes because they're going to put the nebulizer on me. I got to take that, and it's going to take about 20 minutes.
Okay, all right, no
I'm
worries,
staying up here.
sweetheart.
I'm just going to be muted. So if you try to ask me a question, or if anybody doesn't chat, because I can't see chat, just give me about 20 minutes.
Okay, no worries, sweetheart. No worries, sweetheart.
I just wanted to give you a heads up. That way you know what's going on.
All right, all right. I love you, sis.
All right.
Honor, that my client be re-explained the limitations of her conversation on that issue, and that there be a corrective instruction given to the jury. I would disagree that we've gone so far into it. I think the court stopped us before we got to that point where it's opening a door that allows evidence in that's more prejudicial than probative. I don't think we're at that point yet. That's my opinion. So I would ask for a re-explanation from my client as to how far she can go and answer this question, and a corrective instruction to the jury.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I'm the bell judge just because the witness decided to answer the question how she wanted to answer the question. That's like saying, well, I want to take back the answer now because I don't like what happened when I answered it. That's it's not fair. It's not fair to the prosecution.
I agree.
She's a law student.
Gosh,
She
what
just
the
sat
heck?
up here and explained how she graduated second in a class in law school and passed this bar with a score of 182.
Yes.
This entire trial, she's been taking notes, she's been actively participating. She's trying to answer the questions the way she wants to get her point across, plain and simple. And the court's order couldn't have been any more explicit that it was a yes or no question about, isn't there a court order prohibiting you from having custody of the kids? I get to come back and explain now why she's sitting here saying that she thinks the order said, well, whenever you want custody back, if you want to take custody or the child goes into foster care, you can do that.
All right, well, before I make it,
I'm sorry, I didn't cut the court off. I apologize.
Boom, I like this prosecutor. I like him.
Limiting instructions to the jury, that they don't consider this as any type of character evidence or anything of that nature. I think that's perfectly appropriate. But this is a mess of her own making at this point.
all right, well, before I make a ruling, didn't hear her exact answer because I was in the middle of trying to look at Mr. Johnson to say maybe we stop this. So before I make a ruling, I want to hear exactly what her answer was. So I'm going to take a recess. I'm going to look at the record and make a finding. So, yep, we're in recess.
My goodness, recess. Ain't nobody got time for recess. Look, she's like dressed like Mrs. Trimble. What's her name there? Like, oh my gosh, she looks like a prison guard. And somebody had asked if she was Amish. Does anybody know? Because that, she, I don't know. She's.
I was the one asking if she was, because she looks like she's either Amish or Norman.
Yeah, she does, right? So, yeah, I don't know.
Just by
Okay.
how she's presenting herself and talking and everything.
Yeah. Okay, let's go forward here. Till the judge decides not to take a break no more. I think about that. Excuse me.
10 FC, People versus Shonda Vander Ark. There was an objection before we broke. It's kind of discussion about opening doors, not opening doors. The attorneys have an opportunity to speak to the court in chambers. At this time, and I'm just going to summarize our discussion, what the court is going to permit by, I guess, agreement of the parties, or, I mean, if it's not an agreement, okay, Mr. I'm not speaking for you.
No, I think it's fair to say
That's
that we've
actually probably
settled out a
true.
way to ask the
Healing
questions
time.
that
That's probably
everybody,
true.
including
Yes.
the defendant, are on the same page.
Okay, so essentially the question we're going to ask is it true that the order from Oklahoma prevented you or only authorized you to have supervised parenting time of Timothy? Is that correct, Mr. Roberts?
That's correct.
That you're understanding, Mr. Johnson?
It is, Your Honor.
Right. Ms. Vander Ark, do you understand the question?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Roberts, why don't you go ahead and I want to make sure, before we bring the jury out, that we make sure that it doesn't open any other doors before we don't have to. So go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you. Ms. Vander Ark, is it true that the last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated you were only to be allowed supervised parenting?
Yes, sir.
Fair
Okay.
enough.
All right. With that, any other thing else before we bring the jury in? Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor, prepared to proceed.
Okay, please rise.
Sorry if it pauses here just for a second here, you guys. I'm trying to hook up my Bluetooth speaker. I have to have it. It's just too quiet for me. So,
Take your time, sis. Take your time.
You may be seated. Mr. Roberts, you can continue.
Thank you. Just to kind of put a bow on this and clarify things, Ms. Vander Ark, is it true that the last custody order from Oklahoma that involved Timothy indicated that you are only to be allowed supervised parenting time?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Johnson was talked to you about the fact that after Adam had his stroke tragically in January and was out of the home, that was a significant financial hit for you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of that, you didn't have a lot of income coming in. Were you working in Nuevo at that time?
I was, yes, sir.
So when you worked here, it was not a paid internship. You were working in Nuevo for paid internship at that time. Is that correct?
For paid clerkship, yes, sir.
Right, clerkship. And then what were your other sources of income at that time?
Which time?
Well, in January, right after the stroke.
Right after the stroke. The rental income that I received from my brother from Oklahoma, and then I was down to one dog training client.
Now, you're not suggesting to this jury that you couldn't afford to have food for your kids, are you?
No, sir.
In fact, see the pictures, and you don't need me to show you the pictures of your freezer, your
Oh, no.
refrigerator, your pantry, all pretty well stocked with food. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
So so there certainly was a financial ability for you to provide for your children, at least in a food sense, correct?
Yes, sir. I bought food first.
And you're a highly intelligent woman, and I'm sure you're aware of multiple resources available in the community if that ever became an issue, right?
Yes, sir.
United Way, food pantries, anything of that nature. But
There
you never
is
felt the need
no
to reach out to
soul
any
in
of
this
those
chick's
resources.
eyes.
No, sir, because we had groceries.
It's all evil.
I agree.
You talked about, Mr. Johnson asked you about the motion sensors, and I'm not sure we got like any real sense of clarity about the motion sensors. When we're talking about motion sensors, we're talking about ones that would not only go off if there was motion, that's what a motion sensor is, obviously, but would give some type of audio alarm, right?
Some of them did, yes, sir.
And Timothy had very sensitive hearing, didn't he?
I was not aware of that, no, sir. That's when Paul said that yesterday, that puzzled me.
You didn't know about that? You didn't know he had surgery to put tubes in his ears?
I was there for the surgery for his tubes, but no, I mean, it was, at least my experience with Timothy was half the time he didn't hear what you were saying.
Did you know that he found it discomforting when those noises happened? Did you know that was, for lack of a better way of putting it, that was a punishment too for those noises to be going on?
No, sir, I did not.
Timothy was autistic, right? He was on the autism
Yes, sir, he was
spectrum.
on the spectrum.
Loud noises, disturbances, things like that. Those are troubling for folks with autism, aren't they?
For some of them, but he never, I mean, he liked to listen to his tablet extremely loud. And I remember, because little man, sorry, I'm trying not to say his name.
Yeah.
When we'd have thunderstorms, sometimes it would freak him out, and it didn't, things like that didn't bother Timothy at all. And Timothy sat with me, okay, go ahead and judge me or laugh at me, but before the PTSD, I used to when I watched college football, I would scream at the television every play, offense and defense. That's just who I am. And Timothy was right there with me hollering at the TV.
So the alarms didn't bother him at all?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, I mean, they bother people, probably everybody, but they didn't, he wasn't overly sensitive to it.
Right, because it begs the question, if the alarms don't bother him, what's the point in having them, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were there as a disincentive for him to do the things he wasn't supposed to do.
It was to let us know he was doing it too. That way we knew what was going on.
But it was supposed to also be, you're
Yes.
not supposed to be doing this, and we know when you're going to be doing
Yes.
this, right?
It was so he knew we would be notified.
And the doing this that we're talking about is coming out of the basement area of the home, right?
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night, yes, sir.
Coming upstairs in the middle of the night.
Yes, sir.
So these would only be active at night?
I only turned them on at night, yes, sir.
So there's no text messages in there about turning on the motion sensor during the day so we can't come upstairs?
I mean, I don't recall it, but
But you would, if those are in there, you would agree with me then that you were using the motion sensors to keep him downstairs even during the day, right?
if it happened occasionally,
Sure.
I'm just,
Do you remember the text exchange about turning off the alarms so that he can go to the bathroom and then turning the alarms back on after he's done going to the bathroom? Do you remember those?
that was read the other day? Vaguely, yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure you remember them from being read the other day. Do you
Yeah.
remember sending those text messages?
No, sir.
No memory of those text messages?
No, sir. And you're talking, are you talking motion sensor or there was
I'm
one?
talking motion sensor right now.
Okay, the motion sensors are still, that's different. You're talking about it was actually for a bike alarm, like for somebody stealing a bike, I guess it was. And that was the one that you were referring to. The motion sensors that we've been talking about are posted in the house, and those didn't need to be turned on or
I
off.
see. So the motion sensor with the alarm is the one that was outside? Is that what you're saying? The motion sensor with the alarm, the one that makes noise, was not one that was in the house?
No, they were up on the stairs. There's a personal one that you could attach to whatever you wanted to.
Right.
There's one of those, and then there were several on the stairs
I see. Okay.
Okay,
The
which
purpose
is
of the one on
it?
the
It's
stairs
inside or
was to make
outside?
sure he didn't come upstairs.
in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
It's either inside or outside the alarm. She's saying two different things here.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And the ones the ones that you could attach to a thing, you actually attached to a person, didn't you?
Occasionally, yes, sir.
So let's talk about the cameras then. Well, I guess let me ask you this question. So the motion sensor goes off, the alarm goes off, maybe it doesn't go off, maybe it's not one of the ones that have an alarm on it. So what? How is that a deterrent, or how is that a punishment to Timothy?
That wasn't meant as a punishment. It was to let us know so we could go make sure that he was, he wasn't wandering around. He wasn't getting into taking batteries apart and messing with stuff that he shouldn't have been.
So you wanted to restrict his movements, and you wanted to know if he moved out of the basement area whenever the motion sensors were on.
Yes, sir.
And the cameras are, I think he testified that the camera, at least initially, he put the camera in place in G's room to make sure that he wasn't running around without his clothes on, right?
Yes, sir. When he was a toddler, he would strip down.
How does putting a camera in his room to show him running around restrict him from doing that?
Well, it doesn't restrict. It was to let us know that he was doing it.
And you have a problem with him running around?
He wasn't potty trained.
Wasn't potty trained. I see. But otherwise, if you're potty trained, it's okay to have your children running around naked?
No.
No. You wouldn't want to have a child running around your house naked, would you?
No.
You wouldn't want G to see his brother running around naked, would you?
No.
Then I'm wondering why the text message that you sent to
And keep in mind, this he was 15 years old. So like she's like they had him in adult diapers and stuff, and she's sitting here like talking about how he wasn't potty trained and stuff like that. Like I don't know. This is just so crazy. This is so crazy. So if he was so debilitated that he couldn't be potty trained at 15 years old, and like why wasn't he somewhere like where somebody could actually take care of him? This is crazy. I mean, oh my goodness.
Well, it's like I said, if she is really in with the Amish or the Normans, they don't believe in that.
Yeah.
They don't believe in anybody else taking care. They don't believe in doctors or any of that crap.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's true too. Yeah. Crazy.
about Timothy making a mess in the garage was that he had to clean the garage without anything on below the waist, and then he could stand against the wall without anything below his waist.
I don't remember that, sir. I'm sorry.
You don't remember that text message?
No, sir.
Interesting. Take a look at, this is from the larger text messages. This is all the text messages between you and Paul. It's 100, if not 1,000 pages. Take a look at, this is page 5783, if Mr. Johnson wants to reference. The blue is your text messages. Can you read that, Mr. please?
The blue one says, my bigger issue is that you said you checked every minute or so, but checking on the camera would have told you he wasn't listening. I'm not absolving him of responsibility by a long shot, but there are reasons the cameras are in place.
What time was that set?
4:14 p.m. it looks like.
So at 4:14 p.m., you're upset with Paul because he's not watching Timothy every minute on the cameras, right?
If I remember correctly, that particular day, yeah, he said he was going to check. That wasn't, I didn't expect him to check every day, but there were days that were much more challenging. And that was when I asked him to keep a closer eye on.
Where's the text message that describes what the challenging incident was that day?
I don't know, sir. I mean, there was a lot of challenging incidents.
Going upstairs?
No, sir.
Going upstairs was okay during the day?
As long as he was being monitored, yes.
We talked about the
She's
autism
drinking
already.
so
We
much
talked about a
water,
number of
she's
other
gonna
issues
ask for a bathroom break.
that Timothy had bipolar, ADHD.
She's that nervous.
Exactly.
So he had the same disorder that you did.
She did reside in Oklahoma before she lived in Michigan. She did have a little bit of issues like with CPS back in Oklahoma, but like no charges came out of it, and the kids they weren't put in foster homes or anything like that. So, but she did have issues with CPS back in Oklahoma. So yeah.
Yes, sensory processing disorder.
But there's different manifestations of it.
He had the one where his senses being overloaded didn't make a problem for him. Is that what you're saying?
He was more hyposensitive, which means he didn't react the way a typical person would, as far as less of a reaction. There was a time I was told about it when we still lived in Oklahoma. I guess he was being given a bath and he fell and hit his jaw, and he didn't say anything. He didn't say he was in pain. Well, I guess he went to someone's bedroom and my oldest son brought him back out, and he had completely bitten through his tongue and not said anything. So he did not react as much to stimuli as most people do. There's hypo and hypersensitive, and he was hyposensitive.
And is there medication for that you take?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't.
Do you go to counseling for you, or did you go to counseling for you?
Not for that, no, sir.
For any of your other issues, though?
I have over time. It's been a long time.
But in fact, the entire time Timothy was in the state of Michigan, you never took him to a counselor or a doctor to address any of those issues, did you?
No, sir, I didn't have the insurance information.
You didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have been available to help, did you?
I did actually.
Yes or no? Did you reach out to any resources in the community? Which ones?
I contacted DHHS about getting him on Medicaid, but they said that because he had other insurance, that would be primary, so we still had to have that information.
Did you reach out to Community Mental Health or Health West, I guess it's called now?
I didn't, I wasn't aware of it. I hadn't heard of Health West until I started working in the courthouse.
Okay, she just said that she couldn't get him medical care because she didn't. And then he
Mhm.
said, and then she said that she couldn't get help because of the medical insurance. I think that's what she said.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, we'll play that one more time here.
Their insurance, that would be primary, so we still had to have that information.
Oh, sorry. I'll do 20 seconds here.
Timothy was in the state of Michigan. You never took him to a counselor or a doctor to address any of those issues, did you?
No, sir, I didn't have insurance, the insurance information.
You didn't reach out to any resources in the
Oh, she said I didn't have insurance, the insurance information. Hmm.
community that might have been available to help, did you?
I did actually.
Yes or
contact-
no? Did you reach out to any resources in the community? Which ones?
I contacted DHHS about getting him on Medicaid, but they said that because he had other insurance, that would be primary, so we still had to have that information.
So why didn't she bring him to the fucking doctor then? If she had insurance. She couldn't get help with insurance because she already had insurance. So I don't see any reason why she wouldn't be able to bring him to the doctor. I mean, things are different in the States than Canada, absolutely. But if she had any amount of insurance, you would think that she would be able to get help for her child. Oh,
It just depends on what insurance she has, though. Like with my husband, this is strictly from the Oklahoma Sooner Clear
yeah.
insurance. Me, I got Oklahoma insurance, but it's underneath Humana, and they both. It just depends on what the insurance is. I mean, like my husband's, there's stuff where they'll cover for him, where they won't cover for me.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
The kids are the same way. The kids are the same
Okay.
way. There's certain things where they'll cover, and there's certain things where they won't.
Yeah.
But I'm not putting it past this woman because the way it all sounds, she deliberately didn't want her kids being seen or
Yeah.
child being seen.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely.
Did you reach out to Community Mental Health or Health West, I guess it's called now?
I didn't, I wasn't aware of it. I hadn't heard of Health West until I started working in the courthouse.
Right. You worked in this courthouse in the county that you live in for at least an entire summer, as I recall correctly. And you never knew that we had a mental health agency here in Muskegon County?
I didn't realize that's what it was for. I honestly, I didn't think about it. As far as resources go, the only thing that I thought about was DHHS for things like Medicaid and food stamps.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the alarms on the doors, and your response to him was that the alarms went on the doors about 3 weeks before Timothy passed away. Is that correct?
Somewhere in there, that was approximating.
Somewhere in there. Okay.
You can look up the Amazon history on my phone.
Oh, I'll do one better than that. This page 3932 of the text message. From you. Would you go ahead and read that exchange for the jury and the date, please?
Did he say miraculously? No,
This is Paul's response now, right?
yes, no, I was emphasizing because I turned on the alarm, yet he slipped past. That's not good. We need to put up the other 2 alarms tonight later on. That's motion sensors.
But you referred to them as alarms.
Yes, sir, I did.
Right. And that was
That's
in
what we called it. That was February.
February.
That was motion sensors.
months before he died.
Yes, sir.
You just mixed up what an alarm and what a motion sensor is?
Yes, sir. That's why I called them alarms. I didn't call them motion sensors most of the time.
This one's a little bit longer exchange, but if you could read 3996 for me, please.
Just this page.
Nope, the whole thing that's stable.
Is it snowing at home currently? KK, Timothy apparently ate my
Keep
Pop
it
Tarts a few
real.
days back.
This
Not
chick
anymore.
is way beyond BHB. And that's pretty bad considering how BHB is.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just a different kind of crazy. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Do that. He said he doesn't know the exact day. That's a bunch of BS. And how did he do it? Did he sneak down to the bathroom? He says it was before we had the other alarms. I said, that's not true because we've had those for over a week now. And you had Pop Tarts in that box as of this past weekend or Friday at the very latest. That's still the motion sensors.
Okay,
That's
so
what I
again,
called
you refer to the motion sensors as
Yes,
alarms
sir.
there. And you're upset at that point because Timothy's eating some Pop-Tarts. Is that my understanding of this text messages?
In that case, because he stole them, Paul had gotten them for himself and because he stole them.
And that date, I don't know if we read it or not, but you would agree with me that, it's on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2022, correct?
Keep it real. Are you talking
Now,
about
take a look
fireflies?
at
Fireflies is up here with
3702.
me.
Crossed out the parts that it's not really necessary for you to read, and just go ahead and tell the jury that
AKA
date.
Genty.
The date is.
Yeah.
We need the
January 24th.
fireflies.
Okay. Did Timothy have to wash his sheets?
Healing time. Timothy actually passed away. The boy that they're talking about actually passed away. And that's why she's like found out on trial and all that kind of stuff. So but he is definitely, if you meant it that way, that he's definitely safe now. Absolutely.
Question mark. Yes. I said, okay, pretty sure that is him pouting over the extra camera and motion sensors.
So, and that was in January of 2022, correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
no problem referring to it as a motion sensor in January of 2022, but suddenly come February, you mix up what an alarm and what a motion detector are.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Like I said, you can check the Amazon history.
You don't want to revise your testimony about when it was that you started using alarms on the doors?
No, sir, because it's in my Amazon history when I purchased those.
Mr. Johnson asked you about Timothy being on medication for a lot of his issues, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that when he came to you, he was like a zombie, right?
Yes, sir.
So you decided to take him off those medications, didn't you?
No, sir, we couldn't get refills. We had to get a refill through a doctor and we didn't have a doctor.
So your testimony wasn't that you took him off those medications?
I said that I wanted to.
You wanted to.
Yes, sir. At least some of them because he was a zombie. It was horrible.
You wanted to take him off the medications, and it happened anyway because you can get refills for him. So you're actually happy that that happened.
Not the way it happened, but he wasn't a zombie afterwards.
But you definitely did not consult with the doctor before you did that.
No, sir, because we ran out.
But and again, didn't reach out to any, besides DHHS, didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have helped you out with a child with such severe emotional issues that you have to use motion sensors and later alarms and locks on things. You didn't reach out for any resources before you just decided to stop him taking medication.
Before we ran out, I wasn't aware of. Like I said, DHHS is pretty much the main resource that I was aware of.
Did you ever talk to somebody and say, look, I'm at my wit's end here. I did reach out to resources and talk to the judge that you were collecting for. Say, what can I do to get some help here? Did you ever do any of that?
I talked to some friends at work.
And they
But I didn't
come up
ask.
with an idea?
I didn't ask for resources. I just vented to them and nobody suggested anything. I didn't ask.
It's rather unusual the way this question was answered by you. She said there was one time that your mother-in-law saw Timothy.
Yes, sir.
One time.
Okay, sorry about that. I was away from my computer for a second. I was looking for a different Bluetooth speaker because this one ain't working. Okay, but yes, I can. Let me back it up just a little bit here, and I will definitely slow it down.
Sorry, guys, I can't see chat. The only way I see chat is if Whispers puts it up on the screen.
Oh, well, that's not good. That sucks.
That's all right. That's all right, sissy.
Yeah. Okay, I backed up a little bit and I slowed it down. Here we go.
Yes, sir. That's why I called them alarms. I didn't call them motion sensors most of the time.
Mm-hmm. This one's a little bit longer exchange, but if you could read.
Probably backed up a little
4996.
too far, but that's okay.
Just this page.
Nope, the whole thing that's stapled.
Is it snowing at home currently? KK, Timothy apparently ate my Pop-Tarts a few days back. Not anymore. Are you kidding me? When did he do that? He said he doesn't know the exact day. That's a bunch of BS. And how did he do it? Did he sneak down to the bathroom? He says it was before we had the other alarms.
No worries. Keep it
I
real.
said, that's not true because we've had those for over a week now. And you had Pop-Tarts in that box as of this past weekend or Friday at the very latest. That's still the motion sensors.
Okay,
That's
so
what I call
again,
them.
you refer to the motion sensors as
Yes,
alarms
sir.
there, and you're upset at that point because Timothy's eating some Pop-Tarts. Is that my understanding of this text messages?
In that case, because he stole them, Paul had gotten them for himself and because he stole them.
And that date, I don't know if we read it or not, but you would agree with me that it's on Valentine's Day, February 14th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want you to take a look at 3702. Crossed out the parts that it's not really necessary for you to read, and just go ahead and tell the jury that date and what's on there.
The date is January 24th. Okay. Did Timothy have to wash his sheets? Question mark. Yes. I said, ugh, okay, pretty sure that is him pouting over the extra camera and motion sensors.
So, and that was in January of 2022, correct?
Yes,
So
sir.
no problem referring to it as a motion sensor in January of 2022, but suddenly come February, you mix up what an alarm and what a motion detector are.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. Like I said, you can check my Amazon history.
You don't want to revise your testimony about when it was that you started using alarms on the doors?
No, sir, because it's in my Amazon history when I purchased those.
Wait, what did she just say?
Mr. Johnson asked you about Timothy.
She said it was in her Amazon history. They bought all the they bought all the stuff to torture this boy on Amazon. Like
It sounded like she said that she put him on the street.
no,
That's why I was saying, huh?
yeah, no. They bought everything on Amazon. She's like, so you could check my Amazon.
Wow.
It's on my Amazon history, she said.
Oh, wow.
So that somehow proves that that's when they started using it or whatever, which it doesn't, because it takes time to get to your place, first of all. And who says that she hooked it up immediately right away? You know what I mean? So I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, crazy. They even bought the hot sauce on Amazon. Fuck. So yeah, it's just crazy. Crazy.
See, these are the people we need to put on an island by themselves where they can't get off of it, and let them survive on their own with nothing.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. And I do believe that, like, everything that they bought, I believe they used Paul, which is the her son, the older brother of Timmy, that was part of all of this, under his account, I believe. So, like, she's putting all the blame on him. And it's just crazy, man. It's just insane shit, man.
He being on medication for a lot of his issues, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that when he came to you, he was like a zombie, right?
Yes, sir.
So you decided to take him off those medications, didn't you?
No, sir, we couldn't get refills. We had to get a refill through a doctor, and we didn't have a doctor.
So your testimony wasn't that you took him off those medications?
I said that I wanted to.
You wanted to?
Yes, sir. At least some of them, because he was a zombie. It was horrible.
You wanted to take him off the medications, and it happened anyway because you can get refills for him. So you're actually happy that happened.
Not the way it happened, but he wasn't a zombie afterwards.
But you definitely did not consult with the doctor before you did that.
No, sir, because we ran out.
But you and again, didn't reach out to any, besides DHHS, didn't reach out to any resources in the community that might have helped you out with a child with such severe emotional issues that you have to use motion sensors and later alarms and locks on things. You didn't reach out for any resources before you just decided to stop him taking medication.
Yes,
Before we ran out, I wasn't aware of. Like I said, DHHS is pretty much the main resource that I was aware of.
Did you ever talk to somebody and say, look, I'm at my wit's end here? I did reach out to resources and talk to the judge that you were clerking for. Say, what can I do to get some help here? Did you ever do any of that?
I talked to some friends at work.
And they
But I didn't
come
ask.
up with an idea?
I didn't ask for resources. I just vented to them, and nobody suggested anything. I didn't ask.
It's rather unusual the way this question was answered by you. She said there was one time that your mother-in-law saw Timothy.
Yes, sir.
One time.
Yes, sir.
Just the once.
After the stroke, yes, sir.
Just once in 6 months was the only time.
As far as I remember, yes, sir. That's what I believe.
In fact, you went to great lengths to make sure that the grandmother, that's Grammy, that's the person you referred to as Grammy, right? Your mother-in-law. You went to great lengths to make sure that she wasn't allowed in your home, didn't you?
I mean, that was just because the house was a mess.
Did you have
because the house was a mess and your child was tied up with
We had her phone under
starving.
our phone plan, so I could look up find my iPhone. Because usually when she was that way, Paul wanted to know when she was coming to get Gabriel. Oh, sorry.
Let me show you what's page 4284. This is a lengthy exchange, but go ahead and read that for the jury. It's from, I believe, March 28th.
Soot. Stupid thing writing on my watch. That should have said good. Grammy left home about 10 minutes ago. Hopefully she will not beat me there this time, but please have him ready to go. And please keep a very close eye on your messages. I will track her on the app as I head home. Hey, I need to make sure you're seeing these messages, and please make sure his new shoes are on him. Okay, thank you. And do not let Grammy inside.
Exclamation point.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay, she will probably beat me there, but not by more than a couple minutes. You get clothes on too, please. Okay, go ahead and take Gabriel outside and sit down and stand up against the wall downstairs. You can, it says create the puppy too, but OL and then okay. She should be pulling up pretty soon. Okay, I got it. I'm glad you got it, but you better be outside. He's outside. Do you want to say goodbye?
That's Paul's response back to you, right?
Yes. And I said, yes, I do. I'll be there in just a minute. Headed to the car now. How's it going there? He said, good, already taped the coat rack.
I think you can stop there. So you're tracking her movements on your phone as you're driving home.
At stoplights, yes, sir.
Which is insane.
Because you're worried that she's going to see.
I'm a grandma. I don't think I'm being tracked. I don't think so. I hope not. Oh my God, that's like insane behavior as far as I'm sure.
Messy house.
Yes, sir.
And the solution to that is put Gabriel outside so that he's outside when she gets there, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. That was March 8th, right? So rather than his grandmother come into the house,
Oh, excuse me. Liza, if you're watching from the beginning and you're watching the young man testify, he is 21 now, and he is the older brother of Timothy, which is the boy that this trial is about. So who you're watching is the older brother, and he is Paul, which is the one that this mom pretty much used to, administer her abuse upon her younger boy. And there is even a younger boy under Timothy. So, gosh, we hope that he is definitely safe, which I'm sure he is. So yeah, that's who you're watching, is the older brother who had, I guess you could say, a part in this, because he was definitely doing things, but under the command of his mom. So yeah. Hey, Glory. Thanks for stepping in, honey. I love you, sweetheart. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, here we go.
in the entryway of the house, in the middle of winter, on March 8th, your solution was put Gabriel outside, make sure she doesn't come in. Do not let her in the house.
Paul was outside with him.
Exclamation point.
I wouldn't end up, never put him outside by himself. Paul was outside with him.
4044.
Please also have some decent clothes on in case I need you to bring a little man out. I'm hoping Grammy does not beat me there. It looks like it will be close. He said, okay. Said, I will tell you when to take him outside to wait for her. Just please make sure she doesn't leave until after I get there. I haven't been away from Gabriel at night since this all started, and I wanted to give him a hug and kiss before he goes. Okay. Go ahead and go outside and wait for her. It shouldn't be more than a few minutes before she gets there. Just please don't let her leave until after I get there. She is almost there. Are y'all outside? I would like a response to that message. Question mark. You might need to make Timothy stand with his nose, it says of, against the front door on the inside. Please tell me that you and the child are outside. Seriously, no response. I'm almost there and I'm more than a little upset.
You and the child are outside.
You're upset
Oh,
because at that point you
that's
don't know whether or not she's
crazy.
going
Oh
to come
my
into the house, aren't
gosh.
you?
I was upset because I wasn't getting a response. That drives me
Oh.
crazy. It's a pet peeve. I hate not getting a response via text message.
Right. So you better have my child standing outside so his grandmother doesn't go inside. And oh, by the way, put my other child up against the front door with his nose against the wall, right?
Because he was in trouble for something. I mean, I don't know what happened before that exchange.
What would he do to get punished to have him make sure he's standing against the wall with his nose against the door?
That was one of the punishments. We'd make him stand against the wall with his nose. And the reason I had it against the door is because I didn't want him getting into anything. That way Paul had a better ability to monitor him.
4123. Remember, we're not saying you're younger, so I'm saying.
Yes. When you get home, please make sure G's face is not a mess and he isn't filthy dirty. And then please get socks and shoes on him and his headphone case in his backpack. And maybe his blue headphones as well. Okay. Also, please watch him, but please have Timothy get those 2 pumpkins off the front porch and into the trash can before Grammy gets there. Grammy isn't supposed to get there till 6:15, but she was early last time, so she might do that again. I hope not. Remember to bang loudly on the door 3 times, please. I will let Timothy know to listen from here for you here in the next few minutes. And Grammy may just beat me there again, which doesn't make me happy, but anyway, if she does, do not let her in the house this time. Okay. Work was fun. I accidentally scratched my palm with a knife opening a bag and then cut my elbow from banging my funny bone on a metal carton.
That was Paul's response text.
Yeah.
So that's 3 text exchange all within a couple of weeks of each other where you are absolutely consistent that the boy's grandmother, G's grandmother, not come into the house. Right?
Yes, sir.
To the point where you're tracking her phone while you're driving home from work. Right?
Yes, sir. I did. I only tracked it when I was stopped. I wouldn't do that while I was driving, but
So let me get this right.
Now, Mr.
This
Johnson asked you
person
about
was
the
keeping her
leg
mother out of the
irons.
house away from the kids.
Yes, I don't know if it was her mother or if it was like the kid's dad's mom. I'm not too sure about that, but yes, she was definitely working very hard to keep that mom or to keep that grandma out of the house.
Oh, this is bring back so many memories.
Even as far as to go, like she says, she was tracking the grandma while the grandma was on her way to her house because she was still
Oh my gosh.
she was still at work and she wanted to be there before the grandma came to pick up Timothy, so and she was tracking her. Like, that's some fucking crazy shit. Like,
Yeah, big time. It's like I said, oh my God, brings back memories of seeing something similar to this.
oh, that's not good.
No.
It's crazy stuff. Like, oh my goodness, it's amazing.
I want to slap this woman.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. Hey, Dammers, how are you? Good to see
Hi,
you.
anybody that just came in.
Yes. Yeah, she was tracking the grandma's phone to see where she was, and that's fucking crazy stuff. I don't care who you are, but yeah.
Do you recall that?
yes, sir.
And you said that those were Timothy's leg irons, correct? Or, no, I'm sorry, that they were, your testimony here today was that those were ordered by Paul and Paul would use those on Legos, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, I don't think I testified about I know that they were Paul's purchase. I don't think I actually testified about the Legos. I think that was a conversation with police.
Well, I'll leave the jury to their recollection of that, but I remember you saying Legos, and I'm not ashamed to admit the fact that I'm actually a fan of Legos too, so that's why it stuck out in my mind that you just said it earlier today. But to be clear, your testimony is those were Paul's, those were never used on Timothy, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's look at that top text message, 5460. These top 2 text messages. Again, the blue is you.
The Wisely transaction is handcuffs and leg cuffs for Timothy from Amazon. Figured it would be okay to get those right away till we can talk about the sensors and stuff. If not, please say so and can cancel.
Liza, the husband had a stroke. But yeah, I believe these kids were probably abused most of their life. So
Cancel the order.
All of their life, it sounds like.
You don't remember that
absolutely.
message? You do have some memory problems, don't you?
Yes, sir. That's common with PTSD.
Page 5829, if you could read that last text there at the bottom and then continues on to the next page.
He has moved around, so he got the cuffs in front of him instead of behind him.
Go ahead and flip the page and read the next one.
I put the cuffs back behind him. I will have to deal with less than 2 hours of sleep today, but not letting him get away with this BS.
I put the cuffs back behind him. That is your text message.
Yes, sir.
So you use handcuffs on Timothy.
I don't remember, honestly.
You don't
That's-
remember using?
No, sir.
And you said that the transaction, the Wisely transaction, was the leg cuffs and handcuffs for Timothy. That was your text message.
That's what the message said.
Is that the I don't know as well? You don't remember that one either?
There, between the time of the stroke and Timothy's passing, I don't remember a heck of a lot.
But somehow you can remember when the police ask you about the leg irons and the cuffs, you say those were for Paul for a TikTok video, right?
I think that's what I told
That's
him.
what you told the police.
Yes.
So you don't remember things, but you have the wherewithal to make it look like, no, those don't involve Timothy. Those were Paul's. It's pretty self-serving, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I'll withdraw the last part. You had the wherewithal to say that the cuffs that they found belonged to Paul when your text message indicates they were actually for Timothy, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the zip ties. Remember?
Yes, sir.
You ever use zip ties on Timothy?
To attach the personal sensor.
Okay.
And then I remember hearing about a conversation about them, yes, on text. I don't remember it, but I remember hearing about it when it was read.
You remember hearing about a conversation. Did that make you stop and go, oh my goodness, we can't be putting Timothy in zip ties?
Yes, I mean, that's what I thought here. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Sure, okay. Well, then this, if you care to read the bottom of 4227, that's Paul's message to you.
This is from earlier. He just won't listen or does something I didn't tell him he could. He just tried claiming his zip cuffs were too tight when I didn't even tighten them to where there's no room for his wrists.
This is your response now.
Yeah, leave them as they are and I will check them when I get home and you can tell him that. And if he lied about that, he gets himself in even more trouble. You want me to keep going?
No, that's fine. Leave them as they are, and I will check them when I get home. You want to revise your earlier answer to the question when you said that you would have said, oh, no, don't use zip cuffs on Timothy?
I don't recall that, sir. I'm sorry.
Don't recall that either.
No, sir.
You seem to be having a lot of difficulty when it comes to the text messages that are talking about the things that you either did or want done to Timothy. Is that where the memory issues kick in for you?
It's most of what happened. It's not just text messages. And it doesn't just involve him. The events of the whole 6 months are.
So so all the other text messages that are just about, hey, how's your day going, or get your bike tire fixed, all those types of things, those are all clarity moments, right? You don't have any issues with.
I don't know if I remember. If you showed me, I don't know if I'd remember them or not, honestly. We sent a lot of text messages.
No, but what I guess that was a clumsy way of asking that question. You're certainly capable of engaging in a conversation with Paul that's not about anything for Timothy, right?
I would assume so. As far as memory goes, my memory of those is not.
Well, we'll just see what your explanation is for this. So this is 5785. This is June 21st of 2022. This is a week or so after that picture, and we'll get to the picture in a minute that you say that you never saw. Go ahead and read your text message to Paul.
4 with hot sauce that he has to eat, and he has allowed another 4 without, it says house sauce, but he has to do the hot sauce one first, and then set a timer for 30 minutes before you can eat the others.
What time is that sent?
8:05 p.m.
To the second, please.
18.
Okay. What's your next text message?
8:05:47.
30 seconds or so later.
Yes, sir. I was using Siri because I was driving.
Yeah.
You could tell by the issues with the text message.
Sure.
I found enough in change to get Gabriel some chicken nuggets and French fries from Burger King. It's like $3 total. So we will be home as soon as I do that.
You remember sending the hot sauce text?
I don't remember sending either one of these texts, sir.
Don't remember sending either one of those?
No, sir, I don't.
But you can process that Timothy needs to eat some bread with hot sauce on it. But you scrounged up enough change to make sure that G gets some chicken nuggets and fries. Within 30 seconds. Processing that all in your mind. Sending it all out in a text message, right?
Apparently, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I use Siri.
Let's talk about the photograph. It's people's
He says,
A.
I'm gonna hop back down for a little bit because my phone's
Mr.
about ready to
Johnson asked you
die and
about
it
it, so-
won't charge with me being up here.
Okay, all right. I will
I'll come
be
back up then.
yeah, I'll be live a little bit later if you're up and awake and want to come and hang out for a little while.
Yeah, I'm still gonna hang out. It's just like, it's being up here. The battery ain't charging. It's just draining more.
Yeah,
I
it
gotta
drains
get a new-
faster
I
than it
got-
can charge.
Yeah, I just gotta get I gotta get a new cord.
Yeah. All right, no
I'll be
worries.
down in chat. I'll let you know once my phone's charged up and you're still going. I'll hop back up then.
All right, okay. Love you, hun. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. Yep. Love you.
Okay, bye. Yeah, this is really disgusting stuff, isn't it? I do want to get like through as much as this as we can, so I am gonna speed up just a little bit. Like we've been here 5.5 hours, so I don't want to make this extremely long either. And tomorrow we can definitely pick up again with it. So let's watch a little bit more.
That's if you remember the text exchange, including the photograph of Timothy, right?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen that a couple of times. I don't think they need to see it again right now. Let's go ahead and read the exchange there, starting with the message that Paul sent to you with your photograph.
Timothy tried to sneak food. I yelled at him, and then he became momentarily unresponsive. And then I saw this. He's bone thin, Mom. I think we need to actually feed him.
And what's your response to that?
I said, Kay, give him bread, please. And then I said, I hear you. Give PB sandwiches and water. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
And go ahead to the next page.
Also, it's no wonder he's hardly capable of standing.
Then that's the one with photographs of his legs, right?
Yeah. And then I said, I'm in court.
So is it really your testimony that you never saw that photograph?
I do not recall seeing it. That was it. I feel like I want to throw up.
You don't recall seeing the photograph, right?
No, sir.
The unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean. You literally use the word see in your text message about see what you mean. But your testimony today is, I didn't look at the photograph. I didn't see the photograph.
Yes, sir. It's a phrase that you use.
It's a phrase that you use. I see what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that usually when you see the things that the people are talking about?
Sometimes.
I'm wondering why your response to your son saying that your other child is bone thin and needs to eat, actually feed him. That's the phrase. Actually feed him, right?
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
Right. And your response to that is, okay, give him bread, please, or bread with peanut butter. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not, oh my goodness. This is, if he's that hungry, yeah, make him some chicken nuggets, make him some pizza, make him some pizza rolls, make him any one of a dozen or so things that were in your freezer or your refrigerator, any of that. But that wasn't your response, was it?
No, sir. I was in court. I just was scrambling for an answer.
You were in court, but you were able to send 1, 2, 3 text messages before you said you're in court, right?
Yes, sir.
And the first answer you come up with to feed your child was give him bread.
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time, sir. I just know that I was distracted because I was in the middle of stuff with court.
But not so distracted that you can say, well, the unresponsiveness is probably fake, but I see what you mean.
Like, I don't know how, I don't know what was going on when that was sent. I honestly don't.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the hot sauce that you ordered, and we saw the bottles of hot sauce. Those weren't just ordered from Meijer, were they?
No.
You had to special order those, didn't you?
On Amazon, yes, sir.
I think you said the reason that you couldn't just get those from Meijer for your grocery delivery things is because they just didn't have hot sauce, right?
No, they didn't have that type of hot sauce.
That type of hot sauce. How did you conclude that that was the type of hot sauce that Timothy, how do I put this, both loved and got to be used as a punishment?
Because the hot sauce that I had and the ones that I could access on the apps, he loved those hot sauces. So
you had to go out of your way to find one even hotter, one that he didn't like.
yes, sir.
And the hot sauce started as Paul's idea?
Yes, sir.
How do you come up with the idea to do hot sauce if Timothy likes hot sauce?
Well, he said that I guess he'd read something, if I remember correctly. The conversation's not, it's vague at best, but from what I remember, he'd said something about he'd read something about something really hot, some new something. He's like, oh, this might be an idea to do it with a sauce that he doesn't like.
So you tested out other hot sauces before you got to that point, and because he didn't react, you figured, let's just keep increasing the heat? Is that it?
No, I don't remember how many I ordered, but I just went with something that was that was hotter than what I could get.
So you try to punish him with a lower hot sauce, but he doesn't respond. So then you increase how hot it is,
I
right?
didn't try with the lower because I already knew he liked the lower hot sauce.
How did it even occur to you to be a punishment to find one even hotter then? How is that even a punishment if he likes hot sauce? He never liked even the hot sauce, did he?
Huh? Yes, he did. He ate spicy food.
You heard Paul's testimony yesterday.
I did.
You heard him say that he never wanted to eat those slices of bread with the hot sauce on it, didn't you? You heard that testimony.
That's what I heard him say. Yes.
And your response to that in a lot of these text messages was make sure you use even more hot sauce than you did before, right?
If that's what you say, the text messages say.
Oh, you just read the one that said he can have 4 and then he can wait 30 minutes and then he can have some without hot sauce on it. You read that one, right?
Yes, sir.
But again, you don't remember sending that text message.
No, sir.
But aliens didn't take a hold of your phone and take over your body or anything like that, did they?
No, sir.
Mr. Johnson didn't ask you, so I'll just go ahead and ask you. You
Where
used a
she's
number of
just,
other physical methods. of
Mysterious,
punishment, didn't you?
forget about everything.
Fine
Specifically-
number.
Yeah, okay.
It's insane, this chick.
You made him do wall sits.
One time,
Oh, sorry, wrong button.
and that was Paul's suggestion as well. He said, "Oh, this used to drive me crazy." He said that Paul said that his dad and stepmom had used that as a punishment with him, and so we decided to give it a try. And Timothy could have cared less.
He what? He could not have cared less.
No.
So being made to stand as if there's no support under your legs, he was okay to do that?
I mean,
How long did you have him do it for?
a couple of minutes.
A couple of minutes?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't remember honestly.
And running the stairs.
Yes, sir.
You had to do that a lot, didn't you?
I wouldn't say a lot. It was some.
In fact, there's one text exchange in here where you talk about make sure that he does it a lot, even if it's raining and cold outside, right?
That's what the text says, yes, sir.
And Paul talks about doing it chasing style at one point, where he chases him up and down the stairs, right?
Yes, sir.
And the stairs we're talking about are outside.
Yes, sir.
They're not inside.
No, they're out back.
So cold, rainy. Yep, go run the stairs outside. What was the awful crime he had done to warrant doing that?
I don't remember, sir.
Right, direction to page 6011. Bottom text.
I wonder how it would feel to have that hot sauce on your private parts. I'm not saying touching there, not at all, but dripping a little bit there, is that horrible?
Did you have to ask that question?
I wouldn't think so. I don't remember that. I can't imagine saying that.
But you did,
I know, but I can't imagine it.
about your child, right? Who at that point was in the middle of night.
Oh,
fast for the
she's
last
trying to
2.5 hours at that
cry.
point, right?
Oh, she's trying to cry. I guess this smart woman didn't think about all the text messages that would be available to be put on display in a courtroom. Oh, God. Children says she said, Paul said, this used to drive me crazy. Exactly. There you go. Good catch, Lisa.
What are you asking if I said that?
I'm asking you if you said that when your child was in an ice bath for 2.5 hours at that point in time, because this is 4:25 in the afternoon, and you're watching on the camera from work and texting with Paul about what he's supposed to be doing with him in the tub, right?
I mean, if that's what was, I don't remember. If that's what it says, I'm not arguing that. I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just saying I don't know.
It just popped in your head today. Yeah, I wonder what hot sauce on your private parts would be like.
I have no idea where it came from. I have no idea.
Did you ever try that hot sauce?
No, I don't like food as spicy as Timothy. About the hottest I can handle is jalapeno cheddar Cheetos.
I'm with you there. I can't handle hot sauce either. So you never even, but administering it as a punishment multiple times, you thought was okay without even trying it yourself first.
Yes, I have a very weak stomach, and so I didn't want to throw up.
Let's talk about the ice maker for a second. People's 31 and People's 32.
Yes, sir.
You recognize that as the ice maker?
Yes, sir. It's a countertop ice maker.
You said it makes about 1.5 cups of ice?
Yes,
is that
sir.
right? This is 1.5 cups of ice in your mind?
No, I measured it. I actually used it to, you can get, I don't know if you've ever had a frappe from McDonald's, but Walmart sells a powder mix that you add milk and ice to. It's really good. And it's only like $1 instead of $3 at McDonald's. And so it calls for, for some reason, I want to say it actually calls for more than 1.5 cups, but that's all I could get at. But yes, that's in a measuring cup, like a sitting up measuring cup. It's 1.5 cups. That's all it does.
And I think your testimony earlier was you didn't know that ice was being used. Is that right?
As far
In
as
the
what,
cold baths.
not unless it was specified. I mean, there was sometimes where it said cold and sometimes where it said ice. I didn't know it was being used.
Yeah.
It was, if it was cold, it was supposed to be just cold.
But all you would use would be the ice that you get out of the ice maker. You wouldn't make any more ice and put it away and
No.
store it up so we could have extra for the next day, would you?
Not that I remember ever doing, no.
Page 5823.
Hello, Runaway Truth. How are you?
Oh yeah, I know, but I wasn't nice tonight either. It made me feel horrible, but no way was he getting away with that crap. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all.
So I think we're gonna go to 7 o'clock, you guys, and then we will cut it off this true crime for today. Excuse me. I will be live later to open up the Wispy Drama Lounge, so we'll cut this off at 7 o'clock. So yeah. I could never be a jury in a trial, especially a trial like this. Yeah, absolutely. I'd be screaming and yelling and talking to the person next door and me and saying, "Did you hear what she fucking just said?" And the judge would be like, "Miss Wispy, be quiet." I would, "Sorry, judge." And then like next bullshit thing she said, I'd be, "What the fuck?" So I probably wouldn't be good in the jury box either, but I think it would be interesting though. Oh, wouldn't it be so interesting to be called? I mean, how can I say interesting? I think the word interesting, after I said it, I was like, no, that sounds a little, disrespectful to the outcome of this case. It would be, I don't know, I guess interesting is the only word I can think of, to be in the courtroom during something like this, right? Yeah, so I would have jumped over already. Sorry, just being real. Me too. Me too. Yes, Angel, right? This poor child. I mean, could you imagine all the abuse that this child went through? So, oh my God, it's just, I mean, there's probably even stuff that we don't even hear about in this trial. So, yeah. So crazy. So let's get in as much as we can before 7 o'clock, and then we'll cut it off and I'll start another one a little bit later. So, okay, here we go.
Sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. And I said, might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more.
You want to change your earlier answer?
No, because we never did it. Not that I mean, you can ask Paul, you can recall him, but I don't remember ever tossing it.
But your suggestion to him was, hey, we need to be ready to make more ice and using the ice baths, right?
That's what the text message said, but we never saved the ice.
So that was your intention, was to have a backup plan if you needed to have more ice, right?
That's what the text says.
And that was June 27th, or yes, June 27th. That was about a week before Timothy died, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's about 2 weeks after you were sent the text message with the picture that you didn't see.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes, sir.
Sidebar, please.
Sure.
Oh, gosh darn sidebars.
Private practice, it was always tough to take breaks during examination, but as much as I hate to do it, I think it's a good time for a break right now. We've gone over an hour and 45 minutes, so we're going to take a little bit shorter than 15-minute break and come back at 3:30.
One of the exhibits.
Oh, thank you. All right. So we'll see you back in about 15 minutes.
And we're back.
All right, you may be seated.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Ms. Van Ark, I think we're just finishing up. I was just talking about the ice bath with you. Again, your text was, let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. So let's break apart that sentence for just a moment if we can. And that was on March 27th. Right, so yeah, about 9 days or so before Timothy passes away. let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, let's start there. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're saying he is not allowed to go to sleep, right?
Yes, sir.
So 3 o'clock in the morning, your 15-year-old child is not allowed to be sleeping. And if he does, he gets an ice bath, right?
Yes, sir.
And he'll get another ice bath, i.e. there's already been an ice bath prior to this text being sent, correct?
No, sir, it would be one and then another, is what it says.
Okay, well, let me read it again and make sure maybe I misread it. Let him know that if he tries to sleep at all, he'll get another ice bath sometime before you leave for work and another when I get home. There's two anothers in there, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
The first another refers to the first ice bath. In other words, there's already been an ice bath, right?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not questioning the what's in the text, but I don't know.
Okay. And then sometime before Paul leaves work, he'll get another ice bath and then another one when you get home. So 2 ice baths in addition to the one he's already had, right?
If that's what it says.
And that's for the crime of sleeping.
I don't know what the original, whatever happened before that.
But you know what it was to get him to not do another one, right?
Yes, sir.
Let him know that
That's
if he
what it
tries to
says.
sleep at all.
That's what it says, yes, sir.
Might want to toss the ice that is made into some Ziploc bags in the freezer tomorrow for if we need a bunch more. I think that kind of speaks for itself. We'll move on. Let me show you an exchange from May 9th, 2022. This is pages 5348.
I agree, Jessica. I agree.
Sorry,
It's crazy.
5347. Give me just a second. I apologize.
Right. Don't fake the funk.
Okay, start at
This
page
boy
5348.
struggled enough
This is from May 9th.
without being
I'm looking to
abused
read
by
the
his
top
mother,
line.
you know?
It's Paul's
Crazy.
message. Go ahead and start reading there. From May 9th, 2022.
What is daddling anyway? Please make sure Timothy goes into his room with the alarm on when you leave. I should be home not too long after you go, as long as you before you go. And please let me know where you put the alarm when you leave.
All right, let me stop you right there. This is May 9th.
So when there was nobody there, apparently, you know, the mom was on her way home or whatever, but Paul had to go to work. So in between that time, you know, they put the alarm on and they made sure that he was, you know, confined. Oh my goodness. Left
Again, you're referring to
supervised
the alarm,
on.
correct?
Sir.
Okay.
I mean,
This is, okay.
like the supervision they provided was anything great, not, but you know what I mean? Like, oh my goodness, seriously.
Because I know what that's referring to.
Let's keep going. Sorry.
KK, thanks. YW, you're welcome. I logged out of that for you, but you will not be allowed to have any devices tomorrow before work unless you manages to get everything done I assigned to M standards, which will not be
Liza, the husband had a stroke, not a heart attack, but a stroke. So yeah, crazy.
easy.
But still, yeah, maybe they do need to check it anyways. Yeah, absolutely. I agree for sure.
Sure what part of Timothy going nowhere but the bathroom without being watched closely, but he stole a bunch more of the Easter basket today and hid the wrappers behind the washer and dryer because he obviously wasn't washed as he should have been.
Okay, so at this point on May 9th, you're saying that Timothy needs to be watched if he goes everywhere except to the bathroom, right?
He needs to be watched, yes, sir.
For committing the crime of what?
We had a combined Easter basket that year. And so I had divvied it out between everybody and he stole some that was Gabriel But's cheese. And I don't remember if it was Paul's or mine, but he'd already had his portion of it.
So taking candy from an Easter basket means that he gets watched and can't have any privacy anywhere except the bathroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep going.
It was a star. What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear? Sheesh.
Let me stop you right there. What part of watching Timothy was unclear? Why was it that you believed at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy?
That's so, oh my gosh. That's horrible, Amy. 10-month-old, 2 fractured femurs. Oh my God. That, oh my goodness. Oh, I don't even want to picture it. Oh gosh, that poor baby. And the mom pregnant again. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. In my opinion, you can get birth control for free if you apply, in certain places and all that kind of stuff. But I think it should be free no matter what. Anywhere, everywhere. It should be free. They could boost up those machines that make it, crank it up a little faster and make it free everywhere. Just because there's so many things that can happen to young girls that may not be their fault, may not be, you know what I mean? Even if it is their fault, at least they have that protection of not bringing a child into the world when they're not ready to do it. It's so crazy. And boys too. Boys too. Free condoms, whatever it takes. I think that's what needs to be done. Oh my goodness, it's just crazy out there.
I was correcting, it's the little star. I was correcting what, where was it? Usually if I use the star like that, it was for, to correct something that Siri messed up or something I messed up. I don't know, I'm not sure. I've only got these messages, I'm not sure.
Okay, but the part that you read there said what again?
What part of watching Timothy closely was unclear, sheesh.
Okay, so you were upset at that point that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the only way you would know that Paul wasn't watching Timothy closely enough is if you were also watching Timothy closely enough, correct?
I don't know at that point. I don't know if somehow I found out about the Easter basket. Hold on. Okay, yeah, we must have been at a baseball game. It was 6:20 p.m., 6:43 p.m. So yeah, I must have been watching him from.
So you're at a baseball game for G and you're watching Timothy and Paul to make sure Paul's watching Timothy closely enough. Correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you remember all this text exchange?
No, sir, I don't.
You don't remember this at all?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Keep reading.
Okay, there's no way that was today, Mama. Don't blame me. He
That's
literally.
Paul, right?
Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but that's Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He literally never had the opportunity to steal anything. I made sure of that.
The response to that is?
When he was putting clothes on my bed, he did actually. And watch, it's ye tone with me. Should have been.
Wow.
The, not ye.
So you knew that Timothy had done something when he was putting clothes away?
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah, and that's going to be maybe a little scary, Amy, when she goes to prison, because one thing that is does happen in prison is if you don't, show remorse, especially for crimes like this, for your crime, then you're not going to be liked very much, right? You're not going to be liked very much. If you go in there, usually most of the time, and be like, yeah, whatever, I'm not supposed to be, I don't need to be, you know what I mean? It wasn't me, whatever. Then you're going to have a really hard time. And she's going to have a really hard time anyways, because no matter how bad people are and whatever reason they are in prison for, child abusers are definitely not favored behind the prison walls. So yeah, enjoy, because she's not probably going to have a very good time. In my my opinion, that's what I think. Anyway, so.
The only way you would know that is by monitoring the cameras, right?
Yes, sir. I never gave him permission to even set foot in your room. I swear he must have done it when I went to the bathroom.
Okay, keep going.
He's trying to get me in trouble here,
This
Mom.
is all Paul, right?
Yeah, this is Paul.
Okay.
And I told him to go to his room when I did. I brought him downstairs with me, so his sneaky butt escaped. I watched him go into his room.
And what's your response there?
I said he said he never asked, but I've mentioned before, you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape.
Right,
Yes.
let me just, I think we can stop there. You don't remember sending these text messages?
No, sir.
No memory from this time period
No, sir.
because of all the blackouts, all the tunnel vision, all the PTSD, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He said he never asked, but I've mentioned before you need to take him downstairs when you go to the bathroom so he can't escape. That was what you said, though, right?
Yes, sir.
You actually used the phrase escape in relation to your 15-year-old child,
Apparently, yes, sir.
as if he was some prisoner.
No, sir.
Wow.
Well, who else needs to escape but a prisoner? I'll withdraw that.
What's the matter? You got no answer for that?
Yeah, that's what it said.
You don't remember that at all?
Jesus.
No, sir.
When was Mother's Day 2022?
I don't remember, honestly.
If I told you it was May 8th, would you have reason to doubt that?
No, sir. Not at all. I believe you.
Mr. Johnson was asking you, and you were very eager to tell him about something that you remembered happening on sometime just after Mother's Day, right?
Hey, Dark Horse.
Timothy
How
got on
are
the scale and weighed
you?
108 pounds.
104.
You're welcome. I'm
104.
about to
I'm
cut it
glad
off
you
here.
corrected
I'm gonna
me.
feel
I wrote
bad.
it down
What's
as
left?
104
I mean,
pounds, right? It's amazing your memory is that good that you can
45 minutes
remember what
left.
your son weighed
so you
sometime
know
after
what?
May
We'll
8th,
watch
but
the
you
whole
can't
thing,
remember
you
talking
guys.
about having him escape.
I'm gonna speed it up
Would you care to
again.
explain that to the jury?
Yes, sir. That happened with the PTSD. With
But we'll
everything
watch
that
the
was
whole
going on.
thing because
would-
I can't
especially
cut
when
it
I got
off in
stressed
the middle
with
of it.
The tunnel vision. And I mean, I can't.
Tomorrow we'll,
for lack
we'll
of a better
pick
term,
up.
blacking out. Pretty much anytime my stress level went up.
We'll pick up
When
again
it wasn't up that day.
where they start tomorrow.
We did the wave the dog.
So you
Not
can't
first
remember
thing,
all these
probably.
text
We'll have
messages
to
about the ice
rewind
baths and
because
the hot
time
sauce
zones are
and the
different
zip
for people.
ties and the handcuffs. But you remember over 18 months ago that your son weighed 108 pounds sometime after Mother's Day of 2022, correct?
104. Yes. Sir.
104.
Well,
You got it down. You're right.
He made
104 pounds.
well. He made a comment that just things like that will stick out to me sometimes. And when he couldn't pick the dog up, bear in mind this is a service dog in training, so he's used to getting commands. And Timothy, I remember he put his hands on his hips and looked at Sharma and said, "Next time you get to pick me up." And the dog tilted his head like, "I don't understand that command." And that struck me. It sticks in my head. I don't know why, but that sticks in my head.
What day was it?
I don't know what day of the week it was, sir. It was during the week.
How long after Mother's Day was it?
I don't remember, sir. I know the reason I know it was after Mother's Day is because my mother-in-law, for probably the last 4 or 5 years, as a Mother's Day gift, has given me cherry tomato plants and then miniature cucumber plants, and I keep them in like plant bags. I normally have a black thumb, I admit, but I've managed to keep these alive pretty well. And I had just when I came upstairs to weigh the dog, I had just gone downstairs and checked on my plants. So the plants were outside then, so I know it was after Mother's Day. I just don't know when.
Plants never missed a feeding, then, did they? It's argumentative about it. She's proud of herself and keeping plants alive.
Mr. Roberts, it's an irrelevant question, so sustain.
So your testimony is Timothy weighed 104 pounds sometime after May 9th, correct?
Yes, sir.
I can't imagine that the jury is liking her too much. That's for sure. Oh my gosh. Wow. I am so shocked that her and her legal advisor decided to put her on the stand. Oh my Lord, why would they do that? And we watched her, being questioned by her own lawyer, and she was on it, had answer. And now we see a pretty stark difference in the way that she is testifying now. And it says a lot, that's for sure. And yeah, I think that she believes her stories as well, Liza. Yeah, I learned of this case actually last night, and I decided, I'm gonna put this on because this is such a crazy case. So yeah. Hey, Littery Davis, how are you? I'm always sharing your posts on Twitter. That's me. Got some good stuff always. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. So let's keep going here.
That doesn't look anything like 104 pounds, does it?
No, sir.
That's not even a month. That's barely a month after May 9th, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I lose weight very quickly. I'm assuming you got that from me.
And again, the response to this was give him red, right?
If that's what the text message says, yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson asked you about the some text messages back and forth between you and Paul during the ice bath, the last day, the day before Timothy died. And you were observing that ice bath from work, right?
I glanced in on it. I wasn't observing the whole time. I couldn't.
You weren't observing the entire time?
Not the entire time. I glanced in on it.
Whenever you'd send a text message, you were also looking at the camera, weren't you?
No, I wanted Paul to think I was.
Mr. Johnson asked you if you remember the text about, honestly, tell me if you think this is all fake. Remember that?
Vaguely.
You vaguely remember that
Yes,
text?
sir.
So you can remember the text where it tries to provide you with a defense to this, but you can't remember any of the horrible things that you did to Timothy. Is that your testimony here today?
I don't have any control over what I can remember and what I don't, sir.
We recall Paul's testimony yesterday about what he did in response to that photograph that he sent you and about saying we really need to feed him on. I think we actually need to feed him, I believe is the actual text.
Yes, sir. I remember his testimony.
And what was his testimony?
That he gave him peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and I guess he cooked him some eggs.
That was the first time you heard about that, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And that was not his instructions, was it?
No, sir, but that was fine. I had no problem with that
Well, why
Oh,
did
thank
stop
you,
making him some
Kimmy. I
eggs in the first place
appreciate
then?
that.
because I didn't think of it. I was in the middle of
Thank
something.
you.
I think we actually need to start feeding him, and the only thing you can come up with instead of Paul thinking to give him scrambled eggs is give him some bread. That's all you can think of.
It's, I mean, I don't know. I was in the middle of something. I wouldn't have thought of eggs anyway, not in the middle of the day.
You said that you would the punishments, and I guess this 3 o'clock in the morning one about not letting him sleep or he gets an ice bath, so he's got to be awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. You said that was because he would keep you guys up in the middle of the night or wake you up in the middle of the night.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And again, you did really well on the logic and reasoning portion of the LSAT exam. Can you explain the reasoning behind keeping somebody awake when they're keeping you awake?
To show them how it feels.
But they're already awake, aren't they?
It made sense to me, sir. That's now that you ask it, but it doesn't seem to make sense. But it made sense to me at the time.
You didn't actually mean that as punishment.
No, it doesn't seem to make sense to you now because you're sitting in a fucking courtroom accused, right? It does now. It does make sense, of course. She's fucking insane, man. I can't even imagine anything this mother did under any circumstances. I feed my kids even as adults, absolutely. Before I ever even touch my food for myself, I'm beyond bewildered. I do the same thing. I am exactly the same way. I let everybody else eat first. That's just the way that I am. So yeah. Goodness. Yeah, hey, Darkers, I don't remember. But I passed the bar at the top of my class. Yeah, exactly. Crazy. Okay, let's finish this up, you guys. We've got some poop to talk later, so come on. We gotta finish this up. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, let's go.
That was just out of spite. You were just angry with Timothy for keeping you awake, weren't you?
No, it was meant as a punishment, sir.
But it's also punishment for yourself because you have to stay awake as well, don't you?
I don't sleep much anyway. But yes, sir.
Or Paul has to stay awake, right?
Yes, sir. Paul's an insomniac as well.
You testified that you gave Timothy a warm bath the night before he passed away, that last night, July 5th. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
That was the first time you
Hey,
told anybody
GC.
connected to this case that you'd done that, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
You never told the police officers you did that, did you?
No, sir.
I imagine warm bath sounds just what it sounds like, right? You got him, you took him to the bath, you drew a warm bath for him, and you put him in the bathtub, right?
Yes, sir.
This is hours before he dies, right?
Yes, sir.
You look like that when you put him in the bathtub?
I'm sorry.
Really? I want to see if there's puke in that fucking bucket. Because I think she's fucking joking. And what's the matter? What's the matter? You can't have a look? See what your son looks like? Like you can't handle that? Why? You created it. Whatever was in those pictures, that you did that. But you can't handle looking at it. You got to puke. I don't think she puked at all. So, anyways, we'll see what she when she pulls her head up, how she's acting. I don't think she puked at all. I don't think so. Hello, Art. Yeah, we're gonna finish this off. Oh, you're still recovering from COVID. Oh my goodness, I didn't see. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. I hope it's not a hard COVID. Like, you know what I mean? COVID's hard anyways, but I hope you are on the mending end of it and it's not, not so bad for you. Oh my goodness. Prayers for you, sweetheart. Sending you all the good vibes, So you wonder if you could put her finger. Yeah, she was kind of down there, but somebody would see her. I'm sure somebody's got an eye on that box. But yeah, anyways. Okay, let's keep going.
Yes. Stand up.
Okay, I know it's fake. I'm pretty sure I know it's fake. She's just trying to make herself puke, right? I mean, no, bitch, no.
You did? Would you like to be removed? Right, please rise.
Yeah, she is forcing it. Oh, he walks away a little bit angry. Okay, they're gonna have a recess. Let's move forward a little bit. Okay, and we're back.
You may be seated. Mr. Roberts, you can continue.
Thank you. Before we get back to the question I originally asked Ms. Van der Ark, you just obviously had quite a visual reaction there to the jury, a physical reaction in front of the jury looking at those photographs. That's not the first time you've seen these photographs, though, is it?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you sat in this very courtroom not even a week ago on Friday when we had a hearing about those photographs and looked at those photographs, didn't
I
you?
did not look at them last week, sir.
You didn't look at them last week?
No, sir, I did not.
But you've looked at them before, haven't you?
I think it was at the prelim, and I gagged that day too. It just wasn't as bad.
Didn't throw up, though.
No, it wasn't as bad.
So if there's video from that hearing that we had last week where you thumbed through the photographs, including...
No, it wasn't as bad. Oh my God, girl. You know what? This isn't the fucking Oscars, okay? There ain't no fucking Tony here for you, bitch. All right? Okay? Oh my God. Your acting is horrible, first of all right? You are on, what is it called? What the hell do they call that? When you're on the bathroom, no, not the bathroom floor. When you kind of get kicked out of a fucking show, I mean, seriously. That's what she is. Oh, my Lord. You should have took acting lessons before this because you didn't do very good, okay? And somebody, I can't remember who it was, in the chat though, quite a way, I just forgot to respond to it. Somebody had said that she reminds me of Amber Heard. And she does, right? Same sort of type of personality. I can act and I can do this. I can convince people. No, you're not doing very good.
Including the autopsy photos without vomiting. Did you just not remember that as well?
We didn't have those photos over at our table, sir. It won't be on the video, I can promise you that.
Well, then I'll return to my original question. Those 3 photographs depict your son hours after you supposedly put him in a warm bath. Did he look like that when you put him in the warm bath, but for the fact that he was alive?
I did not look at him, sir. He was 15. I tried to give him his privacy. It may sound lame, but I intentionally look away. That's why Paul did most of his baths, is because he's 15 and I didn't think that was appropriate.
So you didn't put him in the bathtub?
No, he was already in the tub. I just looked.
Did you get him out of the tub?
I don't remember. I think so. Later that night, I would assume so.
Later that night? How long was he in the tub?
Well, night to me is any time after work. So
Damn. She said that. Maybe later that night. Who the fuck says they got their kid out of the bath later that night? When they're speaking about having them in the bath already. Oh yeah, I got them out later that night. Whatever, they're fine. I mean, what? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Hey, Skipper my Lou. How are you, honey? Good to see you. Thanks to everybody that's coming in. Checking this out. I had to finish to the end. I believe this is the end of the day. I could be wrong, but we'll definitely catch up more tomorrow for sure.
Okay. How long was he in the tub?
I don't think it was long after I got home, but I don't know.
Again, you didn't tell the police officers this when they talked to you about what had happened the night before, did you?
I don't remember. Apparently I didn't.
Well, so you don't remember what you told the police officers?
I remember part of it, but if you say I didn't tell them, then I trust your word there.
If you told the police officers that you noticed he was skinny, so you made him some bread and put some butter on it and watched him eat 3/4 of it.
I literally did. Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection about what you told the officers?
I hear what you're saying. I don't remember saying it, but
So you don't remember saying those things to the police officer?
no, sir.
And those things clearly didn't happen, did they?
No, sir.
How did he get into his room that night?
I don't remember, sir.
I'm glad we're finishing too. Yeah, I couldn't leave you guys hanging.
You can go ahead and read that very top text message, please.
Please set your alarm for 6 a.m. I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. He's still trying to be stupid, but I will tell you more tomorrow while I take you to work, describing how many different ways I prove that he's still faking. He's still doing it, though. It's beyond ridiculous.
I ended up dragging him back to his small room because I wasn't going to risk him having access to the tub or other things overnight. Plan was for him to sleep in the bathroom, wasn't it?
I don't remember, sir. I know that in the text message, but if that's what the text message says.
Okay. And you had to drag him back to the small room. Again, the small room being the closet, right?
Yes, sir.
Supposedly that he wanted to sleep in.
Yes, sir.
But you had to drag him there. Why was that?
Well, dragging, that could be anywhere from grabbing a hold of an arm and because someone's not being cooperative. That can be a range of things, sir. So I don't know what I was referring to there.
You've seen the video, haven't you?
No, sir. I haven't seen any videos.
Do you need your memory refreshed about him getting back in the small room that night?
No, sir. Like I said, I'll take I don't remember actually doing it.
Did you physically pull him into the room that night?
Yes, sir.
And did you push him down onto the ground so that he was laying and facing the camera?
If that's what it shows, then yes, sir.
And did you position his face towards the camera?
If that's what it shows,
And did you tell him that he owes you the biggest apology on the face of the earth and then maybe he can get out to go to the bathroom?
if that's what it shows, sir, I don't remember.
And did you return a little while?
This lying fucking bitch. Are you kidding? You don't remember. You don't remember. You don't remember. You don't remember. No, you just don't want to fucking admit is what it is. Like, Lord. Seriously. This is fucking unbelievable. She's fucking insane. Good golly, I've missed 6 hours of Woody Wispy. Oh my God, you'll make my work job bearable. Oh, nice. Starting at the beginning. Oh, that's awesome. Just be sure, trigger warning. There's, it's a horrible trial. So beware of that. Beware of that. And I hope you have a good work day. Don't work too hard. You might miss something. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, thank you for having us on while you're working. That's awesome.
A while later because he'd rolled over away from the camera so that you couldn't see him on camera.
If that's what it shows. I don't remember any of this.
And did you tell him you don't need to open your mouth every time you breathe, dummy, and then hold his mouth shut?
I don't know what I said, sir. I'll take your word for, that's what the
Oh, you don't
picture
have to
says.
take my word for it. Let's play the video for it.
Sir, that's not necessary. That's what you're saying it shows. I believe you. I'm
So
not,
you're acknowledging that the night before Timothy died, hours before he died, you dragged him looking like that back into his small room, positioned him in front of a camera, told him he owed you an apology, then came back later because he rolled over away from the camera and held his mouth closed and said, see, you don't have to open your mouth when you breathe, dummy. You're acknowledging you did those things.
the camera shows, yes, sir.
You didn't put him in a warm bath that night, did you?
Yes, sir, I did.
But you have to drag him away from it?
If that's what it says, I know that I know he had a hoodie on.
You said the locks on the refrigerator were there because he got into the refrigerator, and if I heard your testimony correctly, he ate a pound of frozen hamburger?
Yes, sir. That was back.
And a bag of chicken nuggets?
A frozen bag of chicken nuggets, yes, sir.
And frozen hamburger,
This, the hamburger was not frozen, it was refrigerated.
but frozen chicken nuggets
Frozen chicken nuggets and raw bacon.
and raw bacon.
Yes, sir.
Frozen raw bacon?
No, it was in the refrigerator.
The frozen stuff was the chicken.
The chicken nuggets, that was the only frozen, yes, sir.
Well, I guess so. My God, this poor kid was trying to get his whatever food that he can get inside him. Oh my goodness. Jesus, this woman.
Do you think he had an affinity for frozen food?
I didn't know the only thing he ate frozen was the chicken nuggets.
Is that why you sent a text message to Paul while he was in the ice bath at 3:43 that afternoon and said, oh, okay, crazy thought. Tell him if he actually sits up by himself and stays sitting up, he will get some pizza rolls. Don't tell him it's only 2, and I'm okay if they are frozen rather than cooked. Why'd you send that text message?
I don't know.
Don't remember that even either?
No, sir.
So you're not worried about him eating frozen pizza rolls if he sits up?
If that's what it says.
You've heard it read several times.
Yes,
You're not
sir.
doubting that's what it says, right?
Yes, sir.
Just another one of those memories that you just gone from your head, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you told Detective Peasky that the reason the locks were on the refrigerator is because he would get into them and he'd leave the doors open, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, that was also true. He did that as well.
How does putting locks on fix that problem?
He can't get into it then, so it doesn't get left open.
Oh,
He
so,
was the
so
only one.
you admit that he was not allowed access to the refrigerator or the freezer or to the pantry?
As far as the refrigerator, freezer, after we put the locks on.
He couldn't get into them, could he?
No, not after that.
And the pantry had an alarm on it as well, didn't it?
No, it didn't.
Okay. We'll move on. We can circle back to that one. Let's talk about some of the other things that you told Detective Peasky. You told Detective Peasky that long after the stroke happened in January, Timothy went on a hunger strike. That was a lie, wasn't it?
Not long after. No, that was not a lie. That was the truth.
He went on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir, he did. It wasn't immediately, but it was within a few days.
And a hunger strike is refusing to eat, right?
Yes, sir.
So he's refusing to eat food not long after your husband has a stroke, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you don't need to put locks on the refrigerator and freezer, do you? If he's refusing to eat.
He stopped. He started eating again.
He started eating again, so then you decided he's been on a hunger strike, he's eating again, so now we better lock up the food.
No, I didn't.
Flip
put the
flop.
locks to protect him because he could have.
Oh my God. Yeah, he refused to eat. And then, well, why do you need locks on? Oh, because he started to eat again. The fuck? Jesus, is this woman serious? Like, holy shit.
He killed himself eating the chicken nuggets. I didn't put the locks on after he did the hamburger or the bacon, but the chicken nuggets, it was raw chicken.
Chicken nuggets are cooked, aren't they? They're pre-cooked.
Are they? I didn't even think about that.
But it's okay if he has a frozen pizza roll or two, if he sits up, right?
Yes, sir.
February 18th, 2022. Find out what he has snuck right the heck now. Because I know he has snuck all stuff since you weren't doing what you were supposed to. What do you mean you didn't know he was awake? You both should have been awake at 10:30. I am not happy. You know he wasn't just sitting there. Check the brownies in the kitchen. Check everything not locked away. Check where the flipping keys have been. So starting February, you had to lock up all the food. Make sure he's not getting into the brownies, right?
And all of the food was never locked. There's no pictures of it, but one of the lower cupboards had quite a bit of canned food in it. And he actually would get into that meat stuff out of cans as well. But there was never a lock on that lower cupboard. I don't know if I know they took pictures of it because I showed it to them.
So he had access to one cupboard of food?
The pantry wasn't locked the whole time. I know that.
But there were times the pantry was locked or had an alarm on it, wasn't there?
There was no alarm. I never got one for the pantry. I've heard the text messages. I don't remember there being a lock on the pantry, but I've heard.
228, check his breath. I can almost guarantee he's eaten something. He was chewing on something when he walked downstairs. You and I will be talking about this on a later date when we're both home. Paul's response.
Check his breath? What the fuck? Oh my God. The lengths that this fucking woman is going through. Holy shit, man.
Yes, he grabbed some chips. I know. So he wasn't allowed to eat chips.
She won't remember.
At 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Couldn't have some chips. Right?
I mean, I don't know what happened in that situation.
Well, he didn't say, make sure he didn't get into the frozen chicken nuggets because it might kill him. He said,
Surprising.
find out what he's been into, and Paul says he's been into chips. Right?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
So I imagine the next text message then is, oh, great, that's fine, you can have some chips.
Well, no, the point of it was he was sneaking things. He knew better.
Couldn't have chips.
It wasn't that he couldn't have chips. It was that he would snake things. It
So
was
how would he-
dishonest.
How would he earn getting chips?
He didn't have to earn them. All he had to do was ask. I was trying to teach him not to sneak. He snuck. It wasn't just food. He would sneak in the garage. He would sneak toys. He snuck around and messed with his baby brother's homeschooling materials. I got like flashcards and stuff for him. He messed with those and got them all out of order.
March 4th is around the time that you acknowledged that he was in zip cuffs. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but I don't think we clarified your final text message where you said, you know what? We will start cutting off the ends once they are tight, so he can't do that. Is that one of the can't remember texts too?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. March 19th. Okay, that only makes partial sense. What did he grab? LOL. Paul's response, I don't know, chips or something small he had in his pocket. Okay, tell him he just restarted his not eating again. That was you, March 19th. Tell him he's just restarted his not eating again. So he took chips. So the punishment for that is now he's not allowed to eat anything again, right?
If that's, I don't remember, sir.
Don't remember that one. Okay. Talking about the punishment outside, Paul says, wall sits question mark, and they say, push him until it looked like he's about to fall over, please. That was running up and down the stairs, wasn't it, on April 14th?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
So you wanted Paul to run him up and down the stairs until he was ready to fall over.
That's what the text says.
What crime had he committed to warrant being physically driven until you fall over?
I have no idea, sir.
All right, we just go right back to not remembering anything. If that's what the text says, if that's what the text says, you think that just because you don't remember, it's like not admitting it or something. It's there in clear black and white, or green and yellow, or whatever the hell your text messages colors are. So yeah. Art, yeah, we no Laura talk here, please. No Laura talk here. I see what you're saying. You know, and I get it. But no Laura talk here, please. We'll save that for later.
April 18th. You managed to come upstairs, yank the locks off of.
Oh, Art, I know. I know you are. And I'm not trying to discount your feelings either, but yeah, I know. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Both the freezer and the pantry without you noticing, and he stole a bunch of crap that squished and rattled and did all sorts of stuff, and you slept through everything. KK, no devices until tomorrow.
Right, Lisa? One of those people that cry with no tears.
Other than messaging me, which would be very low. Remember that?
I don't remember.
Special breed of
But if the text message said he yanked the locks off
felons
the pantry, then
that
there were locks on the
can do
pantry
that.
as of April 18th, right?
Apparently.
$4.26, almost freaking caught him again. I want all the food in the fridge, freezer, or pantry, and those locked. So locking up all the food again on April 26th, correct?
Well, the cupboard still was never locked.
Amy, I am not sure if
Cans,
she's out on
the bunch of canned
bail.
stuff, there's a
I
bunch of-
doubt
A
it.
bunch of cans?
I would
So you're
doubt
okay with
it,
them
but
going into a bunch of
you
cans,
never
though?
know.
I mean, he got into it all the time.
So what do you go to the drawer, get a can opener, open up the can, put it on the stove, warm the stuff up?
No, he didn't. He would eat it straight out of the can.
Well, that
It's
didn't worry you.
weird. Huh?
That didn't worry you?
Well, when I discovered it, it did, but I just never put anything on that cupboard.
So what caused this almost freaking caught him when all the food in the fridge and the freezer, the pantry, those locked up, April 28th?
I have no idea, sir. Without having it in there, I don't know what caused it.
It's likely related to the text before that, isn't it?
I don't know.
He keeps pulling his arms down, and that doesn't set off the camera alarm, so please watch him for that. Well, why did he have his arms up?
He was standing against the wall with his arms on his head.
So he'd have to do that for long periods of time, right?
Stand there, but he didn't have to have his arms up the whole time. But I'd set a time limit on how long he had to have his arms up.
And you're either watching or watching an alarm to make sure his arm doesn't go down, right?
From the sound of it.
the response to you about from Paul about locking up the food, it's just he pulled the pantry door lock. What do you mean he just pulled it? Did he take it off? Paul says, yes, that part that attaches to the wall is dangling right now due to sticky locks. Okay, get another one on it right away. Last I saw, they were on the
No,
floor. in the
I'm
bag
sorry
and
about that, Art.
And you need to make him run up and down the stairs a ton for that, even in the cold and rain.
I'm sorry.
So trying to
I'm
take some
sorry.
food,
I am.
not in his cabinet full of canned goods,
You're beautiful, sweetheart.
and pulling the alarm, the pantry lock off means he doesn't get food. It all gets locked away, and he has to run the stairs, even in the cold and rain. Right?
And being deceitful and sneaky.
He was deceitful and sneaky a lot, wasn't he?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did it ever occur to you it's because he was hungry?
He was that way well before there was issues, well before the stroke. I mean, we always had issues with him over that. His stepmom warned me about that.
Well, before there were, you said well before the issues. What issues?
Before his first hunger strike, before any of this, he was extremely sneaky.
Did it ever occur to you that this is not the way to deal with a person who's been on a hunger strike? Locking up their food, locking up their access to food, punishing them when they try to take food? Did that ever occur to you with your brilliant legal mind, as it was, that wasn't a good idea?
I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking.
April 27th, Timothy is no longer allowed anywhere near the fridge, freezer, or pantry, or any other place where food is. So now it sounds like he can't even get into his cabinet full of canned goods, right?
I mean, that's what it said. There was never a lock on that.
But he wasn't allowed near it.
And bitch, your braid's coming out in the back there, okay? Fix that shit. What the hell? You know? Jesus Christ. Shaking your head no so much it's fucking getting loose there. Getting loose.
I mean, if that's what it says, I don't.
That was April 27th. Just a few days before, somehow he manages to be 104 pounds, which, as we've heard from the testimony this morning, is still a good 30 pounds under average weight, right?
Well, my kids most of them are slim. Paul is 6'1" and 130. He doesn't even hit the 134 for a 5'8" person. And I lose weight extremely easily. So at 104, he looked average.
February 14th, I may need some help with it, but I am about to get a lock for the pantry door and a lock for the fridge and both freezers. And then we won't leave any food out of those areas, and he won't have access to unlock those. Okay, Paul's response. Your response, if you disagree, please say so, but he is not going to win this. I may need some help with it, but I'm about to get that's the same thing. So you were bound.
And for everybody here, if you wanted to, Mitten Mama is live with cooking. I don't know what she's making. Hang on, I can let you know what she's making. If you guys wanted to go and pop over there. I mean, I've been all live all day. It's called Overstuffing the Shells. So she must be doing some kind of seafood or something like that. So if you guys wanted to go hop over there and join her live, you're absolutely welcome to do so. We are going to be only here for just a little bit longer. And you guys can always come back and watch this. Yeah. Anyways, if you want to, I just wanted to support my girl, so, okay. Here we go.
Found and determined that he wasn't going to win and get food without asking for permission first, weren't you? Even if that meant locking up all
I'm
the food.
too invested in this.
Stop being deceitful and sneaky.
I hear
He's not
you.
going to win this.
Because he was being stubborn. He kept sneaking. He snuck stuff. We found out, actually, it was well before the stroke. Paul discovered it. This was before his first hunger strike. I mean, before anything. Paul went down to the downstairs bathroom one day, and I want to say it was at least 3 cupboards, if not 4 across. And I guess he'd opened one of the cupboards, and Timothy had snuck a bunch of stuff. I mean, there was wrappers and cans and all sorts of stuff. He did that. I mean, that was, I don't remember if it was before or after my oldest son's wedding, but it was around that time.
And again, your response to all of this, rather than to seek some professional help for him, because of these eating issues that he apparently has, is to restrict even further his access to food, right? And then watch his every move on a camera or with a motion sensor or with an alarm, right?
My response was to try to prevent him from being deceitful and sneaky.
April 28th, do you want to have just the one on the pants for tonight? When I leave, you will have to have both of them on so it doesn't get away with anything. So by April 28th, you were putting multiple alarms on this person, weren't you?
If that's what it says, I didn't realize I even owned more than one. I only remember ordering one.
Okay, take off the arm one, but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera picking it up, and he'll be doing stairs for that tomorrow. That's at 11 o'clock in the evening on 4/28. So you're watching to see how many times he moved his arm when he was in his room?
How many
We have just over half an hour left on this.
I don't know. You
I'm
tell me. I
assuming it's
wasn't
up
there.
against the wall, because
All I can
normally-
do is read you the
Maybe
text.
a little
It
bit
says,
less,
"Hey, take off
'cause
the arm one."
I sped it up a
Referencing
bit.
back to the alarms, but warn him that I will count how many times he moves his arm from the camera picking it up, and he will be doing stairs for that tomorrow.
that he,
He's not sneaking around there, is he?
no, he was up against the wall and he was supposed to have his arms on his head for a certain amount of time.
Okay, so at 11 o'clock at night, he's supposed
Sometimes,
to be up against the wall, and you want to make sure that he knows you're going to know how many times he moves his arm. And if it's not satisfactory, he gets to do stairs for that the next day.
yes, sir, apparently.
April 29th. What did he eat? I ate my burger already. Paul's response, he ate the crust. You remember what your response was?
I don't remember. I heard it the other day, but I don't remember sending that.
Go try to make him throw up, please. That was your response, wasn't it?
If that's what it says.
Don't remember?
No,
Let's put
sir.
that one in the don't remember category.
Like I said, unfortunately, between January and the time he passed away, I don't have a lot of memories in general of Gabriel, of G, Timothy, of Paul. I know that there are times that I went over to my in-laws' house and I don't remember a lot of that. It's not just this.
So the crime he committed here, just so we're clear, wasn't sneaking frozen chicken nuggets or a bag of chips. It was eating the crust of what sounds to be an already half-eaten burger or an eaten burger. And your response to that is go make him throw up, please.
If that's what it says. And the crime was, again, it's being sneaky and deceitful. It was never about it wasn't about the food. It was because he every time we turned around, he was sneaking something. It wasn't just food. He snuck toys. Like I said, he snuck batteries.
May 5th, did Timothy work hard enough to sleep tonight so you and I can both get some sleep? He will still have to work super hard tomorrow to earn the same, but wanted to ask about tonight first. Do you want to explain how that falls in with your statement that the reason he wasn't allowed to sleep was because he would keep you guys
I
awake?
actually do remember that. Timothy asked if he could trade off not getting to sleep for something else, and I had him doing chores.
There's a lot to unpack in that sentence, so I think I'll just start at the end. So he had to ask for permission to sleep.
No,
Right.
this was because he had kept us up. Like I said before, he had kept us up, so he wasn't going to get to sleep. And he asked if he could trade that punishment for another punishment.
How is that not having to ask for permission to go to sleep, Ms. Vanderhart?
It wasn't because it was a punishment. It wasn't anything about, he didn't have to ask to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'll do something else if you let me sleep, right?
It was trading a punishment for a punishment. That's,
May 16th, where is Timothy? Paul's response, sorry, I was getting dressed. Timothy is on a 5-minute bathroom timer. Well, 4 now. And your response, why is he on a 5-minute timer? He doesn't get 5 minutes. He gets 60 seconds unless he needs to poop, then he gets 2 minutes. He only got to go to the bathroom for 1 minute or 2 minutes, depending on what he had to do.
I don't remember ever enforcing that, but obviously
Yeah, she has said the youngest one's name a couple times, and I can understand, like, it might be hard, like it could slip out or whatever, but she was warned a couple times, definitely. So yeah, it's crazy. Fuck.
I sent it. But
Doesn't that strike you as everything else that happens? It's just cruel and unusual to tell a child, heck, to tell anybody that you only get a certain amount of time in the bathroom? That doesn't strike you as cruel? It's not argumentative.
It's certainly it's an argument that she can answer the question, but certainly the way it's phrased is an argument. There's no question here. It's an argument. The judge with a question mark at the end.
No, I really want to know if she thinks it's cruel to put something on a bathroom timer.
And the relevance of if she thinks it's cruel. It's simply argumentative, Judge.
I don't think it's argumentative. It would tend to give some insight, I suppose, to her intent. If Mr. Johnson, you would like to clarify or have it clarified what her definition of cruel or unusual is so that we're all on the same page with the witness, that's fine. But I think the question can be asked. So the objection is overruled.
So your response to that, well, I want my question answered. Is it cruel to make a child go to the bathroom on a timer?
yes, sir.
May 17th, before I left, when I was having you sign into the camera and turning on the sound for the camera so you would hear the alarm if it went off. And by the way, I told him yesterday that if he did that in the garage again, he would sleep in the garage for a night. So let him know that he would be doing that as soon as the temperatures are safe enough for him to make him do it. So you were going to have him sleep in the garage for a night.
I actually remember that text message and I was frustrated. I never would have done it, but I was frustrated. I type really fast and I admit I have a bad habit of saying stuff when I'm upset and then calming down later and it being totally different. But I do remember that and it never happened.
It didn't happen? What didn't happen? Did you make him sleep in the garage?
No.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Same day, 12:53. Did he heat the pancake in a cup? Otherwise, it's just powder and it's not safe to eat without being heated either. It actually says, did he hear the pancake in the cup? I assume he meant heat the pancake in the cup, right? Do you remember this text exchange?
Vaguely.
And Paul's response, no, he just ate the powder. And your response, that could make him sick, the dummy. Tabasco in his mouth and make him swallow, and lots of it, and do it every 30 minutes until you leave. This was May 17th. Do you remember this exchange?
I don't remember the Tabasco because I never called it. I said Tabasco.
Tabasco in the mouth and make him swallow, and lots of it, and do it every 30 minutes until you leave.
I don't remember that being a part of it. I remember part of the conversation, but I don't remember that part of it.
God.
He obviously didn't like Tabasco, did he?
We didn't have any Tabasco sauce. That's why it doesn't make any sense. The hot sauce, but we didn't have Tabasco
Oh, that's why it doesn't make any sense. Oh, fuck. Ooh, girl. She is reaching.
sauce.
Reaching
So
hard.
for eating pancake in a cup is Tabasco or some type of hot sauce in the mouth. Is that right?
Sneaking something dangerous. If that's what, I mean, if you're asking what he was punished for, it would be for sneaking.
You were concerned for his well-being.
Yes, sir.
Right? That's why you're having this text exchange, right?
Yes,
You're
sir.
really concerned for him at that point.
Yes, sir. Those pancakes in a cup had, if I remember correctly, it's been a while, but I think they had eggs in them.
That could make him sick, the dummy. Do you always refer to him as a dummy when you're worried about him?
No, sir. You can look at the text messages. I hardly ever said anything like that.
Hardly ever said anything like that. It's not a good idea to call a child a dummy, is it?
I never would to him. I was frustrated, like I said.
Later on in that same text exchange, Paul says he also crapped himself. And the response is, what? In his pants? Seriously? Paul, I told him to take a 5-minute shower. Make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. Just make sure the garage door stays closed, and then he can stand down against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. Just please make sure G does not go downstairs at all while he's standing there like that. Break that up again. So make him do the work in the garage with nothing on below the waist. So his punishment for having an accident
Oh my
is that he had
God.
to do chores without pants and underwear on, right?
If that's what it says, I don't remember
That's
this.
pretty humiliating.
Oh my God. You know what? Fuck you, bitch. There's no way you can fucking remember shit like that. I'm sorry. Like, you're not that fucking stupid, and you're playing stupid, and it's really fucking ridiculous. Oh man. See? That would be me standing up in the jury box, and the judge would be like, Miss Wispy, get out. You're done. You've been warned before. You've been warned before. Oh my Lord, this woman.
I mean, he was by himself. It wasn't, I don't remember this at all, sir.
You don't remember that at all.
No, sir.
But you did have the presence of mind at that time that says, just make sure the garage door stays closed because you don't want anyone seeing you doing that, do you?
Well, I didn't want the garage door open ever because we had a lot of stuff out there. So,
And then he can stand against the wall with nothing on below the waist until you leave. So in addition to cleaning the garage, then he has to stand against the wall with no pants and underwear on, correct?
I mean, if that's what it says, I don't remember this.
Please make sure G does not go downstairs at all. Don't remember that either.
No, sir.
Didn't want, but you physically typed these words into your phone and sent them to Paul to make sure that G doesn't see Timothy like that, right?
Yes, sir.
His clothes need to be washed right away, but he gets to be without anything below the waist for a while today. Did he say why the heck he did that? And Paul's response is he said he didn't want to disturb anyone. He had to ask for permission to go to the bathroom, didn't he?
No, sir, not usually. If he was on the wall, he did. Because he was supposed to be standing still.
Handcuff transactions, we've talked about that. So let's get back to your statement to to Detective Peasky.
Oh my gosh, she's crazy. Incident.
I mean, you did tell the detective about the warm bath, but you told him that you realized how skinny he was the night before and threatened to take him to the ER if he didn't eat. That's not true, is it?
No, sir.
And you didn't make him a piece of toast and give it to him and make him eat it, did you?
No, sir. I have no idea why I said that. I was traumatized. I actually didn't come out of the first month I was in jail. I wish the Lydia that used to work for the public defender's office visited me, and she said it was pretty obvious that I was under severe trauma.
Mhm.
I didn't eat for my first month.
This was while they were searching your house.
Oh, you didn't eat for your first month? Oh, you poor little thing. Well, I guess you knew at least what, maybe one, which I think is bullshit. But yeah, maybe you knew, kind of felt like what, was like maybe for your son. Probably not. The extent of what it was like for your son. But yeah, I don't believe you didn't eat for the first month. Bullshit. Look at that chin. Come on. Don't try and fucking, don't try and fool us. You've been eating, girl. You're fine.
Your house on July 6th while you were sitting in your house.
Yes.
So you're thinking, oh, better tell him, yeah, he looked a little skinny last night, and I thought I should take him to the ER and then make some toast with butter on it and watch him eat it, and you walked away. None of that happened, did it?
No, I don't even remember that.
But you had the presence of mind to lie to the officer at the time when he was investigating.
Like I said, I was traumatized. I don't know. I don't remember this, sir.
He wouldn't come upstairs when she said goodnight. She walked down to the last couple of stairs and asked for a hug and a kiss. That didn't happen either, did it?
I don't remember. I mean, I would assume not, but I don't remember.
In fact, you're acknowledging that video that shows you dragging him into a small room, looking like he does when he dies, calling him a dummy for breathing with his mouth open, is actually what you did to him the night before he died, right?
If that's what it shows. I don't remember, sir.
Your statement to Detective Peasky continues. She got ready for work in the morning and went to check on him. She said his name, but he did not respond. She put her hand on his chest and he was not breathing. She remembered her 20-year-old son, Paul, helping her get him off the bed. That was all a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
You know where he was when you found him that morning, right?
In the closet.
In the small room. And prior to that, you told Officer Stephanie, well, it was about 5:30, he fell out of bed and I had to go and put him back into bed. Also a lie, right?
Yes, sir. I have no idea why I said that, sir. Like I said, I was traumatized.
You told Detective Peasky that Timothy stated he was on a hunger strike 2 weeks ago. This is 2 weeks before he dies. He goes on a hunger strike.
Yes, sir.
Did he go on a hunger strike?
Yes, sir, he did.
Show me the text message between you and Paul where it says that he's on a hunger strike.
I don't know if I ever texted him about it, sir. We talked about it, but I never texted. I mean, if it's not in there, we didn't text about everything.
You never texted Paul about him being on a hunger strike.
No, I would have told him that in person. I wouldn't have said that over text message. That would have been important.
But Paul has to watch him for the day when you're not home, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be Paul's responsibility to get him some food, right?
Yes, sir.
So while he's on a hunger strike, instead of talking about the hunger strike, your response to that is give him 4 slices of bread with hot sauce on it. And if he eats them and waits 30 minutes, he can eat 4 without. Right?
I don't know what day that was, sir. If you're,
Well, let's find it and make sure.
I mean, we
Maybe
tried to,
eating
just
bread
because he
with-
wasn't eating, we tried to feed him. That was,
And the best solution you come up with.
I
is
like
to
this
eat bread with
prosecutor
hot
too.
sauce.
Absolutely. He's
That's your
good.
response to the hunger strike?
He's
I
good.
don't remember. sir.
Hey,
We
Ellen.
tried to
How
feed
are
him
you?
because That's all I remember.
Can't believe she has someone there.
So when would that hunger strike have started?
So traumatized. Exactly. Yes.
End of June.
Well said, hon.
Again, you never looked at the bone thin photo to see what kind of condition he was in before he goes on this hunger strike, right?
Yes, sir.
Did it ever occur to you, like, he's on a hunger strike now? And I know Paul had sent you that text about, he's bone thin. I think we actually need to feed him. We need to actually feed him. It never occurred to you that maybe you should go back and look at that text message now and see what condition he was in at the time?
No, sir. When something's out of sight, it's out of mind. Once that's scrolled up, I don't scroll back to the text messages.
Out of sight, out of mind. That applies to Timothy as well, doesn't it?
That applies to a lot of things, sir. It's not just, I mean, if
Not
Little Man
just
wasn't,
Timothy.
no, if Little Man was not in front of me right then I wasn't necessarily thinking.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Out of sight, out of mind, he said. And then, he said, I guess that applies to Timothy too. And she doesn't say no. Of course not. She says, that applies to a lot of things. What? My God. Mona Lisa, unfortunately, the child in question is no longer with us. No longer with us. Yeah, his name was Timothy. So, okay, let's finish this up.
Really thinking about it. Paul wasn't.
June 19th, you can do his bread with hot sauce at any time, though preferably sooner rather than later. Put more hot sauce on than you did yesterday, please. And he has to eat at least 3 slices with hot sauce, but he may have more as long as they have plenty of hot sauce on. That was June 19th. Was he on his hunger strike then?
I would assume not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an exact date.
That was about 2 weeks before he passed away, and that's when you said the hunger strike started. Is that right?
Yes, sir. But
Did it occur to you that the hunger strike was because he didn't enjoy eating bread with hot sauce on it?
did it occur to me? No, sir, because he did it way back in January, and that wasn't the case.
June 21st, how was everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce? Yeah, and that's when it's he gets 4 with hot sauce and then 4 more, 30 minutes. That was June 21st. You don't know if the hunger strike started there then?
I don't know, sir. Like I said, I can only guesstimate. That's the only reason I remember the 3 weeks the first time around is because it was right after the stroke, and he started eating again before the end of January.
Right. Did you think he's on a second hunger strike now? I really need to get him some treatment for this.
Did I think along those lines? No, sir.
No,
He
she
admitted to
didn't.
he told us very early on.
This
after
well-educated
the-
woman
he
didn't
said,
fucking
"I
think
don't
about
have
getting her
it,"
kid
and he was
some
very
help.
difficult. He actually, Timothy told me that
Okay.
his dad and stepmom used to let him get away with everything. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I've always been the stricter parent anyway, and he told me on multiple occasions that if if he thought that if he pushed me hard enough that I would just quit making him do stuff and I wouldn't make him cooperate.
All right. Well, here's an exchange from June 29th. Maybe this can shed some light on the hunger strike feeding situation. Trust me, I know he's thin. Trust me, I know he's thin. That was your text, not Paul's. You sent.
I don't remember the text, but I mean,
You don't remember that one either.
no, sir.
Trust me, I know he's thin. That being said, he told me a week and a half ago that he wanted to be thin to make me feel bad for punishing him. You don't get to grump at him for that, though. I already lit into him plenty for it. Is this while he's on his hunger strike?
I mean, I would assume so. Yes, sir.
This is June 29th. This is
Yes,
about
sir.
8 days before he dies.
Yeah, I would assume so.
And Paul's response is, of course he did. And your response to that is, yeah, so while I want to fix it, he will get most of his calories from plain bread and rice for, pulling that. He will get plenty of calories, but not get to enjoy them that way, That doesn't sound like somebody who's on a hunger.
Oh my
strike.
God, that's
I
just
don't-
fucking cruel. Oh my God. Wow, she thought of everything to keep this boy tortured. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness. That's why I made that on Twitter and tagged you. You talking to me? You tagged me? You talking to me? No, just kidding. I'll have a look. I'll have a look. Oh my God, this woman just planned like everything out. She had an answer for everything. He's starving. Oh, okay. Well, we'll give him some calories. Okay. So he doesn't die. Okay. But we'll give him like crap, bland, boring, tasteless food so he doesn't get to enjoy it. Like, who the fuck comes up with a shit like that? Oh my God, this is like, wow. She's going to hell, you guys. Like, she seriously is going into hell. A bread with peanut butter he got only sometimes. And that was, I think that happened also when his bigger brother was like, oh, I think he's really hungry. Like, we need to feed him, blah, 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 kind of thing. So I think that one time there she gave, she said, yeah, give him some peanut butter. But mostly everything he ate was the bread with hot sauce, or they would just dump hot sauce down his throat to punish him. This was the boy that was confined in a small room. They called it, well, it was a closet apparently. He was shackled. He was zip tied. He was all the things. When they would give him a bath, they would make him sit in uncomfortable positions. I'm not sure what that even fucking means, but they did it apparently. She would instruct the bigger brother to make sure that he was uncomfortable while he was in the bath. And the bath, it wasn't just like, no, hey, let's go have a bath. No, they gave him ice baths. And they made him sit in there and say, oh my God, there's just so much. There's so fucking much. Oh, crazy.
I don't remember, but I know he wasn't eating. There was.
And it's just
Continues
this
on.
bitch,
Okay.
she doesn't remember anything about no abuse or no, she don't remember any about that. Like, are you kidding? Like, you are the classic guilty, witness or not witness, suspect. You are the classic guilty, narcissistic, bitch. That like it's so readable. It really is. It's so readable. If you know what you're reading, and then you read her like a fucking goddamn Jane and Joe book or whatever it was. Who was it? Jane and Dick. Dick and Jane. That's what it was. You can read her like a Dick and Jane book, And she's not Jane. She's Dick. Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
So yeah, we'll tell you more about what he can eat later, June 29th.
Just because we offered him food doesn't, we offered him food when he was on the hunger strike in January. At least I did. I would assume Paul did as well. But just because you offered stuff, you couldn't, even though it says try to force him, you couldn't force him to eat stuff. I mean, if he
You
didn't
heard
eat
Paul's testimony yesterday that he had
Oh,
to
but
fall
oh,
asleep
but
when
you
he-
forced you held his mouth open and you forced hot sauce down his throat. And I mean, we offered him something to eat. What, bread soaked in hot sauce? Like, give it up. Fucking holy whoa, this bitch. My God. It's evil. There is evil out there. Evil.
to eat the red sauce, the bread with hot sauce on it.
Dick and
Yes, sir. I don't know what he means by
Right.
that.
It's interesting you use the phrase, we tried to tempt him with food. That came up while he was in the ice bath, didn't it? Tempting him with food.
Do you mean the day before he passed?
Yes.
I mean, I said, yes, sir. I mean,
You told Paul to heat up some pizza rolls because G needed the pizza rolls anyway, right? You remember that?
yes, sir.
You
I
remember
don't
this?
remember the text message,
Don't
but
remember. So this falls in the I don't remember category as well. Is that right?
like most of it.
You know, the text message says, heat one up, hold it in front of him, but be ready to pull away if he tries to grab it. You don't remember sending any of that?
I don't remember it, no, sir.
You heard the text messages read yesterday,
Yes,
correct?
sir, I did.
Is it fair to say that you just don't remember those text messages?
the ice baths were just to torture him. We're just to just to be mean, Yes, Kathy Bates. Yes, absolutely, definitely. That is absolutely right. My goodness. Kathy Bates. I didn't see the other half. Sorry, the other screen was covering half your comment. Kathy Bates in misery on crack. Exactly like this. She is so fucking evil, man. Unbelievable. Crazy.
Messages?
Most of them, I don't remember.
Most of them.
But then you've got your big bite. I can pretty much guarantee I don't remember most of that either. I don't. And it's not just my text with Paul.
You don't remember anything.
No, sir, I don't.
But somehow you were able to hold down a job as a judicial clerk during that time period, right?
Yes, sir. My
And
only,
you were able to at least provide dog training to one client at that time, correct?
yes, sir.
And you remembered to tell Paul to get up and walk Sharma just about every morning, didn't you?
I mean, that would be automatic, would be reflex. If it's in there, then I would assume so, yes, sir.
That would be a reflex. To tell Paul to get up and walk Sharma, is that what you're saying?
I mean, if it's a habit, if I do it enough times, then. And plus it served to get Paul out of bed when I left. Because he'd like to go back to sleep.
You told the officer that there was an alarm on the basement door, this is the small closet, because there was some sewing stuff stored in it. That was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, there was sewing stuff stored in it before he asked to do that, but
But the
I
alarm
don't know why I
wasn't-
told him that.
The alarm wasn't on there because there was sewing stuff on it, was there?
No, sir.
The alarm was on it because Timothy was supposed to be in there, right?
I mean, as far as I know, like I said, I don't.
You don't remember, but you were able to lie to the police officer at the time?
I don't remember talking to the police. I mean, I don't remember this part of the conversation with the police officer, sir.
You tell the officer that there were cameras in the home because G would strip down naked and wander around. Well, that wasn't the only reason cameras were in the
Hey,
house. You left
Commander.
out all the other details about that you had to monitor Timothy and make sure he didn't go certain places and sneak places and be deceitful, right? You didn't tell the officer that, did you?
Apparently not. I don't know why I didn't, but
You said he fell out of bed and you went and had to get him and put him back into bed. He never fell out of bed that night, did he?
not as far as I know. I don't remember, sir.
Well, you know he didn't sleep in the bed that night, don't you?
Well, yeah, so I'm sorry.
So saying that you got up at 5:30 and had to put him back into bed, and then you changed it to 30 minutes because it's sometime with the ending in the 30 because you learned at that point the rigor mortis had already set in and he'd been deceased for a number of hours. That was still a lie, wasn't it?
I mean, yes, sir, I don't remember any of this. I'm sorry.
The hot sauce in the bathroom downstairs was for food, but it wasn't, was it? The hot sauce was for punishment, right?
It was also to put on food.
But you didn't mention that. Oh, we also use hot sauce as a form of punishment, did you?
Apparently not.
I'm guessing you probably didn't mention the officer. Oh, we also had the crazy idea yesterday to pour some hot sauce on his penis for a punishment. You didn't mention that either, did you?
Apparently not, sir. Like I said, I don't remember.
You told the officer that you did not restrict Timothy's movement.
She does look rough, the poor little thing. She says she didn't eat. She's been in prison. She didn't eat for the first month that she was there. This poor little thing. Oh my goodness. Commander, if you want to come over to my main channel, we are all hanging over here, and then you'll see everybody's comments. Or hang out there. That's fine too. Right? Oh, poor baby. She didn't eat the whole first month in prison. My goodness. She's insane. Give her a tampon with hot sauce. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, woo.
Night with shackles. That was also why, wasn't it?
Again, I don't remember, sir. I know we talked about it, but as far as overnight, no.
But you would restrict his movement with shackles, wouldn't you? Whether it was zip ties or handcuffs or leg shackles.
I mean, I can only go back based on the text messages. I don't know.
Why did you wait 20 minutes to call 911 after you found Timothy deceased in the small room?
I have no idea, honestly. I learned of that gap, just a couple of days ago. The whole day is surreal to me. So I have no idea why we waited like that. I don't know. I can't imagine waiting, but apparently it happened. I don't know.
Do you remember Paul asking you, should we call 911?
I don't remember asking. Because I was the one that called, and I was the one. I remember performing CPR, and he did help me out a little bit when I got tired to take over a little bit. But I mean, I can't imagine ever saying no to that.
But if it's on video, that's what you said, right?
If it's on there.
So if the video showed that it begins with you with movement outside of the room at about 6:19:21, and 911 is actually called. You tell Paul you have to call at 6:37.
Right, Ellen?
So that's about 18
It's
minutes.
definitely not something that you would forget.
Let's see. 19
I don't think I would anyways. I wouldn't
Timothy
do
was
something
never
like
responsive
that.
to you, was he?
No, sir.
His eyes were
If I happen to
wide
be the
open,
evil
completely
person
glazed
that,
over.
you know,
As far as I remember, yes.
God.
He never moved, never took a breath, never did anything, did he?
No, sir.
And while this is all going on, you tell Paul, we'll have to tell them he was on a hunger strike, right? Remember telling him that?
No, I don't.
Don't remember that either?
No, sir.
You remember telling Paul, or do you remember saying, put his pants on to make it look like he's been this way?
You're welcome,
don't
Kimmy. I
remember
hope
saying
you
that.
don't
Remember
mind.
asking Paul to put the belt on to make it sure that that's the way you look?
You're
No,
always
sir.
so supportive and stuff,
If
so
they're on video, you said those things,
Yes,
right?
why not?
Ms. Van Ark,
Yes, Barry Meadows, that's true.
isn't it true? Timothy had just become nothing more than an annoyance for you, and he wasn't even a human being in your eyes anymore.
That is absolutely not true.
Ms. Vander,
Yes, sir.
did you, in your lawyer, did you reduce everything you did and said and the comments you made into text that you put in your phone and sent out?
Oh, absolutely not. I talk a lot. I admit that. The text was probably 10% of what I said.
Okay, so would it be true to say that there are other conversations, other issues, other details that are not contained in those texts?
Many, yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked if you only couldn't remember the bad things or the incriminating things. You remember having that question?
Yes, sir. I remember that question.
Were you during the course of this conversation with Mr. Roberts? Were you ever asked about any of the good things?
Jesus Christ. If that's not backpedaling, I don't know what the fuck is. Holy shit. Covering your ass. That's what you're doing right here. Lord. Lawyer, you're just as readable as a Dick and Jane book, too. Holy Jesus, Lord. My goodness.
Anything going on?
Not really, no, sir.
So, as I recall, you reported that you can't remember some of those as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know my son played baseball. I don't remember most of his games. And I know I caught for the team because coaches were on first and third, but I don't actually remember doing it most of the time. I remember a couple of games, but I know we had more than 2 games.
Let me ask you about this.
Not random at all, Larry Davis. And no, I haven't heard from her. I did email her today, but I haven't gotten an email back. And Amy, yes, she has been sick. So we definitely send out all our prayers and all our healing vibes, good vibes, positive vibes out to Kathy P for sure. For sure. So I hope that I hear from her. And as soon as I do, then I will definitely, just let people know that I heard from her. I won't give out any detail if she doesn't want, of course. But yeah, as soon as I do, I will let you guys know that I have heard from her. So, but yeah, Kathy, if you're listening or if you're watching, we're sending out our love to you. So yeah. Yes, she has been having troubles. So yeah, we send out our love to her for sure, for sure. Okay, well, I got a couple minutes left in this video here, so let's finish it up.
You had children and you taught dogs.
Yes, sir.
Do you teach children and dogs conduct or responsibility in the same manner?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever deprive your son of water as far as your?
No, sir. No, sir.
There was a conversation from Paul, and he said that you broke a chip into 4 places and you threw it out the window. Did you do that?
No, sir. No,
Show the jury in using your fingers how big a chip is.
it's a micro.
All right, I guess that's it for that. So if you guys wanted to go over and check 13 on your site and see if there's any more from today, then yeah, I'd definitely do that. So the water thing is a lie per the autopsy report. Yeah, it's all extremely sad. Extremely sad. Hello, everybody. Okay, well, we will call this a night for true crime anyways. And I will be back in just a little bit. Can you guys hear me? My avatar's not going bump, 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 bump. I don't see it anyways. On my side, it's not doing that. So anyways, okay, I hope you guys can hear me. LMC says yes. Okay, you guys can hear me. Okay, good. Okay, wow, thank you guys for hanging out with me for 7 hours. Like, oh my gosh, this was actually really, really good. I totally enjoy, I really enjoy stuff like this. So thank you. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Everybody that's here, absolutely. And thank you. Hang on here. Just give me a second. Okay, and thank you to, Nicole for donating the memberships. Thank you, sweetheart. AMAC for membership for 1 month and also gifting a membership as well. Thank you, AMAC, so sweet. And Kara, thank you for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate that. So that was awesome, you guys. I really enjoyed hanging out. I will definitely see you guys in a little bit. You just watched your testimony. Yeah. I am going to try, but like when I cover the trial, I will come on and then like we will rewind because I'm in a different time zone. So we will definitely rewind and I'm going to absolutely try and get this on tomorrow. So for sure. And that's what we were watching is her testimony. And yeah, so I hope you guys enjoyed that because I sure did. So, okay. Anybody that's listening, I will be live in a little bit. And I've received, some intel. And, there's some stuff out there we could talk about. So, alrighty, everybody. I love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really enjoyed this today. And I will see you in just, I don't know, like a couple hours maybe. Well, what time is it? 8? I don't know, maybe like in an hour, hour and a half, something like that. We'll start up and we'll switch over to the drama. We'll flip the switch. So. All right. I love you guys. And we will see you in a little bit. I hope you guys will be able to join me. We always have fun at night. So, yeah. All right. We'll see you guys later. Bye.